Good morning and welcome to the PES League EU Season 1 Regional Final here at the new Camp Nou, Barcelona. My name is Bryce and I'm bringing you the action from today as we find out the best 16 players in Europe. Good morning. The two is going to make that first step to Cardiff. But I am not alone. Joining me here as well, I have Adam and Graham. Guys, how are you this morning?
Very well. Very excited, yeah.
It is certainly an exciting day, not just for us, but also the Cardiff players who have made their way to this fantastic setting. They're coming to the Barcelona Nou Camp. A little bit of nerve already that we've seen.
sure.
Very
Yeah,
excited.
I mean,
It
having
is
an
certainly an
event
exciting
like
day,
this,
not just for us,
new
but
territory.
also past players who have made their way.
Obviously, there are a few players who have been here and done it before, but there's a lot of newcomers this year as well. So it's just going to be great to see how they deal with, being in such a wonderful stadium, and yeah, it's going to be really good.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about how these players not only got here, but what we are expecting to see from this tournament as we go.
It's great to see how they deal with. Yeah, do you want to start, Graham?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the players here are already winners. Everyone here
Well,
is.
let's talk a little bit about how these players not only got here, but what we are expecting to see from this tournament as we go.
It's great to see how they deal with. Yeah, do you want to start, Graham?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the players here are already winners. Everyone here is.
About how these players not only got here,
Sure. I mean, look, for example, today, who's one of the players who's going to be in the first game. This is his first major tournament from the UK. We've also got Hamson from Italy, and he shares the same name as one of the great default players from the Master League era. So that's another good thing to see whether he can live up to that name tag.
well, obviously we did the group draw last night. Now that was a live draw. All the players were sitting in front of us, kind of watching. And I think the great thing for me was kind of seeing the different reactions
from the Master League
players.
era. So
Some of the new ones, some of the veterans were just really calm and like, we're okay. Some of the new players, though, a little bit nervous, knowing exactly now who they've got to play. Players sitting in front of us, kind of next to each other. And I think the great
there's a lot of rivalries as well. I mean, it was a really interesting group draw that we did, and there's a lot of players who are from the same nation. Like a couple of players from the German region, for example, who are both in the same group. What were the, was it Spain? There's a lot of rivalries as well. I mean, it was a really interesting group draw that we did, and there's a lot of players who are from the same nation. Like a couple of players from the German region, for example, who are both in the same group. What were the, was it
Well, yeah, I think that's one of the things. I think it's Group A. They were talking about 6 and 7 of them run next to each other as well. They were laughing at us like, oh, we play each other all the time. But then afterwards, they kind of come up and they said, well, actually, because we're not going to play each other now until the final if we get through, as long as we both win our games, we should be okay. They're okay.
Yeah, I mean, because it's almost a shootout with them in that group, for example, because the first group has one person who couldn't be here, sadly, from Turkey.
We both win our games.
So it now basically leaves them kind of one each game. The thing is, because they've played each other so much, they know each other's strengths, but they also know each other's weaknesses. So it's just a case of whether we can see them exploit the weaknesses. And yeah, it's another one of those exciting situations that's going to happen. The thing is, because they've played each other so much, they know each other's strengths, but they also know each other's weaknesses. So it's just a case of whether we can see them exploit the weaknesses. And yeah, it's another one of those exciting situations that's going to happen. The thing is, because they've played each other so much, they know each other's strengths, but they also know each other's.
I think it's that look in the eye about halfway through when they're all like, okay, who's actually left now, and where are they going to go? What are my chances of getting this person in my group, or what are my chances if I haven't been picked yet of going in these various places?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I know when we were doing the ball draw and it got down to sort of 6 or 7 balls left, there was a few sort of looks around like, he's not been picked yet, he's not been picked yet, I've played against him, he's pretty good, and all that sort of stuff.
So staring at you very
and it really sort of added to the excitement of everything, and you could see them again. They were some of them first major tournaments, so a lot of them were a bit nervous at the start about how things were going to happen, and then they really got sucked into it towards the end of the draw and all that sort of stuff. So
staring at you very
and it really sort of added to the excitement of everything, and you could see them again. They were some of them first major tournaments, so a lot of them were a bit nervous at the start about how things were going to happen, and then they really got sucked into it towards the end of the draw and also kind of wanted to watch you guys. And it really sort of added to the
I think it was a conversation I had this morning. We were talking about this morning. I said, how do you feel about the first draw? And he goes, there are no easy games. I said, yeah, some may be a little bit easier. I went, but nobody here is an easy game.
Well, they're all they've all qualified in their own right. They've all done really well just to be here in Barcelona, and they've either played each other before and know that they're good, or it's fear of the unknown. If they've never played them, they don't know what they're going to be up against. So.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit. Is there anybody who maybe thinks a little bit of a favourite coming into this one? Really strong competition-wise? Anyone we're kind of keeping an eye on?
I think there's a couple of standouts in terms of experience. You've got obviously Lucy from Austria and Switzerland region. Yeah, I mean, he's been here, he's done that. Can he go that one stage? Do it again in Barcelona to get to Cardiff. Mike possibly from Germany.
players.
Yeah, I mean, he's been here, he's done that. You know, can he go that one stage? You know, do it again in Barcelona.
Taking a step back because the last
Get
few
to
years
Cardiff.
so big
Mike
this
possibly
year.
from Germany.
Raw since last season. He's been subbed back into that into season 5.
But again, like going on previous years, just because people have been there, done it, doesn't mean that they're going to do well necessarily when it comes down to the actual tournament, because it only takes one bad performance, or it only takes someone to just do something out of the blue, a mistake, a moment of brilliance, and it completely changes a match.
Exactly that. I mean, you've
Just
won
because people have been there, done it, doesn't mean that they're going to do well necessarily when it comes down to the actual tournament, because it only takes one bad performance, or it only takes someone to just do something out of the blue, a mistake, a moment of brilliance, and it completely changes a match. You seem to have been blowing a hurricane.
A little bit windy. It's excited.
Yeah.
It's exciting. All right, let's start talking about some of these matchups then.
Sure.
Because we spoke about a little bit nerves in the group draw, but this is where it really gets serious. Because we are here, we are at the new camp. It's kind of a massive setting. Players don't walk out. You know, they come out here, they kind of look straight into the stadium. They go back inside, and you know, it's game time. We spoke about a little bit nerves. Let's kind of get into this first one then. We know we're going straight into it really gets serious. Because we are here, we are at the new. Who do we think's coming out of this group? Who's the strong ones? We know we're talking about the two friends. You know, they come out here, they kind of look. Are they actually going to make it out? They go back in.
Well, obviously the first matchup is today from the UK versus Hamsun from Italy. I don't think they've played each other before, so again it's going to be fear of the unknown. They're not really sure, you know, how. So I would imagine you might see, you know, a bit caginess at the start, possibly. But again, with this wonderful game of PES, you never know. It can change in an instant, can't it?
I mean, Hamsun, to qualify for this event, destroyed Eterito, who's probably one of the most successful PES League players of all time. So he's definitely got something in his bag. And Sidé, he actually said quite off the cuff, saying, I don't even know how I qualified for this event. The competition was so intense, I guess I was just lucky. So he kind of pushed it the other way, didn't he? He said, I might win, I might lose, I'm not sure, whereas the other guy has a lot behind him. So differing styles of confidence, but let's see how that pans out.
Do you think these players have maybe changed things? Do you think they bring anything kind of special towards this tournament? You know, maybe they've changed their formation and kind of kept it away from everyone else, because obviously once these first games go on, everyone's going to kind of know how you're playing, and most of these guys have played each other on the way to this tournament. You think there's been kind of a lot of introspection coming in and saying, maybe actually I changed this, and surprised a few people?
It has happened before in previous tournaments where people have come in and they've played with friends and they know their weaknesses, so they do change things up. Interesting thing to see as well, the team selection, who, you know, what teams are going to get picked. Obviously there are certain favourite teams in the game, and I'm sure Barcelona being one of them. I'm sure we'll see a lot of Barcelona games today. I mean, the players that come with that team is, you know, right up there. So
definitely been some gamesmanship, because obviously in the private area for the players where they've been practicing for this event, they all play against each other, and there's definitely some people not wanting to show the cards, because I think the majority of players, as you mentioned, are going to choose Barcelona, but choosing other licensed teams, so like Liverpool or Arsenal, they were playing with those, and I don't know whether they disguised that as a way of just practicing with other teams, feeling them out, but I think it was more a case of keeping the cards close to the chest rather than showing.
Well, that's actually one of the players brought that out this morning. He said, you know, he said, I don't want to practice. He says, I'm good. I said, I'm not going to change. I'm not going to suddenly not know how to play. He goes, all these other people playing and practicing this morning have given away everything.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
What if you suffer a loss before you even get into the tournament?
But that's the thing. A lot of people do want to have that practice, but they almost want to do it closed doors, and they don't. And some players, I know for a fact that some of the players, they don't necessarily want to play themselves out. They're very happy playing at their home or whatever, but as soon as they get to these finals, they want to keep things very calm, very relaxed, and then they don't want to not over excel themselves, but they don't want to do too much. They want to relax and take it in, and then
it's good to see how, I mean, they have areas that are dedicated for practice, but players actually bring their own consoles and lock themselves away in their own hotel room, so that they can do their training their way without anyone else interfering with their game.
Yeah, I noticed this morning, obviously, you know, they've all got these cheat sheets, I'm going to say, you know, they've all got their formations on there, their photographs of exactly where they want to put their players. So you're going to see that, you know, kind of this morning, that every single person's like, millimeter, like, it's got to be there, or I just can't play. Do you think that this is something that, you know, they've maybe looked at their competition for and gone, maybe I change up a little bit because I know he's going to play quite defensive against me, or I know roughly what I'm expecting out of these other teams?
I personally think a lot of them will go into it knowing what strengths they have, and try and avoid playing into the dangerous ground of, I'm going to try and stop the opposition, I'm going to go and play my game. That's in my experience.
That's how they'll come out of the traps, for sure.
Obviously,
do you think they'll maybe change later in the tournament then?
Well, again, if it comes to if it gets to the knockout stages and they get through and they do know how the other person plays in its semi-final, quarter-final, final, then that's when possibly they might start to look to tweak things based on who they're playing. But I definitely think out of the blocks, like Graham said,
I mean,
they're going to go.
You may see differences as the match goes on. So, say if Hampson came out of the blocks raring to go, but left a lot of space at the back for Side, he may, around 75 minutes, start to drop things back, especially if he's got the goal.
Yeah.
I mean, it will change as the match goes on, but I think every match to start, they're going to look to play their game from the off.
Well, this again comes down to this mental agility these players are going to have. Because it's great doing this stuff at home, but once you kind of get out of your home environment, you come here, are they going to be in the right frame of mind to go, well, actually, I've kind of noticed a weakness about my play or their play, or do I change things now? Are they going to have that confidence to go, well, I'm now on the big stage. Do I commit? Do I make that change for a potential advantage? Or am I actually, do I need to change something myself? Am I having an issue somewhere?
It's that dilemma of stick or twist, really, isn't it? So I think, like Graham said, I think at the start they'll play their own game. When it gets to maybe 70 minutes or so, if things aren't quite working, we saw a lot in Milan in the World Finals last year when it got to that 70, 75 minutes and they were behind or drawing and they looked to try and win the game. That's when they then made that change. Then one substitution can just completely change a match.
There was a key example of that happening in Milan, actually. Dex, the UK champion, who was in the World Finals, he had the system for taking penalties, and on the advice of one of the other players, changed the way that he took that. Hadn't realised that he'd not changed all the functions wrong, and that actually cost him a place in I think it was the semi-final. So he missed out on the match from second guessing himself at that point, despite the fact that he's the most successful UK player ever, winning the last 3 years. He changed at this point because the competition was so intense. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether that happens to place there, or whether they just stick to the guns. I mean, the champions, they know what they can do.
Yeah, again, I think this is a really big part of the tournament, and for me, I'm kind of curious to see how it actually ends up all going down. But I don't know. It's curious to see how these players develop over the course of the day as well. Once you get out of groups, it's a little bit of a weight off your mind, but then it gets more serious because if you don't have any more games, it's one chance or that's it.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I'm kind of curious to see exactly. Cause, I mean, getting out of groups to begin with, that's a big challenge. You'll get top 2 in your group anyway before anything happens. But
yeah,
I believe this game is actually going to be underway. So I'm going to hand it to you guys and let you take it away.
Thanks very much, Bryson. So we are actually underway here at the new camp. It's PSG versus Barcelona, and 2 minutes in, and it's down the left-hand side. Obviously, Side is playing from left to right, and Hampson from right to left. It's an early chance there. It is punched away by the goalkeeper, though, and now it's Barcelona have possession with Mascherano. But one back by Verratti down the left-hand side, wins it back, plays it over the top. Chance to get it into the danger area. Chance to cross it, and it's up. It's a header, and it's 1-0. It's a lightning start from Side.
What a start, straight in, one chance, over to float to the far post and in.
This is just what we were talking about 5 minutes in, and straight away we have an early goal, and it is the man from the UK and Ireland region who takes the lead.
I mean, it just shows that yesterday he went for a walk around the city. He didn't spend his time playing because he knew he had the confidence to make it far. Hampson beat probably one of the most successful players in PES League history to get to this point. Already 1-0 down so early in the game.
So can Hampson respond here? Mascherano has the ball on the halfway line. One back, and it's played through. Chance here for Lucas Moura, plays it through to Cavani. Chance to make it 2-0. Great defending though there from Hampson. Cleared down towards the right-hand side. Lionel Messi spins away from the first challenge. He's got support in the middle. He plays it through, looking for Luis Suarez, but it's another good interception from Side. Side now forwards.
Composure there at the back. Took the ball. Most people would either punt that out or play it forward. He played a square pass, played it across the defence, looked to break again, and here he is.
Tries the 1-2 there. How do you feel the two teams have played so far, Graham? Do you think it's a case of City's just come flying out of the blocks, or do you think it's a chance here for Hampson to come back into this?
A goal that early on, I mean, clearly City would have been looking for that, but I don't think that's kind of exactly what he expected. Hampson must be feeling the pain from that, and I think that's kind of allowed City to just calm down. And as you saw him playing that pass across the back, but he's under
Luis
pressure
Suarez
now.
plays it through to Neymar. The flag just raised. He just strayed that offside line, just 1 yard past, and 16 minutes gone. It is still PSG 1, Barcelona 0.
Exactly. It's going to be fullbacks that are probably the weakness within this side. As you saw there, the fullbacks had pressed forward, that allowed that through ball. The man was offside, but that could have been an opportunity for Hampson to get himself back.
So obviously knowing these two teams, Graham, Barcelona, a weakness for them possibly in this game?
Fullbacks definitely.
Yep.
The way they charge forward, they are very attack-minded. They will get you goals, but
you are in danger of the counter-attack from
exactly.
PSG then.
And PSG, I mean, look at that midfield when you've got players like...
It's a solid
Xavi,
midfield. And it's Luis Suarez, chips over the top. Oh, it's a great header away though, and play forward to Matuidi, but one back by Rakitic into the area. Another good challenge by Matuidi, who you just mentioned, who is a real aggressive central midfield player, and he can win a lot of challenges alongside Verratti. So it's a solid performance so far from City.
Yeah, he actually said that he was one of the players that he particularly used.
That's a mistake though. It's straight to Neymar. That was really dangerous play there from City. It really could have been costly. But Hampson just not able to take advantage. Cavani pops it off to Aria. Now back to Matuidi on the halfway line. Plays it forward to Verratti. Now finds Di Maria. Lovely one-touch football from PSG, but the final pass was poor. And it's got a little bit sloppy halfway through the first half as we... as Hampson looks to make his way back into the match. A second goal here from Cavani could be crucial, but it is blocked wide for a corner.
I think that chance early on where Trapp knocked the ball out from the PSG goal, Hampson potentially could have pounced on that, but nobody expected that. I don't think City meant to do that. Hampson definitely didn't expect to see that opportunity, so didn't pounce on the opportunity there.
So 27 minutes gone here. And it's crossed in towards the danger area. The goalkeeper's come and punched thin air, and it's back out towards Di Maria. Di Maria skips away from Piqué. Lovely one-touch football there into the area. Finds Matuidi, but the header goalwards is a poor one, and it's a chance to clear for Barcelona. Another sloppy pass, though, and it's shot goalwards, and it's a stunning finish from 25 yards. And it's City 2, Hampson 0, and could this be 3 crucial points for City?
City must be sitting comfortably now, and that finish from Kuchovia right into the top corner. It'll be interesting to see whether he pulls back now. I mean, he's not been playing very high pressing, but he's been relying on his midfield to make the space, and that's what he's done.
Absolutely world class there from City, and it's they need an instant response here, Barcelona. If it stays 2-0 at half-time or worse, it definitely could be curtains here in this first game. Down the left-hand side, plays it through. Lovely one-touch football finds Di Maria. It's Edison Cavani. A stunning challenge from Piqué and a great save on the rebound. That was another big chance there for City.
Dramatic goal-mouth action. I mean, we were talking about Barcelona being the team of choice, and one game in, PSG are already looking to upset that. Could City be the...
Very dominant display from City with PSG, and the UK and Ireland going strongly at the moment as it's played in towards Di Maria. Popped off to Matuidi. Good challenge though from Rakitic, and Luis Suarez plays it out towards Neymar. We've not seen a lot from the Brazilian on this left-hand side so far in the first half, as the offside flag is raised. How do you feel it's gone so far in terms of any weaknesses you're seeing from PSG, or have they just been too solid to really pick any out?
I think you just need to get the ball off them. City plays a very possessive game, and one-touch passing, if he holds that ball, pings it around as quick as he has been doing, you can't get it back.
Lovely ball over the top from Neymar. Sorry to interrupt, Graham, because Luis Suarez is in, and he's lobbed the goalkeeper, and that is absolutely incredible. And it's game on here at the Nou Camp.
Beautiful finish, absolutely beautiful. That's where you want Luis Suarez. A lot of space, a lot of time.
Just when we were singing the praises of City, saying he was so compact and looked solid, it's in a blink of an eye. This game of PES has flipped it on its head as Cavani just couldn't quite get on the cross, and it's out of play for a throw on the near touchline. Is that the game we needed for this game, Graham?
That definitely, that'll spice things back up again. But City, he didn't let it get to him. His head didn't drop. He was on the break again and might have another opportunity now.
Matuidi, lovely turn there from the Frenchman into the area, plays it back. It's Angel Di Maria. Cavani blocked just in front of the goal. Another stunning attack there from City, but he couldn't take advantage as we tick into the 1 minute of added on time here at the end of the first half. Di Maria, lovely one touch to Verratti. Two-footed challenge, but the referee plays advantage and brings the half to an end. And it's been a whirlwind start to this PES regional final, Graham.
Wonderful. One goal very early on is exactly what City needed. Exactly what Hampson didn't want to see, but he's provided himself with a little bit of a lifeline, getting one in before the end of the game.
We are just seeing a few close-ups of the players and a few of the tactics from behind. Can we sneak any previews of the potential tactics from the two players? I don't think we're going to be allowed.
Hampson looks a little bit look, I mean, can we read into what he's feeling there?
How do you feel Hampson's going to approach this second half? Obviously got back into the game with that one goal to make it 2-1. Do you think he's now going to go all out at the start of the second half, or do you feel he's going to not rock the boat too much? Is a draw an okay result in this first game?
No players would want to see that, obviously. Everyone wants 3 points. I don't think either of them are going to play to settle. Hampson, I don't think he's going to change his game. He's had his own opportunities. He just needs to make sure he carves out a few more and just keeps the ball away from City, which is easy ask. I know that.
It's an early free kick here as Luis Suarez is impeded by Thiago Silva, and it's a chance for Neymar. The Brazilian plays it short to Rakitic, gets it back, looking for movement ahead from Luis Suarez. The ball's over the top, but it's overhit and out of play for a goal kick. City will be very happy with that. 5 minutes gone here at the start of the second half. Still PSG 2, FC Barcelona 1 in this first game in the PES regional final here at the Nou Camp. What a stage. Is it affecting these two players so far, Graham?
I wouldn't say so in either way. I mean, Hampson's a goal down, but he looks confident.
Chance here for Angel Di Maria, is headed away, and now Rakitic completes the clearance. 51 minutes gone up towards Luis Suarez. Pops it off, looking for Mascherano. One back though from PSG, piling on the pressure here from City. Chance to make it 3-1 into the area. It's Angel Di Maria onto his left foot, and it's a stunning clinical finish from the Argentinian. PSG 3, Barcelona 1, and once again City restores that 2-goal head start.
I mean, the key thing is look at the numbers in attack. When City gets the ball, he plays possessive play, but he doesn't look to just spread thin on the break. He looks to build, push the bodies forward, and that's just overloading Hampson's defence. And Hampson now has another opportunity to get himself back.
Lionel Messi outside of the left foot into the area. Lovely clearance away from Maria. Now remember, Hampson is he actually beat a former world champion at PES in his way to get to this regional. So he's, it's no mean feat to do that. So he has got the talent. He just needs to try and channel it in this game as Luis Suarez pops it off, gets it back. No challenge there from Marquisio. Now back towards Aria on the right back position. Thiago Silva.
You mentioned
this is the possession that you were talking about from City. He's just trying to sort of stifle the game a little bit now with only half an hour remaining. Luis Suarez is challenged. Now it's forward towards Neymar. Chance here again for Barcelona. Lovely skill there from Neymar. And that is world class. And it's game on again. Just the 1 goal. It's PSG 3, Barcelona 2. And with half an hour remaining, we have a game on our hands.
Again. I mean, you were just talking about beating a world champion on the way to this. You need to be able to do that. You need to be able to pull it out of the bag. And Hampson definitely hasn't given up in this game. He has another opportunity. He just needs to make sure this doesn't happen.
We were talking before the game, is it going to be cagey at the start of these PES regional finals? Well, we've had 5 goals already, and it's a chance here for another one, but challenged by Rakitic forward towards Neymar. Lovely turn there from the Brazilian. Chance here to make it 3-3. This will really be a turnaround if he can get an attack in here as Neymar plays it back, wins the corner. The pressure is rising here for the UK and Ireland qualifier.
It's interesting
City.
to see who's making the changes. Hampson is the one in the attack. He's the one making the changes now. Rather than just taking this opportunity, he feels he needs to make an impact on this game. Switching.
If you noticed here from Hampson, he's gone with 4. He's gone all-out attack with the 4 across the top. So I'm expecting him to have a lot of chances, but he could really get suckered on the counter-attack as the ball's played in from Neymar in towards a danger area. Punch clear by the goalkeeper. This is the counter-attack we're talking about, but Edison Cavani can't get near the clearance, and Busquets clears up. Finds Mascherano here on the halfway line. 20 minutes remaining here at the Nou Camp. Still PSG 3, Barcelona 2 as Piqué plays it forwards to Luis Suarez. Back to Piqué. One-touch football. Almost broke there for Luis Suarez, but a good save in the end from Trapp.
Just to come back to that substitution there, Iniesta wasn't even on the pitch. Hampson was playing with a full attacking line. He's just dropped Paco Alcacer in favour of Iniesta, so he has more attacking prowess in the build-up, and he's pushed Piqué up front.
Played in towards Edison Cavani, headed goalwards, just a whisker wide of the near post, and that you would feel at this stage, if he can again get that 2-goal cushion, it would be curtains in this first match. But all the while, there's just that 1-goal difference. It is going to be very, very nervous for City trying to hold off this onslaught here from Hampson.
City just made a slight tweak to his midfield, then dropping a player a little bit further back. So we're now starting to see those tactical changes. Hampson pushing forward.
We did say before the game, when we were having the conversation earlier, we were talking about how the sort of 70-minute mark is the deciding. Oh, it's a horrendous challenge on Luis Suarez. A big decision to make for the referee. He's taken a lot of thinking time, just a yellow card, a controversial decision there. He can't believe it there, Hampson. He's absolutely furious with that decision. That would have really been a big chance there if he went down to 10 men, but it's popped off to Luis Suarez. Now finds Neymar, shoots goalward, saved by the goalkeeper, and Lionel Messi was inches from the rebound, but still it remains PSG 3, Barcelona 2, Graham.
The wry smile that Hampson saw there, I have a feeling we'll be seeing that a few times through the day, like we did in Milan and many events before. Players feeling aggrieved, but still got time to make it. 12 minutes left. He just needs one more to get himself back into the game.
So this is the moment where dreams can be made in this first game. 10 minutes remaining here. Can we get an equaliser, or can City hold on? PSG 3, of course, is City, and Barcelona 2 is Hampton. Lovely footwork there from Edinson Cavani, but the danger was cleared up towards Matuidi.
Imagine what's going through Hampson's mind now. His first game, he's lost potentially the opportunity to bag 3 points early on. Time's ticking out. He must be feeling the pressure.
He is feeling the pressure, and for sure, though, if City can hold on, these 3 important points could even see him into the prize money. Exactly. You never know. That is how crucial these first games can be in these PES regional finals. Finds Verratti.
Look at the play. Look at the way he's holding the ball, not rushing.
He's definitely trying to stifle proceedings with only 5 minutes remaining. Out towards the left-hand side. Can he hold it in the corner? No, it's gone out of play for a throw on the near touchline, and possibly one last chance here for Hampson to get a crucial equalising goal. Iniesta finds Lionel Messi, that 4 across the front, really clicking into gear now as Lionel Messi still going here towards the edge of the area, crosses in towards Luis Suarez, headed away at the death there from the PSG centre-back, and it's forward towards Cavani. This is the counter-attack possibilities that we were talking about, but again, he's just slowing things down. He's not worried about scoring on the counter-attack, he's just worried about keeping this 3 points at 3-2.
Very professionally done, well done.
All eyes on the 4th official. 3 minutes have added on time here at the end of this first regional finals match. Out towards Aria, in towards Edinson Cavani. Chance to make it 4, headed away, and will Angel Di Maria again go for goal, or will they keep possession? Ooh. Well, he's giving it away. Is there one last chance? It's PK out towards Lionel Messi.
This could be... Oh,
it's all over. It's all over, and it's a crucial 3 points for the UK and Ireland contestant, and nice handshakes at the end there from the 2 players. It's good to see. So competitive at the start in the match, but then as soon as the final whistle as soon as the final whistle goes, Sean Connery's back.
It's hard
then
to
of
read
course
the player. I mean, Hampson, he's just bagged him. Side, should I say, just bagged himself 3 points, and he just looks calm, relaxed.
He's not really changing his demeanour. We saw him yesterday, and he was very, very relaxed. He's gone straight into the finals, and he's taken it into the game.
All right, well, big win first coming out of the groups, but it was not clean cut. Very back and forth there. What do you think were the issues then? Why was that such a close game between the 2 teams?
Well, for a start, they're both, like we mentioned before, they've both got incredible talent. And we were saying, is it going to be cagey to start? Are they going to go and play their own game? Well, as you can see, City went came out of the blocks, went to a 2-0 lead. It got a bit squeaky at the end as the goals were sort of pouring back. As things were pouring back. But of course, again, we saw the possession that he likes to play, City, from the UK and Ireland. Once he got in front, that 3rd goal, he then was able to sort of see the game out, which was...
Well, I think that was interesting. I mean, you get 2-0 up, you City, you go 2-0 up. Starts to come back a little bit. You're like, oh, trying to get that cushion back. Do you think he was a little bit nervous at some points? Like, he managed to hold on, but a few points he must have been like, oh, I am close to letting this one slip.
He didn't show in his gameplay. I mean, the thing, what you tend to get, I mean, most players, when they get nervous, they just force the pass. They play the ball early. They're looking to play it through, and they often find themselves short up front. City, you kind of saw him turning around and taking the ball back into his own half rather than pressuring for the next goal. And I think that's where you saw... Yeah, there's calm there.
A lot of players would, after being 2-0 up, then 3-1 up, keep coming back, because obviously Hampson was doing well to get back into the game. But I think that's when you see the talent, when he was able to just sort of switch off and zonally, keep playing his own game, keeping the possession, like Graham said. And because, like I said, it could have been very, very easy for him to slip out and allow that equalising goal at the death.
Yeah.
All right, you're handsome.
Thank you.
I knew that was coming. You're sitting there, you've gone 2-0 down, you're starting to pull it back time and time again. What would you like to see him do maybe a little bit different? What would you have changed up? How do you change the outcome of that game?
I personally think he went, this is just me looking in, I felt he went with the 4 up the top slightly too early.
Yeah.
For me anyway, I think it was... as it was 2-1, he was, really ready to go. He was really ready to come back into the match, and then as soon as he went to the 4-2 early, and he allowed himself open, and obviously the third goal went in.
I think as well he could have countered the way that City was playing. He was obviously playing the hold-up play, allowing players to overlap, and Hansen was pushing forward, trying to play for the pass. If he'd have slowed it down, because having the 4 men at the front, he actually put one of his centre-backs as forward with PK purely for his height, but he wasn't exploiting the wings to get the balls in to PK enough. Purely, maybe it was pressure, maybe it was just the quality of the way that City was playing, but he wasn't getting into the wings to drop the ball onto the big man in the middle.
Okay. Well, this is obviously an adjustment they're going to have to make as they go forward. First game in Group B, City comes off to a flying start, gets those points under. Hamson, do we think this is just because he played City, or do you think that maybe we're not going to see him win that much in his group?
Well, obviously, City was very relaxed going into the game. He took that into the actual match. Again, because there's a lot of unknowns this year, there's a lot of first-time finalists, it's hard to see until we get to the knockouts. It's hard to see how the players sort of react to this situation. As you see, though, it was 3-2, so it was still a close game. So there's no writing anyone off at this stage, especially after just one game.
All right, okay, well, we'll see as we go through the rest of this group. Group A and Group B, of course, are currently ongoing. But we're going to go into our next game right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League Season 1 EU Regional Final here at the Nou Camp in Barcelona. Now, we've already had one game here today, but we are going into Game 2, a game between two friends. And speaking of that, we're actually going to take a little talk with Goal from one of these games.
My name is
Goal.
Matthias Winkler. My nickname is Zidane Goal. I was born in Poland, but living now in Germany for about 25 years. And I'm not...
All right, very short VT, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. Now, we mentioned before, as we go into this one, Matthias versus Mike, and now this is going to be an interesting game because these two are actually friends. And when we had the group draw, they were sitting next to each other as well. These two always have had a lot of the time where they play each other, and they were a little bit worried about that, thinking, you know, now we've got to beat each other to get out of the group, they've got to try and do something a little bit more. And they were wondering, you know, and eventually they kind of come around to it and said, you know what? It says, if we can just get out of this group, we won't play each other to the grand final. So they've already kind of moved on, they've thought about it, they thought, you know what, if we can do this, it's going to be really good. Not only that, but because they're in Group A, they also have Enigma, who was not able to attend this event due to visa issues. Which means there's only 3 people in this group, and it means both players only have to beat one other player to ensure their friendship survives this tournament. Adam is currently with me. Adam, you were with me at the group draw as well. What do you think of these two players?
Well, they're both very talented, like we said before. There was like we said, with this group, because unfortunately Enigma couldn't be here. It's almost like they've got one game outside of this, so they have played each other a lot, so they know each other's strengths and weaknesses. There was a slight, a bit of noise when it happened and when the two players came out of the pot in the same group, but that's another bit of drama that we like to see in these PES regional finals. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. It certainly is, and I think for me it's kind of great that this is not so much a rivalry, but more of a friendship that's sort of a rivalry. I wonder how much that friendship will survive if they have to, how much this determines the group. You remember, it's already been one game.
We're just seeing a close-up of the two players there. Yeah. Is he trying to phase him with a bit of fighting talk there?
I think they're just discussing where they're going for lunch after this. You know.
No, it is. They are. Like you said, they have played each other a lot. They are good friends. It's almost they're seeing this as a bit of a free bat and trying to win the next game. So it'd be very interesting to see. Of course, the next game isn't an easy feat. Another good contestant from the Nordic region. So it's all to play for. He's just getting stripped off there, getting his PES League shirt on,
checking himself out with his guns,
looking at himself on the big screen. But again, this is another great thing about this competition. Is that they get to experience these things. They get to see themselves on the big screen inside the Nou Camp, and it's great to watch.
Well, I think this is the interesting thing we were talking about with this friendship is, yes, obviously, they are friends, but they're kind of basing that on the fact they both need to beat that extra player in their group, the third person. If they don't, how much will this game actually affect them getting out of the groups? Who actually makes it out? Like I said, 2 make it out, 1 of them won't. And you can see more friendship coming on there. They're very happy with this one. But at the same time, you still want to win this game. You don't want to be in that position where you're like, oh, I've actually lost the other game and it's not gone well.
Well, I think if they lose this game, like you said, it could be very dangerous for the next game because it's then a one game or bust, really. So a draw, might be enough. But again, it's all down to that second game between themselves and the man from the Nordic region. So obviously these two have experience. Matthias 4th in the PES 2009 European final. He also attended the 2015 UEFA Champions League Final as an MC for the PES League, which is another good thing to see him on the other side. Mike Linden, aka El Matador, is also a previous champion and a podium finish. He finished 3rd at the International PES event in Spain, in Madrid in 2012.
Yeah,
so
the last event in this country, and he managed to get a top 3 finish. So.
All right, well, El Matador versus Matthias. Who do we think's coming out on top?
Well, judging by their conversations last night, these guys play a lot. They know each other, they're good friends, and El Matador, Mike, tends to win almost entirely. Matthias said his chances of getting out of the group
is to win that second game,
playing against Alush.
But he also said, any game is different, so potentially he may get on the good end of it and he might get that one victory that he needs at the big stage. You never know. People can get phased at different times, different events. So.
All right, well, this game is underway, so I'm going to hand it over to our commentators to tell us what's going on.
Okay, so it's starting here with Barcelona in the, of course, home kit here on the left-hand side as Neymar in towards Neymar, finds Iniesta, right foot shot, lovely save again, and it's early pressure here on the left-hand side.
Back in play from the corner, looking to play it short.
We're just waiting to see who is playing on which side, and then of course we will be able to know who is in the ascendancy at the moment. On the left-hand side is Neymar. Chance to, good challenge though from Umtiti, finds Messi in the middle. Chance to pop it off to the left-hand side again. And back towards Jordi Alba. So we were talking before, Graham, about these two players playing so much. So can you see that early doors, whether they can... Oh, it's a lovely chance there, just headed up and out for a corner, I believe. Yeah, can you see these two knowing each other's ways of playing so far, or is it still a bit cagey?
Sure. I mean, just then the ball went out for a corner, and usually you drill that into the box, but clearly these guys know each other's corner routines, because we had kind of a weird play it short, play it out, and the ball actually ended up coming pretty much back to the centre circle from the corner, which doesn't usually
lovely
happen.
Ball over the top with Iniesta. Lionel Messi saved by the goalkeeper. Neymar, then Iniesta. It's off the crossbar. A stunning bit of football there from the away side, and the home team survived. 10 minutes gone.
Pass back out to Iniesta was incredible. I mean, I didn't even see the ball there, but that's the difference when you're a PES League player. You see the pass that nobody else does, and
we're still waiting for confirmation of who is on which team here. As far as I'm aware, we're hoping that the home team is the person who was sat on the left of the stage, but we're just waiting for confirmation on that, as 30 minutes gone here, still all level in this all-German affair.
Yeah, from the way I saw things, I'd assume Matthias is on the right, so that would make this be Michael Linden, but obviously we'll get confirmation on that.
Sure. City down the right-hand
Oh,
side finds Lionel Messi. There's a lot of space here. Chance for the Argentinian to break into the area. Chance to get away from the defender. Lovely footwork there. It's Lionel Messi. Pops it off. It's Luis Suarez. Finds Neymar.
Wonderful save. How did he even get his fingertips on that?
So Matthias is on the left, I believe. And it's Neymar. Finds Umtiti. Now Jordi Alba. Oh, it's an interception there from Iniesta. Chance at counter, but it's a sloppy pass there from Luis Suarez. 18 minutes gone, still 0-0.
Ooh, very dangerous play at the back there, holding onto the
Top
ball.
there, it's Luis Suarez. He's onside. He lobs the goalkeeper, and it's a whisker wide of the post. A lightning start here to this match, but we are still level. Chances apiece.
Dangerously at the back there. I mean, there was a second before where Jordi Alba lost the ball, managed to pick it up, but almost straight after PK, lingering on the ball for too long again, and almost got punished for it. So, okay, I'm assuming from what we were saying before that this is Matthias on the attack.
It's Lionel Messi, chance to get the shot away, stunning, absolutely world-class finish, clinical from the Argentinian maestro, and once again the Barcelona talisman comes up with the goods. 23 minutes gone, and it's a brilliant bit of football there. Neymar, chance to respond here. It's a poor pass though.
Rabona, a little bit of showboating, and took the spin off the ball. I mean, there was no power on that, no zip. Instantly gave possession away.
It's a sloppy pass there, and Lionel Messi's in again. It's Luis Suarez, back to Messi, into Neymar, 1-1. In the blink of an eye, simple as that.
1 second, I'm criticising Neymar for the Rabona pass. The next minute, boom, bottom corner, back of the net, all square, everything to play for.
Is a draw enough for these two players, knowing they only have one game remaining after this, as Jordi Alba plays it in. It's Luis Suarez, and it's 2-1. He's back in front. They were only level for as many minutes, and it's now Barcelona 1, Barcelona 2.
You didn't even get a chance to finish the sentence you were making about is a draw.
I know.
Clearly not. End-to-end football.
So we were talking before this regional finals began about whether it's going to start cagey, whether players are going to go out, there's going to be lots of goals. Well, in true PES 2017 style, we've got goals aplenty so far as Neymar finds Suarez. It's Iniesta, and that really should have been 2-2, Graham.
Absolutely beautiful one-touch football, cushioning the ball. You expected that to nestle inside of the net. Maybe just a touch too much power there, but it shows one half a chance, and that could be.
It shows. You've got my Sean Connery disease. Iniesta finds Sergio Busquets. Now finds Rakitic. Challenged by Iniesta. Good possession here from the away team. Chance to make it 3, but it's a good challenge though from Jordi Alba. 10 minutes remaining in the first half. Have we seen what we expected, Graham, from these two players? Do they seem to know each other's game?
Yes, very much so. but also you can see that they also know their own. Their attack is lethal. I mean, we've had one missed opportunity from him yesterday, but that was a half chance that went exceptionally well. So, okay, approaching the end of the first half now.
Okay, so of course we are looking at it, and Mike Linden is playing from right to left, and of course Matthias is from left to right.
Which is it's interesting. We were talking about in the build-up to this match. I'll just stop for a second.
It's another chance here, and it's into the back of the net again. And it's another clinical finish. We've only had 4 major chances, and we've had 4 goals. It's absolutely clinical.
And what we were talking in the build-up, that Matthias said Mike Linden was the favourite. Obviously, a previous world champion, European champion, world finalist, European champion. He's now 2 goals down against the underdog in this match. Just shows you what can happen in the PES League.
So this is, like you said, this is what we were talking about. All the talk before the game, and indeed yesterday, was that El Matador was, you know, he'd won so many games against his fellow German compatriot, but once again, the regional finals have popped up with an unsurprising result so far, but it's not over as Neymar plays it in. It's Iniesta, a chance to silence it. It's Luis Suarez, and what a first half we've had here. We've had 5 goals, and at the moment, Mike Linden is flying. And we're just going to, as you can see there, Matthias.
Look at his face. Look at the happiness on his face there.
A first half well done there, as he just takes a breath. He can't believe his own ability so far.
Straight back into the game now.
So as you can see, the players on the screen. So it's El Matador 1, and of course Ghoul 4. As we into the second half, Iniesta cleared away towards Jordi Alba. Now Sergio Busquets plays it in, looking for Lionel Messi. Just a heavy first touch, and it's out of play for a goal kick. 2 minutes into the second half. Are we going to see a comeback? Is it too much to do in this second half, Graham?
Not for Mike Linden. Not for Mike Linden. I mean, I'm not saying he's definitely going to bring it back, but if you want anyone with their ability to bring it back, it's El Matador.
So Sergio Busquets on the halfway line, plays it forward towards Luis Suarez and headed back towards the goalkeeper. And that's an easy bit of defending there.
Just going to take a little bit of time now to slow things down.
Is this a bit of gamesmanship here? 51 minutes gone, surely too early for gamesmanship, but he has got that 3-goal cushion.
You wonder what's going through El Matador's mind. Maybe Matthias's game plan all along was to
big up his fellow compatriot, and then when it comes to the actual regional finals, then he steps up. Maybe he's been practicing behind closed doors without letting on a few tactics, maybe using Barcelona as, you know, mean he was able to actually get a bit of a better, maybe they never played as Barcelona together, you know.
Maybe it's just a good old-fashioned hustle.
54 minutes gone here inside the new camp, and of course El Matador, the favourite between these two, is 4-1 down to his German friend. But at the moment he's a foe as Neymar nips in, chips the goalkeeper, and it's just unbelievable. You just can't write this. It's El Matador 1, Ghoul 5.
I mean, rolling back the years, this guy was on the scene. He owned the scene in Germany in 2009. Fast forward 8 years, PES League 2017 doesn't know what's hit at this point. El Matador must be reeling.
That's like what you were saying. He was. It's been a good sort of 6-7 years since he's really attended as a player, and he's really using PES 17 to his advantage here as the ball's played out towards the left-hand side. Neymar, lovely first-time chest, plays it forward towards Luis Suarez. Can't quite find Lionel Messi though, and half an hour remaining. We are destined for a landslide result here in this crucial game in Group B.
Look at the gamesmanship kicking into play now though. Every time Matthias gets the ball, he's still pushing forward, but a bit like City did in the last game. He's slowing it down.
Have you seen a change of tactics, Graham, in this second half from El Matador to try and get back into the match, or is it very much same of the same?
He clearly believes in his ability. Maybe we'll see something now. We're approaching.
Oh, it's a lovely ball from Lionel Messi. It's Iniesta. It's Luis Suarez. What were we saying? Just when we thought El Matador was really under the cosh, he's pulled a goal back. Is it too little, too late, or can El Matador find his way back to 5-5?
Finish though, then that was the finish then that we just saw. The way that he nodded the ball down to the path of, was it Suarez at the far post who managed to bury it? That's a PES League player there. Most people would have hit that first ball that had a good chance of scoring. A PES League player looks for the 100% chance and takes it every time. Lovely
one-touch pass there from Piqué. Now finds Busquets, but given away to his fellow Spanish compatriot. Now Neymar tries the shot from distance, headed away and forward towards Rakitic. Now Iniesta still searching for the third goal to really make things interesting in this match. But once again, Goul on the counter-attack finds Neymar. Back to Lionel Messi. Chance here. Good challenge though. Plays it through. It's Iniesta. He's onside. A stunning one-handed save from the goalkeeper, and he clears the danger, and that really would have made things interesting.
El Matador, I mean, he had numbers then, and things are changing for him. Look at it on the pitch now. He's getting bodies forward as an attack. He's managed to flood the box, get the goal in the last one. He was one pass away from getting another goal back there. So he's changing the way he's playing on the pitch. I mean, nothing tactically, just the way he's passing, the way he's moving. He's getting a lot more chances for it.
So it's got that sort of sinking feeling here for El Matador with only 13 minutes plus stoppage time remaining. Goul with a handsome 5-2 lead so far as it's played out towards Piqué on the right-hand side. Support forwards from Rakitic.
He's got a man running on the wing.
Lovely one-touch pass there from Iniesta. Now finds Lionel Messi. Back to Suarez, popping the ball off. Lovely one-touch football from Barcelona, and it's Luis Suarez just can't quite get on the end of the pass as Lionel Messi still is not giving this up. It's a late challenge, penalty. Real drama now, a chance to make it 5-3 with 10 minutes remaining. What a pressure penalty and a red card by the looks of things. Was that a red card?
Jordi Alba sent
a straight red card for Jordi Alba.
The interesting thing that you saw there, Suarez on that ball, it looked certain to be in the game, but because El Matador's had so much chasing to do in this match, Suarez had nothing in the tank. That's why the defence picked up the ball on the way through.
So they're just going through a few of their tactics now. A chance with this final 10 minutes to really make a difference. A couple of changes as defensive. Well, Jordi Alba was right winger at the moment, but obviously he was sent off, so they're looking for a replacement. He does need goals, remember.
That's Matthias. He's obviously just conceded that. He's switched out Jordi Alba.
He's looking pretty relaxed, isn't he, Matthias?
He's 3 goals ahead.
Yeah.
He's earned that relaxed
Potentially
face.
not, though, if this goes in. It could be squeaky bum time.
It's a lot to ask for to get 3 goals back, but Mike Linden has the quality to do that, especially if this is a gifted goal. He just needs to find 2. It has been done. We've seen it in Milan just last season. One of the goals of the tournament. 2 goals down, 89 minutes, and then brought it back to win.
And then won in extra time, didn't he? With a last gasp 119-minute winner before penalties were looming. As we're just taking this still breaking time. There's obviously so much at stake with 10 minutes remaining. They have to make sure that their tactics are completely correct. A few scratches of the head there, a few nerves.
I mean, you mentioned so much at stake. This
shake of the head there, shake of the head. He knows that defensively it's been pretty sloppy. Well, do you think it's sloppiness from the defending, or do you just think that going forwards his compatriot's just been too good as Lionel Messi steps up from 12 yards? It's into the back of the net. It's game on. It's 5-3, and we still have 10 minutes remaining.
It's that lethal front 3 of Messi, Suarez, and Neymar. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot more high-scoring games like this. You can't really blame it on the defenders when you've got that much attacking prowess. But that was a dangerous pass there.
So, will Goul just try and shut up shop, or will he go for a sick? The ball over the top, looking for Neymar, is overhit, and it's a good claim from the goalkeeper. Time ticking away. 8 minutes remaining here at the Nou Camp. Luis Suarez headed forward towards Erda Turan. Away from Piqué, another chance here. If he were to score now, it would make things incredibly interesting as we head into the final 5 minutes. Iniesta challenge, good challenge though from Piqué, and Lionel Messi leads the counter-attacking charge. sloppy again though. It's broken again though for PK, who surges forwards from centre back. PK on PK, plays it through to the middle. It's Lionel Messi to wrap the game up. It's another incredible block, and still there is a glimmer of a chance for that comeback from El Matador.
Enough in the tank, have his players use too much energy? Can they get forward? And that's where you see the stamina. A lot of these players are so comfortable at winning, having to chase a game with very little stamina means that you have to have a different dimension.
And that's definitely the problem we noticed last year. A lot of the players were going all out in the first bit and losing fatigue, but as Messi just can't quite get the shot away. 4 minutes of added on time, and surely the first shock of these regional Barcelona finals here as Mascherano ticks down the clock, back to the goalkeeper, and at the moment Gaul has an impressive 3 points under his belt and surely heading towards the knockout stages as the ball's played in. It's Luis Suarez. Is there time? Is there time? Grab the ball and restart quick.
Beautiful.
Just punted forwards. We are deep into the final minute of added on time. Surely there's not enough. It was too little too late. He allowed his compatriot to get 5 goals under his belt, and it was just too much to do towards the end. So we're just getting a few little clips there. He's happy with his day's work so far. 9 goals.
A 9-goal thriller.
A 9-goal thriller.
Against someone that was destined to destroy her. What more can you ask from the second game?
Wow, what a high-scoring game that really was. 5-4 that ends up. And Gaul won it. We said he wasn't the favourite going into this. El Matador, we thought, was actually going to be the winner coming out. But he took a beating early. And I wonder if it's maybe his nerves. Maybe he was a bit complacent going forward. I mean, it could be any number of things. He certainly looked like he could easily pull that back if we had an extra 20 minutes.
It was interesting to watch because at the start he just flew out of the blocks, and like you said, he wasn't the favourite, and yet he was, what was it, 5-1 at one point, or was it 4-1 before? I think it was 5. He just blew his fellow German compatriot away, and it was, like you said, just too little too late at the end.
It was the composure in the final third. Like, usually you'd see a chance and take it, whereas these guys go, that's a half chance. And the way they spin around, they play the ball back, they look to create an absolute gilt-edged chance before they take it. And that's what we saw time after time, very quick succession as well.
It looked like Gaul at one point was just trying to stop the bleeding. He's like, I know I'm far enough ahead, this should be my win, but I can't afford to do I don't want to play aggressive, I don't want to counter-attack, I just need you to just not score anymore.
Yeah. I mean, in the first game we saw City, he was able to shut up shop, got the possession going, but in this game he wasn't able to do that, and that's why it then became really, really nervous towards the end for him, because he almost blew a 3-goal lead.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw that, he got that kind of final goal in extra time, the overtime. And you sit there going, could he do it if he managed to get another chance or go forward here again? But that's when it kind of really comes down to it. He stalled out the game enough. He's far enough ahead. He went, you know what, as long as I don't do anything really silly and let him maybe get 2 goals in quick succession, I'm okay here. But let's talk a little bit about what we thought El Matador can do a bit better, because he's got another game in the group now, a very important game. What did he do wrong? How does he fix it?
I think the key thing we saw there was towards the end of the game. I mean, I mentioned it during the match. Luis Suarez was breaking through. El Matador played a ball through to the player, but he didn't have the legs to get him through. He'd used all his energy chasing the game, trying to get back. And it's that sort of player management, learning how to adapt how much power you put on a ball. Because if you've got a player that can't make it to the end of the pitch in the speed in the first few minutes of the game, you need to adjust the game accordingly. And I think it's just fine-tuning that stamina relative game as the game progresses. When your stamina depletes, you need to account for that.
And we've also seen that already, that first goal has been crucial. If you can get ahead and the other player then has to chase the game, then they wear themselves out, like Graham said, and then that final, when they are close to getting the comeback, that fatigue really sets in and they're not able to make that final burst to get the ball.
Well, again, this kind of goes on to what we were touching on earlier a little bit when we were saying, these players have got to play their own game. They've got to try not to let the nerves get to them. If you're going full throttle from the off and it's not something you usually do, later in the game you are going to suffer, especially if you don't have that stamina going forward. So I wonder if now these players, now they've played their first game, got that out of the way, going to go, you know what, I actually did do that wrong. I actually just, by the end of the game, I couldn't do anything. My players were super tired. So, I don't know. Well, we saw, obviously, Gaul, he won that game, so he's feeling pretty good in his group now.
3 points.
El Matador, maybe not so much.
Yeah, it's one of those, like we said, it was always going to be tricky, this group, because if you win your first game, you've got a very good chance of qualifying better than the other groups. If you don't win your first game, then it then becomes harder than the other groups because you've only got one to then, make up for it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, Speaking of that group, we're going to go to a very quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be seeing El Matador against Alouche. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League EU Season 1 regional final here at the Nou Camp in Barcelona. We are now deep into our first two groups. Group A and Group B are thoroughly underway, which leads us on to our next game. El Matador versus Alouche. Now, this game determines not only who gets out of group, but who gets into the prize money. To bring you the action for this one, I am not alone. Joining me, we have a little change up on the studio. It is going to be Ton is joining us. How are you, Ton?
Some would say a downgrade.
Well, I was going to say, where's Graham gone? Get him back, but you know, banter.
I was going to say it as well.
You know, I'm actually quite surprised you didn't cuss me out completely. You know, it's something you would do.
I am just a paragon of virtue. You know, I'm here just to add levity and just to help things along.
So, did you watch the last game? Did you think that? Do you think El Matador's going to come out and win this game?
I think going off the back of that loss, he really needs to come out firing here. He's going up against an unknown entity in Alouche. We sort of don't really know a great deal about him. He hasn't really attended many events. It's his first major, but impressive performances online. Yeah. It could be another trump card for him against El Matador. You know, it's going to be a tough game.
Interesting fact as well, he was the second highest goal scoring in the whole of the qualifying. So we're expecting goals again.
Well, I think this is the interesting point now. Obviously, we know Gaul has gone through. He's got 9 points. He's completely safe. This is a pressure game. This is full pressure on both teams. If you're El Matador, you've just come off a loss, but it was a close loss, so we know you've got that goal-scoring potential. If you're going against if you're Alouche, you've already lost to the guy that just beat the other guy, and I heard it wasn't actually that close. So he's probably quite nervous coming into this game. Both players coming off a loss.
Yeah, I mean, this actual group is, because that was the first one was the last group. This one is the group where there's only 3 people. So this is a bit of a shootout now for these two players, because Alouche knows this is his first in the group. He knows that if he wasn't able to win, he's then got to go and play against the one who's just won 5-4, who's already through. So is that going to be an easy game? Possibly.
No, they've already played.
Alouche hasn't played yet. This is
really? Well, according to my stats, he has.
Oh, well, possibly if you've got different stats.
Yeah, I do.
Going on. Okay, so he lost.
Yeah,
the first game,
he already beat him. He's been beaten by Gaul first game.
Okay. So this, like you said, then this is a straight shootout. Whoever can win is through. £2,000 at stake in order to qualify. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the lineups now and see how this is actually going down. And is there anything interesting we're seeing so far?
Well, they're both going with a 4-3-3 at the moment, by the looks of things, which seems to be the standard sort of Barcelona technique. But obviously, slight changes. Ton.
Yeah, it's just slight positional changes. It seems as if the left-hand side, not too sure which players, sort of spread it out a little bit in those front 3. But realistically, it's very similar stylistically between the two teams.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything kind of really too far out of the wheelhouse for either of these two teams. Similar teams, similar tactics.
Because it's a straight shootout, I suppose they're going to feel each other out early doors, and then obviously from then on they'll probably make tactical changes as the game goes on into the second half, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so. How are we feeling between these two so far then? Is there a gut feeling about who can take this one? Like I said, Alouche apparently, looking at his goal difference, not great.
So what was the first score in the first game between Alouche and Gaul?
I believe, if I've worked this out correctly.
Bit of maths here for you.
A little bit of maths. It does look like it was somewhere along the lines of 5-1.
Right, okay. So shipped a fair few goals. So that would mean that, of course...
5-2 maybe.
That would, of course, mean that Mike scored 10 goals in 2 games. Yep. So clearly flying at the moment, attacking-wise. Obviously, he's not playing. It's the other two now. My gut instinct would be El Matador, knowing his ability, knowing his previous. Obviously, Alouche is the unknown. I would feel I'd go with him. But again, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, Alouche has sort of got... I say he's got nothing to lose. He's out the tournament if he loses this game.
Lots to lose.
2,000.
But opposite of nothing to lose.
At the same time, he's coming into this unknown entity. The pressure shouldn't necessarily be there for him so much. Everyone will be looking towards...
I agree with that.
I know, but everyone's going to be looking towards El Matador. You know, this guy who's been here time and time again, coming up against a guy who's never been here. He's the guy that's expected to win. Alouche is coming into this, as I said, unknown entity. Got good performances online, but we are into the game, and we're going to actually find out who does win this.
All right, well, I'll dip out, and I'll let you two describe the action as it unfolds.
So, of course, El Matador is in the blue in terms of the little bar across the top, and, of course, Alouche is in red. It's an early start here into the danger area for El Matador. Good challenge, though, from Sergio Busquets. How are we feeling the start's going here, Ton?
Really strong from El Matador, putting a lot of pressure on straight away. Nearly getting himself in a position to score. We're not going to go down, and it's going to try and be a counter-attack from Alouche here. But As we can see, the experience from El Matador may just pay off for him. He is putting all this pressure on right from the start. Rakitic on the ball now, going to put that out one out wide. Is the ball going to come swinging in? Not quite. Messi does have a chance.
Messi finds Neymar. Suarez, another great challenge there, blocked away. I'm just having a look while Ton is talking you through the action. I'm just trying to have a look at the group stages to see if things were to be level here. The goal difference would suggest at the moment that Mike, aka El Matador,
Lucia's got a chance.
Got one goal in front and will be going through, but it's an early shot and into the back of the net, and it is Alouche who has the first goal. Drama.
Great goal there as well. Put that ball straight into the path of the player there. Straight in. It was very easily done as well. He just opened them up very, very quickly. We've seen El Matador's had the pressure, not really being able to do anything with it. Alouche gets a hold of the ball first time round, puts it in.
Simple tapping. So, like I just said, we have looked at the groups. We now know that if this game is a draw, Ton, it is going to be El Matador who is going to go through on goal difference, just the +1 ahead, of course, of Alouche. So Alouche needs to win this game, otherwise he is out of the competition. And he's had the perfect start, Tom.
Really, really good start. As I said, the pressure had come in from El Matador straight from the off, and Alouche there to answer his critics straight away, showing that he is somebody to be reckoned with here this weekend. So and just playing it quietly so far. It's nothing too special from him so far, but push down the left-hand side, going to be a throw.
So it's a throw to be taken by Jordi Alba on the near touchline. He throws it towards Neymar. Good first touch from the Brazilian. Tries to get away from Rakitic, but snapping at his heels, and it is a free kick to be taken for... no, it's going to be a throw for El Matador. On this near touchline, finds Piqué out towards Umtiti in the penalty box, finds Jordi Alba looking to break his way back into the match to make it 1-1. It's a good pass down the line.
Dangerous.
Good challenge there from Mascherano. So after the first goal, how do you feel Alouche has responded to that goal? Is he going to go for the second, or has he been quite cagey so far?
I think it looks like he's searching for a second. I mean, I don't think either of these two players are necessarily playing any different than they were, but the attack is on for El Matador here.
It's a lovely touch there from the Argentinian Lionel Messi.
Great defending.
Brilliant defending there from Jordi Alba. Forward towards Neymar. One back by Piqué, though. Giving straight back is really, really end-to-end stuff, and there's a lot of mistakes so far. As you can tell, the tension inside the Nou Camp due to the $2,000 that's at stake just for this, getting through this stage now.
It's all right, that really, isn't it? Just turn up, rock up,
yeah,
win a game of
20
PES.
minutes, 20 minutes of so-called work, and it's in towards... Good challenge, though, from Umtiti, and cleared away towards Luis Suarez. One back by Sergio Busquets, but now Lionel Messi plays it over the top looking for Neymar. Good challenge though, and back towards the goalkeeper. So it's really, this has been the cages game so far, Tom. We've seen 2 goals aplenty in terms of 2 games. This one is just a 1-0 after 23 minutes.
I mean, it's nice though to have a competitive game. You know, players are actually having to figure each other out. It's not so much just every chance is a goal. It's, you know, the chances aren't coming very, very quickly, but here this might be another one for Alouche. Yeah,
there's another chance here for Neymar, headed goalwards by Luis Suarez, but that's food and drink for a goalkeeper of that standard. And after 26 minutes, another potential shot on the cards as El Matador finds himself behind for the second time in as many matches.
Not good so far for the veteran.
Jordi Alba finds Neymar. One back by Vidal, but it's broken again for Jordi Alba. Plays it out towards Neymar. Big chance here in towards Luis Suarez. Great defending and goalkeeping in the end to stifle away the ball from Luis Suarez. Now Neymar, half an hour gone in this first half here at the Camp Nou.
It's maybe an attack for El Matador now, building this one slowly, and it seems as though the pressure is going to be coming in. Rakitic on the right-hand side. Can this be a goal?
Lovely turn there from Rakitic. In towards Lionel Messi, another chance here, plays it, pops it off first time, Neymar, a wonderful save, it's sensational save from the goalkeeper to keep it to the 1-0 scoreline.
It's going to be whipped in from the corner, just putting that one short. And as we can see, the pressure is always from El Matador. He seems to be the guy that always seems to be...
He is pressing for it, but again, that's why he struggled with the fatigue in the first match, because he went all out, wasn't able to get in front, and was chasing the game, and it looks like it might happen again unless he can get that equalising goal. Lovely touch from the Uruguayan. Luis Suarez blocked by Piqué right on the edge of the 6-yard box, and 36 minutes gone, and it's still that one crucial goal from Alouche, which at the moment is seeing him into the knockout stages and $2,000 minimum as Piqué misses the header, and it's found Luis Suarez, plays it back towards Neymar. Oh, it's a big chance here for Rakitic at the back post and smuggled away. They just can't quite get on the end of the cross. Ton, this is starting to build, you feel, at the end of the first half.
This is the thing. Alouche takes that early lead, and suddenly it's all... El Matador has got it all to do. And this is it. He can sit back, and then he can counter, just like we've seen there. Nelly had a very, very good chance to take a second goal. It is going to remain 1-0, and we're approaching the halfway mark, but Alouche will be more than happy with this.
So the fourth official has entered the technical area. We are waiting to see how many minutes will be added on at the end of the first half as the ball's cleared up towards the halfway line. Still, Alouche, like Ton said, leading by that 1-0, scored in the 5th minute. And at the moment, there's nothing El Matador can do to respond because, of course, he scored 4 in the last game, but unable to get on the score sheet so far. Chance here, though. Luis Suarez right at the end of the first half. Crunching challenge coming in, and that exhale of breath there from Alouche, who's just come onto the screen, as you can see. A good first half, Ton, from Alouche.
Very, very good. It could make it even better if he scores from this corner.
Another newcomer, of course, Alouche this year, and we are seeing a fairly solid performance so far after shipping 5 goals in the first game. He's not conceded one yet, and that is the end of the first half. Ton, talk us through the first half. How do you feel that went? Can El Matador respond?
I mean, we've seen him have the possession. He's had a lot of control in the game, but he hasn't been able to do anything with it. We need to see him start converting these chances, converting that possession into goals. So far, he hasn't been able to do it. Alouche has probably looked more dangerous with the chances he's had, but I think that's more to do with the fact that he's had that first goal. So they're inviting that pressure to come in, then pushing out themselves. Alouche can maybe even get a couple more goals here with the way it's going.
We've seen in practice as well, of course, that one of the brilliance of Barcelona is that front three. You're talking of some of the best players in the world: Neymar, Messi, Suarez. On the counter attack in this second half, Alouche has surely got to be looking to make it 2 on the counter, and then obviously go on to win it.
Well, he's going on the attack straight away in the beginning of the first half, though.
So that will be very, very interesting to watch how he approaches the second half, Alouche, with that 1 goal. Will he counter-attack, like we said, or as Ton just described, will he go out all guns blazing at the start of the second half? 2 minutes into the second half, Luis Suarez finds Iniesta. Back towards Jordi Alba. Now plays it through towards Luis Suarez. Good challenge though from Piqué. And El Matador needs to get his foot on the ball. He's giving the ball away in dangerous positions here. Maybe the pressure even for a veteran who you think would be ice cool at this stage in a competition. He's really struggling to come to terms with this newcomer Alouche.
Alouche causing him all sorts of problems. He's just sitting back, but he's keeping the pressure on. This is what we've seen from El Matador in the last half.
It's a lovely pass there through towards Messi. It's Luis Suarez. A stunning save. The flag is raised. It would not have counted, but again, that second goal is looming for Alouche, Ton.
He's looking the more likely of the two so far. As we do continue this one on, though, El Matador is going to have to do something pretty quickly. There's still plenty of time left, but it hasn't looked likely from him. He doesn't look like he's going to score.
When's the moment? When's the stick or twist moment in this match, Ton? What time are we looking for those changes, do you think?
I think within the next 10 to 15 minutes in game time, we need to see it happening, but there's on Bryce's head.
Just popped to Brycey there. Just popped up with Brycey, who was unaware. So we wanted a wave, that's why we went to him, but he did not produce the wave we were looking for. So we're back to the real action of the day, which is, of course, El Matador versus Alouche. And it is still that one elusive goal as Iniesta picks it up, plays it over the top, looking for Neymar.
Dangerous.
Chance to make it 2. Good challenge again. Piqué has been resolute at the back for El Matador, other than that one early quick-fire goal from Alouche. But still, the danger is on. 1 goal is always game on in this wonderful world of PES, Ton.
Yeah, it was nearly a good ball through by Neymar there, but it's going to actually allow El Matador to counter-attack. Yeah, he's got a couple of men over. Messi down this left-hand side. And that's a great ball.
It's a lovely ball in towards Rakitic. Good defending again. He's been one of the surprises of this game, from my point of view, Ton, is how good defending. That's not even English.
How good defending?
How great his defending has been, considering he shipped 5 goals in the first game.
Well, he's obviously changed something in his game to take a lead against such an established player like El Matador, but El Matador does have that pressure, does have that possession, but this could be a break on if Messi gets a little bit good defending.
Strength there, just able to hold off the talisman Lionel Messi as Rakitic picks the ball up looking for Messi. The way things are going, you feel a second Alouche goal could kill the tie-off, because there's not been much going forward so far for El Matador. Could that be the commentator's curse as the ball's played through towards Luis Suarez into the area? He just dwelt on it a bit too long, but he's played it across to Lionel Messi, and it's 1-1. And just when we were saying it might be just too little too late, it's game on and 1-1.
That's your fault for saying it.
I did say, could it be the curse of the commentator? I was just jinxing things to try and get another goal, Ton.
Alouche will be devastated by that. He's looked in control of this game. El Matador's had more possession, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to score. Goes forward, gets a great goal.
So are we going to see a flip reverse now, Ton? Is this going to be the moment that El Matador now makes it 2, or are we going to see an Allouche
This is dangerous.
goal?
This is very dangerous. Allouche could put this one to
Stunning.
bed. Is he going to?
Stunning.
Absolutely sensational. Allouche makes it 2-1.
Just what can you say? This game just always amazes me. Just when you think you know what's going to happen, you can write the script, it gets rewritten again, and once again, Allouche is back in front. It's almost like he was toying with El Matador there.
It's like he doesn't want more than one goal cushion. It's okay. We just want to be on the tense side of things all the way through, but Allouche taking the lead once again.
So maybe looking at this, maybe Allouche needs to go for that third as opposed to holding back, because remember, a draw favours El Matador. So if he were to equalise on goal difference, it would see El Matador through. Remember, Allouche must win this game, otherwise he's out of the competition. Iniesta, 76 minutes remaining. Not 76 minutes remaining, of course, 76 minutes.
Maths is hard.
Some good maths there from me. Luis Suarez, one back by Piqué, and it's easy for the goalkeeper to spray the ball forwards up towards the halfway line.
El Matador not able to do anything with that, and this is going to be a dangerous attack from Allouche. That's a great ball through to Neymar. Can he score anything from this one? It's just about eluded everybody.
Across the face, it evades everyone in the 6-yard box, and once again survives there El Matador. Can he now go on the counter and snatch that crucial equalising goal? 9 minutes remaining. We've still yet to see any tactical changes. They seem to have their stall set out from day one, and they are going for it without changing as it's played over the top, and that's easy for the goalkeeper. Ton, can he see this through, Allouche, or is there going to be some last gasp drama here to see El Matador through with a draw?
Well, we've seen Allouche was well in control of the game, and suddenly El Matador broke through and scored, but Allouche looks like he scores when he wants at this moment in time. That's a necessary foul, I feel, because there was a lot of pressure.
Cynical challenge there. We've seen that time and time again, just when you think they're through on goal, just a slight clip of the heels sends him to the turf, and it is, of course, a yellow card and a chance here from the free kick. We've not really seen much of El Matador's free kick ability so far in this competition, so this will be the first we've seen. Can he produce some magic to send him through to the knockout stages?
I mean, we can see Allouche going a lot more defensive here.
Shades of David Beckham against Greece all those years ago at Wembley, maybe.
I remember that. Sensational day.
Good days, good times. Of course, if you are an English fan, you're not.
Yeah, so
if you're a Greece fan, then I do apologise. We're all friends at heart.
Yes. You can see Allouche on the screen, but what we've seen in his formation, he seems to be changing it up a little bit. I think he's left, I think it was either Messi or Suarez up top.
I'm just surprised it's taken them so long to make any changes with 5 minutes remaining.
It's a crucial game as well, you know, it's...
Everything's at stake, $2,000, a chance to go through to the latter stages for more money, a chance to qualify for Cardiff, where the biggest prize of the day is, of course, $200,000, which is life-changing, and they've only got 5 minutes to make that change. Well, so much tension.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's the biggest game of the day we have seen so far. I said even just $2,000 on the line, that's great, but it's to lead on into the other competition.
Well, that's the thing.
It's what we can benefit from.
We were speaking to a lot of players, and as much as that was an amazing incentive, it was also the chance to go through, and we've got the leveller. Just 3 minutes on the clock, and surely El Matador might have snatched this and going through on goal difference here.
Allouche has just changed his formation to something a lot more defensive as well, so it's going to be hard for him to get a goal back with only 3 minutes remaining of normal time.
We were just saying, should he stick or twist? He looked to have stuck, and that might be one of the costliest decisions of these regionals so far. 1 minute plus stoppage time remaining, and now it's El Matador who is doing all the possession, all of the spoiling, and we've just got 2 minutes of injury time. Ton, is time ticking out, or is there one last chance?
That's that old head of El Matador. There's that veteran head. He knows how to play these games.
So experienced, isn't he?
And Allouche just being caught out there. Maybe he could have tried something different. Maybe just sat back a little bit too much. It's shades of Alan Pardew at Newcastle. We won't talk about that though.
I'm glad you said that, because I would have repeated those phrases. And that is absolutely heartbreaking for Allouche. He led for 87 minutes, and right at the death, we had an equalising goal. And again, like you said, Tan, it was just sheer experience at the death which nailed on that win.
Yeah, El Matador taking the draw and obviously advancing through, so really good work by him. But a great game between these two. You know, it was tense. It wasn't one of those ones where we've seen a fantastic amount of goals, but it's nice to see both these teams actually having to try to build, to try and do something with it. Heartbreaking for Allouche, though, you know, coming into this as a guy.
Just looking at the two guys there, he, you know, El Matador went across, shook his hand, again, lovely to see, but you could see the disappointment in Allouche's face. Yeah, breathtaking.
Well,
Unbelievable. It looks like that group is going to be decided by goal difference. Now, I will get that double confirmed, but the way we read the stats means that it should be El Matador going through with goal in that group. And again, you know, it come down to a very, very little. The goal difference, it does matter. Every single goal you end up taking here, which actually, when you think back to the game when it was El Matador versus Gaul, actually very important. He started to come back into the game. The fact that he managed to come back into that game and end it with a 5-4.
Yep.
But, all right, let's talk a little bit about that game we just saw then. Now, Alouche, he must have been fairly confident most of the way through. Didn't have a massive lead, but he was sitting there going, yep, I'm okay, especially when it tied up and he scored again.
Well, that's the thing we were talking about during the in-match commentary. You know, we felt that it was going to be decided on small decisions. That small decision came right at the death. He decided to stick when we were saying maybe if he went for the win and scored more goals, he could have sort of, you know, killed the game off.
I mean, it's strange because of the position that he's in. He knows that he has to win this game, only with a 1-goal lead throughout the whole game. He needs to push on and try and get more goals. I mean, it seemed as if every time he wanted to get a goal, he would get it. He got one straight at the way.
You felt if he went on another 5 minutes, he'd go and score again. But I mean, it's just too little, too late.
He should have really pushed on a little bit more with only that small cushion, knowing that a draw knocks you out.
Maybe that's that experience that he just didn't have. It was his first finals, and of course, El Matador, his player who's playing against, has been here. He's done that. He knew possibly he had more competitive regional know-how, possibly. Whereas obviously Alouche, being the newcomer he was, maybe didn't go for that killer goal.
Yeah, I mean, if you're El Matador, though, you got away with that by the tiniest of margins.
Yeah, well,
you're sitting there going, I basically just limped into the group.
He's limped through on 1 point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was squeaky at best. But again, you know, he's just happy to go through it. You don't remember the group stages once you're through and you're in, and you've got as much chance as anyone when you get there.
Although, interesting fact, didn't win a game in his group, still goes through.
Yeah.
Didn't win a game.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, that's due to the other guy not showing up. So technically, obviously, does get the win on the ball.
He had a free win.
Yeah. It doesn't mean it's a win. I know what you mean.
He will take it as a win, though, for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, he's got 2,000 in his pocket now.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't care what we're saying about a win or not.
But how did this kind of set up the rest of the tournament for him now? You know, you've come out of groups barely. You know, you've already suffered 1 loss going through. You've scraped a draw in the last minute.
Doubts.
Is he really looking like a prospect to make a deep run?
Well, the thing for me watching it, people possibly may underestimate him now.
Yeah.
But on the same terms, he could really, confidence-wise, he could have taken a hit. So it'd be interesting to see whether he can clear his mind and go for it again, and whether other players sort of play differently against him now. They know he's not actually been as good as perhaps they were expecting.
Well, it also comes to the question, we spoke earlier about El Matador and Gaul, and we said we thought El Matador was the better player out of the two. It doesn't look like that way, you know. Gaul took down both of those two players now.
Scoring freely as well.
Looks like he might actually be a bigger prospect going into this bracket now than we thought he was going to be. 3-0 in the groups, 9 points to his name. People have certainly got to now look on him even in a new light, just saying, you know what, we knew he was good. We didn't know he was coming here this good.
Well, again, like in 2009, I believe he was, you know, one of the best players. He's taken quite a long time off, you know, and perhaps he's come back this year fresh with a new perspective. And of course, the new game, game changes every year, and he may have found a little niche in the game which has enabled him to come back and possibly now push with a new perspective. And of course,
I mean, you can maybe etch it down to not having the strong competition that you thought he might have had. Could it be down to Grill playing very well? Could it be down to El Matador having an off day? It's hard to judge until we do actually get to the knockout stages, but I'm sure we'll see him go.
But again, you know, he's put himself in a great position because he's now going to play a second-place team.
Yep.
So at least he's in that position now. We're going, maybe he's not as good as we think he is. Maybe it is the group, but still he's given himself the best possible chance to get a step further into the bracket. El Matador, however, hasn't come in firing all cylinders. He's now going to have to play whoever tops that group.
Yep.
He's going to be sitting there going, I wasn't able to get a win in my group, let alone against the top from a different group. He's certainly not going to be confident going in.
Of course, the knockout stages are now two-legged as well. They don't actually play. They could potentially play each other again, so he might be able to get revenge. But of course, he won't play him until the final if they were to reach that. And they do stay separate. So, like I said, the two legs will be very interesting to see if they're even more cagey than what we've seen in that last game, for example, because they know they've got that get out of jail in the second game. It's just a fascinating watch. It's going to be.
It certainly will be. All right. Well, Groups A and B are done. We'll update with Group B when we come back after the break. But we're going to move into Group C and D right after this. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League EU Season 1 Regional Final here at the Nou Camp in Barcelona. We've already had Group A and B, and our first 4 players have entered the bracket. City, the sky's the limit, El Matador and Gaul all going through and earning themselves $2,000 to go forward. However, we now move into the other groups. It is going to be Group C and Group D, including our first game. But I'm not alone to bring you all the action from this one. Again, joined by Adam and Tun. All right, let's get straight into this one. Jose versus Ruben.
Yeah, so we've got 2 Spanish players again. So another local derby, you could say. We had obviously the 2 German players in the earlier groups. Again, it'd be interesting to see whether they can really live up to the stadium, you know, the experience, because obviously they know each other's game inside out. It's just who deals with the pressure more.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, before we get too far into talking about the breakdown of these 2 players, let's take a little opportunity to meet our group, Group C.
There are many good players here. I stick to my game plan and tactics, and I look forward to go to Final Four.
Bueno, yo creo que he hecho todo lo que he podido para venir al 100% preparado a este torneo, pero yo siempre digo que el factor suerte es muy importante y allí se verá quién será el que se lleve el título.
Donc mes adversaires ont peur, ont même très peur de moi parce que je suis champion d'Europe, enfin de rest of Europe, c'est 5 pays, je crois, ou 6 pays mélangés. Et voilà, ils ont peur, donc du coup c'est moi le meilleur, c'est Kiliaz ou Zokakri, c'est le meilleur.
Lo mejor que tengo es que nunca me rindo y hasta el minuto 93 hay partido y hay que pelearlo cada segundo.
All right, well, there was the group. A lot of big names, including one I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce.
Kiliazus Lakaskri.
Ah, see?
Did you just
It's almost like he had it.
You know, just cash.
It's almost like he had it written out phonetically on the scorecards.
Yeah, it's like they gave it to me and told me how to say it.
Yeah. King of Pro, and obviously Jose and Ruben. All right, how are we feeling, first of all, about this group and how we think it's going to go down?
It's a group of death, Tom.
It is. I think, you know, these 2 players that we're going to see now are sort of a little bit of an unknown entity again. Yeah. I mean, I do believe it's Ruben's first major as well, so that's a big thing for him. So this game's going to be a real indicator of how the rest of the group's going to go, I feel, or who's going to be in and around that second place, because I think we all sort of are leaning towards one player to finish first.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, obviously, like you said, Ruben, first major tournament. Jose, he's joint least goals conceded in the season, so very tight defence. The other 2 players, one from Greece, one from France, both very, very good PES nations. You know, they've had a lot of players who have been very successful in previous PESs. You know, maybe another year when they could be right at the top again. Obviously, the man
Go on.
I've said it once already, and I've just, I've already, we'll leave that. Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether they can actually live up to their country's reputation.
All right. Well, interesting. Let's quickly break down this first game then. Jose, Ruben, what are your gut feelings? Who's winning this one?
It's hard to say, isn't it? Because, I mean, the thing is they'll know each other.
Yeah.
With both being Spanish. It is, as I said, a bit of a local derby here in Spain, of course.
Yep. And again, going back to the first game between the 2 German players, we had our idea of who we thought was going to win that game, and we were completely wrong. So it's such an unpredictable game at times. It's very, very. We'll know more as the game starts, and there's a clear sort of pattern to the game. But just very excited to get things underway, really. Yeah,
I think especially, as I said, now that they kind of know into it, they've seen other players lose, and I'm sure there's emotions backstage. The players are now out of this tournament, and you've probably seen some of those players. If you're stepping up to the stage, you've seen those players come backstage devastated. And go forward. You see the victory like, oh, this is going to be me in a second. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to kind of come back after this and say, you know what, I wasn't able to make it out of the groups, wasn't able to make it into the prize money either. You know, there's so much kind of now riding in there, especially with the atmosphere as charged emotionally as it will be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've only got to see in terms of the emotion you were talking about. These 2 players we're seeing on our screens. They're both looking very, very tense because obviously this first game, as we've seen in previous groups, is so crucial to get off to a good start and give yourself that platform to go on. Tun, what do you feel about this going forwards?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what it's going to be like because I'm actually
getting into it. Time for me to dip out. Let's get this game underway. Jose versus Ruben. Guys, please take it away.
So we are just 2 minutes on the clock here. Again, Barcelona versus Barcelona, very popular team so far in PES 2017, and it's just hit the side netting. It was almost a lightning start there for Ruben, the unknown from Spain. As the ball's played up towards the halfway line, do you feel that was a chance that he needed to take there, Ton, or do you feel it's still too early to?
It seems as if he's able to carve them out quite well, because we're getting that chance already in the first 5 minutes. I'd imagine there's going to be more. I mean, especially considering, like we said, Jose's got the joint least goals conceded in the season so far, and he almost conceded straight away as the ball's played out towards Iniesta on this left-hand side, chip through towards Messi. It is all Ruben doing all the pressing so far, Tom. He was going to go for the long shot there with Rakitic as well. Well capable of it, but Ter Stegen going to clean that one up very easily, and let's see if Jose can build from the back.
So just coming up to the first 10 minutes, it has been Ruben who's had most of the early pressure, but as we saw in the game between El Matador earlier, he had a lot of early possession and did find himself behind for large periods in the game. As Piqué clears the danger up towards Lionel Messi, now finds Mascherano up on the halfway line. Needs the support though, and good early possession here from Jose, just trying to kill that early pressure that was building from Ruben. Out towards Lionel Messi, first real chance here for Jose, in towards the area, crossed in towards Luis Suarez, the goalkeeper came and missed, but it's been knocked out for a corner.
Corner is going to come in, some pressure from Jose here. Ball's in, Ter Stegen going to be all over that though. There's going to be a chance to follow this one up. The cross will once again come in. Is it going to be Messi to put this one in? Yes, it is.
Turn from Lionel Messi. Good clearance though from Piqué, and now Busquets finds Luis Suarez. Chance to counter here for Ruben. Did score quite a few counter-attacking goals in the season to qualify for these regionals in Barcelona, but again he's got to get past that solid Jose defence.
Yeah, Jose's defended that very, very well there. Just completely shut down that counter-attack, just flooding in the middle, and it's going to be very hard for him to push out, but keeping the possession well here is Ruben. Going to be dispossessed, but that's a great ball through to Suarez.
Luis Suarez crossed, blocked, and up towards Busquets. We're still lacking that killer instinct from these two players so far. We were wondering whether it was going to start cagey in this group, and it has that. It has started just that, because these two players have, of course, played each other numerous times. They know each other's game inside and out, and we are seeing this at the moment. They're closing the door whenever it opens, but it's a chance here. It's Iniesta. The commentator's curse was almost there again, but he's blazed it over the top ton. Top ton, that's a tongue twister. Was that a chance he needed to take, Tom?
Oh, absolutely. You got to say a one-on-one in that position. He should be putting that one away. Of course, he would have probably preferred it to be one at MSN, who could have a chance now.
Luis Suarez has gone down there. Shouts of the penalty from the home side, but the referee waves away the appeals, and it's cleared up towards the halfway line. Iniesta plays it back towards Lionel Messi. Twists, turns, finds Luis Suarez.
Beautiful.
It's 1-0. Ton, that is world class from Luis Suarez.
Great finish there. Quick on the turn. It makes it 1-0 to Ruben.
So the unknown.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
You feel it is. He's had a lot of the early possession and pressure, and the first major finals here for Ruben, and he's not looking one bit shy as the ball's poked through, but it's overhit, and Neymar's not going to get on the end of that.
I don't really know what Jose needs to change here. He's not really getting many chances. I think we've seen maybe one. This could be another one.
This could be the commentator's curse on the other side as Lionel Messi twists and turns, plays it through to Mascherano. Barcelona seem to be very reliant on Lionel Messi from Jose's point of view at the moment. He's using a lot of the right wing, and he needs to possibly switch, because that is another key thing here. If they can find that switch early, Neymar's going to be in a lot of space on this left-hand side.
This could be a chance here for Ruben
once again.
That's
another stunning pass from Luis Suarez, and Lionel Messi on his right foot. You'd back him to score. You'd put your house on him scoring that, and it's wide of the post.
Skimming the post nearly there as well. And Jose is playing a very dangerous game. 1-0 down, and it's looking as if Ruben is trying to make the most of his chances.
So 10 minutes remaining here in the first half at the Camp Nou. Barcelona 1, Barcelona 0. Obviously, a lot of players choosing to use Barcelona due to their lightning front three, but also they're not too shabby at the back as well, as Piqué comes across and shows that with a good timed interception. And now Suarez plays it over the top towards Lionel Messi. A second goal here could be killer, but it's out of play for a throw to Jose. Now, of course, we talked about Jose's defensive abilities, Ton. Do you think he's got what it takes going forwards, though, to get back into the match?
Well, the way that it's going so far, you can have all the defensive capabilities in the world, but it's been Ruben's possession game that's really caused him so many problems. He's kept hold of the ball quite a lot, and This counter-attack's going to really test it as
that's
well.
That's a late challenge there on Lionel Messi, and surely the referee's going to go to his pocket. Is this the first caution of the match? It is for Sergio Busquets. It's a yellow card. We thought it could have been worse. Some of the away fans wanted to see the red card, but it is just a caution as we tick into the final 4 minutes of the first half here at the Camp Nou.
This could be a chance for Jose, trying to push out. And every single time, it just seems as if Ruben is winning those challenges in the middle of the pitch, and it's causing so many problems. But they've got a couple of men over here. Mascherano, probably not the guy you want in this position, but
not known for his goal scoring. Mascherano, of course, he's a diminutive player in the midfield. He can sort of break play up, very much like the Claude Makelele of old. But of course, going forwards, similar to Claude Makelele, not known for his goal scoring.
Absolutely not at the halfway mark. It is going to be Ruben's game to lose.
So, of course, we have seen that first goal from Ruben right at the start. Only 45% possession in the first half for Ruben, but he has that killer, crucial goal. Ton, how do you see second half sort of running through?
I think, you know, if Ruben just keeps playing the same way he's been playing, he's going to win the game. Okay, right, we see that he hasn't necessarily had as much possession, but for me, I think most of the possession has been in Jose's hands because he's been on the defence so much, and he's not having the possession in the right places. Saying that, though,
first chance here, and I thought the offside flag was going to be raised, but the referee played on, and that was a big chance there for Jose. He didn't make the most of it, and it's a chance to counter for Ruben. Kicking now from right to left in the home strip of Barcelona, and of course Jose is in the away strip. No. Oh, that's a late challenge again on Messi. He's been really under pressure from a lot of defenders' challenges, and that was another pretty aggressive challenge on him. There is, he's played in towards Luis Suarez, couldn't get the head on, back in from Rakitic, pinball inside the penalty area, but a chance to counter here for Jose. Can he do it, Ton?
Yeah, they've got 5v4 here by the looks of things just momentarily, but Messi's going to try and push this one out, trying to speed it up. Iniesta, that's a little bit of a lackluster ball, but it's going to be a chance still for Jose to try and get a goal back.
Good block again. We were talking about Jose being so solid at the back, not of course the musical So Solid crew that we all used to listen to when we were younger.
Did we?
I didn't, of course. But yeah, we were saying he was really solid before defending, but it's actually been Ruben who's looked pretty, well, he's unbreachable at the moment.
Well, ball pushed in. This is going to be a
lovely
chance
touch off, and that was almost goal of the tournament so far. The outside of the left boot layoff from Lionel Messi, and Luis Suarez with a first-time volley towards the top right-hand corner, and it is just a whisker wide of the far post.
Still a chance for another goal here for Ruben. Jose going to try and push this one out, though.
So this first game is really going to be crucial in this group of death. We know that the French player and the Greek player are both brilliant in their qualifying for the tournament so far. So they're going to be really up against it if they're not able to come out of this with at least a point, as Mascherano cuts back, plays it in, looking for Luis Suarez, can't get a head on it. Rakitic, Lionel Messi with an audacious flick towards goal, but it's straight at the goalkeeper. Just what Jose needed, though, a chance to boost his confidence, Tom.
Yep, he's getting more chances this time round in the second half than we have seen him in the first. So let's see if Ruben can counteract that himself. He's already got the lead. Can he extend it?
So Iniesta finds Rakitic. Now out towards Lionel Messi on this left-hand side. In towards Luis Suarez. Lovely touch there. It was well read there from Mascherano. A few nerves there as another misplaced pass, and a bit of long ball football now from Ruben as he looks to try and see this game out. But again, we saw in the last game with Alouche, he had that one goal, then, you know, a sloppy bit of play, and it was 1-1. He then went 2-1 in front and again tried to hold on, and it just seems to be not possible so far in this tournament. Is the same thing going to happen again? Are we going to get an equalising goal?
We've seen some good defending already so far this weekend, and let's see if Jose can answer back here. Let's see changes coming in.
So usually, obviously, Luis Suarez would play down the centre, but he's gone with Suarez on the right-hand side because he is leading, so possibly looking for a more aggressive bit of defending from that right flank, which, of course, Lionel Messi isn't known for, so that might be a very good tactical tweak there from Ruben, who leads and trying to shut up shop. As we have just under 25 minutes remaining here at the Nou Camp. Lionel Messi pokes it off towards Vidal. Poked it back in towards Ruben. Good interception and forward towards Lionel Messi. Chance to counter here, and it's out towards Neymar. Chance for 2-0 here. He's got numbers in the box. They're flooding forwards. It's Neymar. It's wonderful skill from the Brazilian, and Lionel Messi and Luis Suarez got in each other's way, and they weren't able to poke home, and it would have killed off the game here.
It was very well played by Ruben. That could have been it. But Jose's got another get out of jail card here. He's going to push forward. He's got to hold the ball as well.
Lovely touch off there towards Messi. But Messi's been well shackled so far in this second half. Is there a moment of brilliance which pulls them level? In towards Suarez, but cleared away. And up towards Lionel Messi again. So dangerous on the counter-attack here. A chance for 2-0. It's a challenge. It's a late challenge, and it could be another caution here, this time for Rakitic.
Looked good to me. The foul does come in. More changes coming in as well.
So we were saying they were taking too long to make the changes in the last game, waiting till the 85th minute. There's been a few changes earlier in this match, but they've not been able to change the game so far, especially from Jose's point of view, trying to sneak his way back into the match to make it 1-1, but so far it has been Ruben who has the game in his pocket so far, Tom.
Absolutely, he's looked the stronger competitor. Jose, apart from a couple of odd chances here and there, hasn't really looked too special, so Ruben will be happy about this so far.
So we're just getting a few shots from behind, and a few more tactical tweaks here. An exhale, a breath of rub of the face there. Real pressure here in these late stages. 15 minutes remaining here at the Nou Camp. Still, Ruben has that 1-0 lead as it's launched towards the edge of the penalty area and cleared away. Suarez on Suarez, and it is Suarez who wins the ball.
Funny that.
I had a good 100% ratio of getting that right.
It's almost like you pre-planned it.
I know. And it's an interesting clearance. He could have allowed that to run through and waste a bit more time, but he's cleared it forwards. And now it's up towards Neymar, still searching for that last-minute equalising goal. Are we going to see it, Ton? Is he going to get back into this match, or are we going to see the first 1-0 game of this tournament so far?
It's looking that way, and on the counter-attack here, so maybe they can extend this one out.
So a lovely little flick there from the Brazilian Neymar in towards Lionel Messi. Good challenge, though, from the centre-back and forward towards Arda Turan. Now finds Luis Suarez. Lovely play from Jose. Another challenge that was late. The referee plays on, now brings it back. Is this, again, a bit of gamesmanship from Ruben? Is he trying to sort of run the clock down?
Absolutely. 5 minutes to go. You know, you're 1-0 to the good. Keep this one in your own hands, but Messi may be able to do something about this now.
Tricky play there from Vidal. Finds Piqué. Chance here. Save. Piqué again. What a block. That should have been the equalising goal. A stunning bit of defending, Ton.
Sensational by Piqué there. Just Piqué, I should say, getting in front of the ball and making players up
out there with the wind.
Indeed. Denis Suarez does put that one back out to Messi. He's going to be able to keep it in. He does.
Lovely ball in from Lionel Messi towards the back post. Neymar drops to Busquets. 2 minutes on the clock. Suarez, the equalising goal. The celebration from Ruben. And it's 1-1.
So Jose has actually been the lead the whole game.
I thought the way they showed it, it was actually Ruben, but of course it is the equalising goal. And it's game on here. That 1 point might just be enough.
It might just be, in the grand scheme of things, that a point might not be enough for one of these two players, though. Busquets is also off one of the teams here as well, so Jose's got some attacking to do here.
Suarez in towards Lionel Messi. Ruben trying to get that 2-1 again after conceding that late goal, but now it's a chance on the counter, and he could snatch it 2-1 the other way towards Jose, but back with Ruben. It's Lionel Messi towards the edge of the area, can't quite get away, and we are ticking into the final 30 seconds. And it's almost all over here, just waiting for that final whistle from the referee. And we are all square. That last gasp equalising goal from Jose. And it's all over, Tom.
Great game. Very, very cagey between these two, but, you know, back and forth. Chances for both teams. It looked as if Jose had it in the bag, but Ruben with that equalising goal towards the end.
Just what we were talking about. So we're just getting a few close-ups of some of the players. So,
all right. Well, what a game. What a nail-biting finish. 1-1 equaliser there in the end. Jose led for the majority of that game. Ruben just managed to squeak out that 1 point right at the end. Now, having a draw between these two players does kind of make the group quite interesting, because obviously it doesn't put you in a winning position, but will it be the difference as we go forward?
I think one of those players really needed a win to want to advance on. I think it's going to be hard.
You want to win your first games,
don't
absolutely.
You? I mean, of course you want to win every game, but it's one of the cases of where I think they really did need one to maybe advance on.
You can look at it like that. You can also look at it the fact that for Jose, he was behind for 87 minutes in the match. Well, there or thereabouts, because it was a very early goal. So maybe he feels that's a point gained, whereas obviously Ruben, who led in the late goal, will feel that that might be 2 points dropped.
Yeah, I think you can look at it that way as well. I understand where you're coming from. It's hard when you're leading for so long to then move on and actually not win the game completely, and hard for either one of those two.
All right, let's talk about the mistakes then. What do we think were the issues in that game? Should it have been as close as it was?
I think, again, looking at it, similar to the last game we watched with Alouche, me and Tom both were saying in commentary that we felt that the second goal is so crucial at the moment. As we've seen in the games where they have won, they've got that cushion. So then when it allows for that late goal, you're still ahead, whereas obviously in the last two games, we've seen them try and shut up shop and not being able to do so.
It seems as if that isn't working for anybody. Players are trying to shut up shop, as you say, and try and defend that lead well, but they're not actually being able to do it. We want to see teams maybe get a little bit more attacking, a bit more aggressive, trying to get goals on the board without sort of putting yourself in the position where you're only one goal ahead, you're under the caution the last few minutes. It's always a tough one to take, but maybe it's their own fault because they're not trying to push on and try and get a bit more of a better advantage.
Yeah, I'd be very interested to see how this group develops now, obviously, with both of them getting 1 point. It kind of means you still need to win your remaining games. You certainly can't rest in your laurels. I mean, 4 points. Are we going to see a tie go through? Goal difference now becomes a much more serious thing.
We've already seen goal difference, haven't we? So if it does go to goal difference again, this is where that point really sort of throws the balance of the group. And like you said, this next game is going to be very, very interesting to see how it pans out with two very, good players as well from the two different regions.
Well, here's a curious thing I'm going to kind of throw at you and kind of judge where you kind of see this now. With goal difference maybe being more prevalent as you go through, it's not just about winning these games. You may need to actually just put more goals under. Do you maybe change your tactics a little bit? Think maybe I actually need these more goals. I need to make sure that my goal difference is good enough. If I suffer a loss later on, I need to keep that low. So do they go more aggressive maybe somewhere and go, you know what, if I can just get these goals in, that may actually get me out of this group?
I think it's hard in a tight game. Then obviously it is a lot harder for them to get the goals. But I think if you're in a game and you're winning about 2 to 3 at the half, then you want to try and push on and get more goals. As many goals as possible is obviously going to help you. The better the goal difference, the more chance you got of going through.
I think they need to go out and try and get some goals. We've already seen to qualify for this Barcelona experience, the teams who scored the most goals in the season obviously were at the tops because there was a lot of teams who won games, but that goal difference was so crucial. And I think it's going to be more of the same in this actual competition in Barcelona.
All right, well, there's our first group game of Group C all done. We're now going to move on to Group D, coming right up after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League EU Season 1 Regional Finals here at the Nou Camp in Barcelona. We've had Group A and B. We've now moved on to Group C and D. But while we've done that, we've already seen our first game in Group C. But little did we know while we were watching, Group C is actually all tied up. Kilias, King of Pro, Jose and Ruben all had 1-1 draws. So that group, basically a reset as we move on to Group D. Now, we're going to see Lutty versus D Nation. Both these teams have actually suffered a loss as well. But I'm not alone to bring you all of this action. Let me just introduce who's joining me this time. It's going to be Tun and Graham. Guys, how are you?
Good.
Good.
Have we upgraded this time? Do we think we've upgraded?
Yeah, I think this is like.
Is this the epitome now that we've gotten rid of Adam?
For sure.
I know Adam only did that because he found out it was warm inside. So he was
it's
like, oh.
actually not. This heater is the best thing so
Oh,
far.
it's really good that you've got one. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's totally not
You're
cold.
fine. You just need to talk a little bit and go away. We have to be the whole game.
I think that's the thing that people don't get. Being sat in the Nou Camp in Spain, you expect warmth.
Yeah.
I'm holding a hand warmer.
And this is tropical compared to Newcastle, in fairness. So.
All right, before we get too much into this one, let's actually go and speak to the people we're going to talk about. Here's a VT with Luddy.
My name is Matthias Luttenberger, known as Latti1, and I'm from Austria. My history of professional playing PES is I'm the champion of the last 4 years in Austria and Switzerland. My experience is not a disadvantage, but it's not so important, I think. I'm not so emotional. Maybe it's annoying for the opponent when I'm always calm, even when I win with 3 goals, but it's my style. Staying cool, just play my game. If I win this tournament, it would be amazing, because going again to the UEFA Champions League Final in Cardiff, this year it's about a big prize money, and it's really getting serious now.
I can't deliver it. All right, welcome back. There was Luddy. As we go into this game, a little bit of backstory. Now, Luddy actually lost 2-0 to the Wesertron earlier in this tournament. A little bit of a surprise. D Nation also lost his game to EC O'Neill, and that was a 3-2. So, both coming off of a loss going into this one, both bottom of the groups. How do they recover?
I mean, for me, D Nation, this is his first international. Lutty is the one that we sort of thought would come into this and do really well.
Yeah.
He needs to sort of come out and start playing as well as we know he can do.
I mean, before things kicked off, it's hard to pick, but we kind of threw a few names around from the old guard that we expected to excel. I mean, Lutty's 4-time Austrian national champion. That's Austria and Switzerland, the combined region, so a lot of good players there.
Yeah.
And coming in and losing his first game against the Wesertron, you just mentioned, but he's a newcomer as well. So
he's a wild card.
Exactly. I mean, he actually qualified in a playoff. He qualified because the guy who should have become through his second place in the UK, he couldn't attend, so they had a playoff card as semi-finalist. Wesertron came through that. So Wesertron, technically in that respect, shouldn't be here, but shows just how good the level of competition is when players like that can go and upset the big guns like Lutty.
All right, well, let's talk about this now. Luddy actually hasn't scored a goal yet, whereas D Nation has scored 2. So his game was very, very close, D Nation. So he's coming off, maybe he's more devastated, or is he less devastated knowing he had a good game against them, whereas Luddy just kind of lost out to a wild card. Where do you think these players' heads are at right now?
I think you just have to come into it I mean, obviously, it's a completely new game. You need to just completely reset your head. No matter what the game, what the competition is, you need to come in with a fresh head in every single game that you go into. They could potentially have a very good game here. He knows he's going up against D Nation, who's not as experienced as him whatsoever. I mean, that's not really saying anything bad against D Nation, because Lutty is one of the most experienced players here. So he should know and have that level-headedness to come to this and say, right, okay, I know I can beat this guy. Let's go on and do this. But D Nation, for me, this is another thing where I was talking about Alush before. The pressure isn't necessarily so much on him. Okay, yes, this is a big game for both these players, as they have lost both their first games. But going up against such a strong competitor like Lutty, it's going to be hard for him to win the game, but if he goes on to win it, then everyone's going to be, all right, congratulations, well done.
You're not just beating your opponent, you're beating your own mindset. It's the psychology of the sport. So like you say, if you can take out a 2 times European finalist, 4 times national champion, then the third game should be kind of like, well, yeah, I've got this. I believe in my abilities. I can go all the way and take this.
Speaking of kind of reacting to those losses mentally, what about strategy-wise? Both these players just taken a loss. Do you think they're sitting there, they're adjusting their formations, they're kind of going, well, actually, that didn't work. Maybe I need to be more defensive, maybe I need to be more aggressive. Obviously, they're going to know where the weaknesses in their game just was. Do you think they changed it up from there to here?
I don't. I think at this stage, they've got here doing their thing. They've kind of developed their game. They know where their strengths are. And it would kind of revert back to the psychology. I think they do more harm than good by switching up what they know and how they play. Sure enough, evolve as the game goes on, but keep playing to your own strength. I think that's the key.
It will definitely be playing in their mind, though, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's always that little bit of doubt where it's thinking, oh, you know, we lost that last game. Can I change anything, or can I just play better? I think there's lots of things you can change. There's so many different factors in PES that can go into winning this game. There's so many different tactical changes you can make as well, but we'll just actually see what goes on very, very shortly.
All right, speaking of what goes on, we are about to get into this game. Guys, please take it away.
Well, we've got D Nation shooting from right to left, and we have Lottie shooting from left to right. And which way do you see this one going? I mean, for me, it's you've got to look at Lottie. He's surely going to be the guy to win this one.
On paper, I think that's the way I'd take it. But I mean, D Nation, in his final for the Portuguese qualifying event, he managed to beat a previous European champion 7-0. So
he's nearly having a chance. Actually, D Nation did have shot with Suarez inside the box. There's now going to be an opportunity for Lutty to break this one out on ball with Rakitic. He's going to pass it out to Jordi Alba down the left-hand side. Does have Neymar on support. He's going to run this one forward. A lot of pressure being put on here as well, but really good interception by Alex Vidal.
Pass through Neymar. That's the second time we've seen that ball at least today. Both times it's not paid off. So a little bit of flair, not kind of what we need.
We love a little bit of it though. That's nearly a good ball through to Messi though. Does get intercepted. Just gets on it currently to Jordi Alba. And back out to Neymar. The attacks seem to go through him every single time. Suarez does put a lovely ball through for Iniesta. Good interception though. Really just about surviving that.
I mean, that was quite interesting. Usually, I mean, I've mentioned it a couple of times already, the fullbacks are an area where you would look to exploit weaknesses if you're playing against Barcelona. But then, I think he probably second-guessed it. He kind of expected the cover on the fullback and played a through ball through the middle. Almost like that, but something nice to mixing up of the attack.
Well, the pressure was on there from D Nation, but it's going to be Lotte's turn to push this one out. Taking his time, building slowly, going to put this one out to the way, and it's going to be Jordi Alba. He does have a couple of men in the box as well. The ball is going to go in. Is it going to be able to get over to Iniesta? Not quite going to be able to convert that one. Yes, that is going to be a goal kick. So, change of formation already for one of these two teams. Something we haven't seen so much this weekend so far. We've seen changes come in maybe around the 60, 70 minute mark, but nothing much changing so far this early in the game.
It'll be interesting to see how that shapes up. Has he seen a weakness? Is it in his own play? Is it in the way his opposition's shaped up? It's kind of good to see how those tweaks go as the game gets back underway.
It's Rakitic in the middle, spreads it out to Vidal.
Oh,
nice
little bit of flair.
He's trying it. He is trying, but unfortunately not really succeeding with it so far. But keeping hold of the ball here is D Nation. Push down the right-hand side, and that's going to be a throw into him. And keeping that pressure on. Pretty even game so far at the 20-minute mark here, Graham.
Nice little circle on the line there. Just trying to work a pass through rather than forcing it. And that's the kind of thing. If you've got the ball, don't pressure. Keep hold of it. Make your shape. Make a play. And then go from there.
Just keeping a hold of the ball here. D Nation want to play the possession game. Doesn't want to give his experienced opponent so much of the ball to show us what he can do with it himself. But he is going to get a chance now. Neymar on the ball is going to spread this one through. It is going to be Messi. He does have a couple of players to beat. That's a nice ball out to Suarez. He isn't going to quite make it there, and that's going to get cleared away. So D Nation defending that well in a very evenly matched game so far. The attack is going to come here from D Nation though, pushing this out wide.
It's rare to see Luther being bossed so much when it comes to possession of the ball. He likes to play exactly the way that D Nation's playing against him right here. So it's interesting to see that he's having to counter that himself.
The ball is going to go in. Piqué is there to defend it though. Messi, the sort of yards. You don't want to have a shot from there. Don't give him too much space. Rakitic out on the right. Ball gets put in. Not good enough though. Piqué is going to clear that one away. Now Suarez trying to do something with it. Does have Iniesta in hand as well. Back out to Busquets though. Now to Neymar.
Lots of space here.
It's a good ping across. That should just about go away, and it is going to. That's going to be a goal kick to Lut.
And we've seen already how much stamina can impact on a match. There's a lot of movement here from D-Nation's guys, and Lutty is holding back. Maybe that's his game. Maybe
Experienced
he's
head
looking
again.
to take the game as it comes to that crucial later stages in the match.
Yeah, well, he just want to get a bit more control here. It's been mostly over towards D-Nation. He has had most of the ball, and Lutty quite happy to sit back here with it at this moment in time. He knows that he just needs to bide his time. If he can get a chance, he can possibly take it. Just building from the back slowly. Oh, to Busquets. And back to Iniesta. Could this be the start of the attack? Not quite. Back to Matthew. Does go to Rakitic in the middle. Nice little one-touch play in the middle here. This is beautiful work by Lutty. Just playing it very, very fast. On board now with Messi. He's going to put it out to the right-hand side. Suarez with Nelly, and a great opportunity, but Piqué does intercept very, very well.
And you mentioned that experienced head. Look at the way that he went from that slow passing across the back to quick one-touch passing. Within a couple of seconds, he'd gone from defending to shot on goal.
D-Nation seems a bit more direct, but there's another opportunity for Lutty. Not going to quite come off there, and that is still going to be thrown in, keeping that pressure on that he has built up. Yes, they're just about going to keep a hold of that ball. Spreads it back to Jordi Alba. And playing it slowly again. We've just seen this. He takes his time, waits for his opportunity, and then he strikes very, very fast. So let's see if he can continue that fashion as well. Out Iniesta. It's a great ball. The ball's going to go in. Suarez is there. He's not going to quite be able to get that one on target. Put wide to the right-hand side of the post. But knocking on the door is now Lutty.
You can see it's hugely infuriating when you play against a guy like Lutty. I mean, the way that he actually stood still with the ball on the pitch and waited for D-Nation to make his move. Not very many players play like that. Lutty does that, and usually it works to his advantage. Nice little bit of flair there on the wing.
You see, D-Nation's been trying that, but it doesn't seem to be working out for him very, very well. But that ball may just be a little bit too fast for Suarez. It is going to be Iniesta. He's going to have the shot from range. It's going to go in. He went for it, and he just about gets away with it. Lutty is going to make that 1-0. And why is he skipping the replay? Fantastic finish from there from Iniesta.
PES etiquette, you don't watch the replays, you just crack on. But that should have been watched again. Definitely goal of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it was well set up, but this could possibly be a chance for D-Nation to try and bring this one back. Neymar is in the middle. Is he going to go for the shot with Rakitic from there? Just about skimming the post.
At the end of that half, game's alive.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it just seems to have been very, very close. Both players are sort of just taking their chances, building slowly, and it just, as you said, explodes into life as we get a lovely look over the new camp. We got a pretty nice look from this position, actually. I mean, you know what, I've been commentating other games for about 7 years, and I don't think I ever would have made it here, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's a great backdrop, a great setting to have these two teams, all these guys come up against each other.
I mean, from the players' perspective as well, I mean, we've mentioned it kind of briefly already, just from playing a few games of PES, I mean,
crazy, isn't it?
living room to being in this place.
I mean, the two Spanish guys previously were just playing, and Gerard Piqué was there in the crowd, just like, oh yeah, boys.
A few selfies with him afterwards. And
you know, it's typical that the Barcelona defender turns up in the middle of the game. I'm commentating, obviously. You're just free roaming down there. It's like you almost organised it yourself, but the ball does go in from D-Nation.
Speaking of the Barcelona defender, he looked like he was about to clatter that one, but ended up on the floor himself.
That's not a bad ball. Messi's lingering in the back post, but this is going to go once again out to Vidal. Now to Rakitic, we know he can put a ball in. It does get put in, but once again, Piqué is there. But the pressure coming in, and it is D-Nation at this moment in time. The ball's swinging in. Is that going to be able to be met by Suarez? Yes, it is, and that is he going to be offside? Or yeah, that goal is going to count 1-1 now. I wasn't sure if it was going for an offside replay there, but D-Nation gets one back, and realistically, I don't think he's not really looked like scoring. He's had plenty of possession and plenty to do, but not really got himself in a position to score, and he's going to match Lutty here, and that is going to make it 1-1.
It seemed like, I mean, Lutty was weighing him up, getting the feel of how he plays, and then obviously at the end of the first half, a little bit of fortune to get the rebound from the keeper for that long-range strike. But like you say, before that, D-Nation seemed to be only getting the freedom to play just so Lutty can size him up. He's done that, but obviously, has he returned the favour now? He's obviously got one back, so it's getting interesting as Lutty slows things down again at the back.
Yeah, playing it very, very slow. Just taking his time. Yeah, it just seems as if he's waiting for the players to be in the right position to pounce again. We've seen it before around the 30-minute mark. He's just sitting around, waiting and waiting. And this one's going to be spread out wide now to Titi. He's going to push down this right-hand side. And he's going to make the move now. Yes, he is on to Messi. Back to Rakitic. Lovely little flick work here in the middle. Back out to Messi. Is he going to be able to do anything from this position? Does decide to send it out wide, but that ball in is absolutely sensational. Neymar just about not going to make that one in there because the keeper is there, and eventually Piqué at the third bite of the cherry does get that one away. But really good work by Lutty here to try and build that pressure, to try and get another goal on the board. And really, these players
do need wins here. Iniesta, though, does move that out to Messi. Back to Iniesta. Is he going to go for the shot? No, he's going to go for the chip into Messi, which is sensational. And he's not going to be able to actually clean that one up. The touch was good, but not able to get there. The goalkeeper puts him off just enough. And with 65 minutes gone, we are still all square.
I mean, you mentioned looking to find the perfect pass, and it's very systematic the way that Lutty will pass the ball backwards and forwards, and he's interrupted me there. Oh.
No, just roll with them, man. if they got possession when you're talking, go ahead. But
it's amazing the way that he pulls his opponent out of the way. So D-Nation has been dragged out of position before Lutty makes a break, and he gets another chance here.
Yeah, he's trying to make the decision what he wants to do with this corner. It is going to be swung in. Piqué is there to meet it, and Piqué is there to make it 2-1 to the former champion Lutty, now in the driving seat with only around 20 minutes to go. And it's all to do for D-Nation now, but that ball out to Neymar very, very quick.
Well, let's hope the Barcelona defender still sat in the crowd, because he'd have loved to have seen that moment.
Well, on ball with Vidal, right-hand side. Ball is not going to make its way in. It's going to make its way out for a corner. Pressure now on. D-Nation has already scored the one. Can he get a second here as well?
The key thing to remember is both these guys have lost this game, so this is crucial. Lose and you're going home.
Yeah, just judging where I should precisely put this ball into the box. It's going to be floated in there now as well. Is it going to be Suarez to meet it? Not quite good defending, and it's going to go for another corner. Oh, no, it's not actually. It's going to go for a goal kick. Just take this one, and Lutty will be glad of the opportunity to play with this ball again.
Just take some time, pass it across the back, bring him out, tire out the strikers.
I mean, for me now, what do you see? What does D-Nation have to do here differently? I mean, apart from score.
Score more. That's what he has to do. No, at this point, it's asking the unthinkable. It's getting the ball back off of Lutty, but every time Lutty plays the ball back across his defence, it looks shaky, it looks nervous when it comes to Ter Stegen, but he knows what he's doing. He's tiring out Messi, Suarez, Neymar, so when D-Nation does get a break, he doesn't have anything in the tank to attack, and then Lutty gets the ball, passes forwards, and hopes to hit him on the counter, and it seems to be working that way. So maybe it's a case of 75 minutes in, we need some energy, fresh legs. Obviously, there's a bit of a damage when you take your best strikers off, but you'll have to.
Yeah, it could be worth it, of course, to get those fresh legs on. But Suarez is going to be on a break here. That's a good challenge in the centre. Looked good anyway, but not going to work out. So free kick here for Lutty's side now, who are 2-1 to the good. Could they extend that lead now? See, not many players pushing forward, so playing pretty defensive.
So the mind games with the switching to player control versus I'm going to have a shot across it in. It's pure mind games. Is he going to drag a player out?
Yes, he is. Neymar's going to get the ball on the left-hand side. That's a delicious ball in. Not going to quite be enough. Iniesta, is he going to be able to win that against Neymar? No, he is not. Ball is pushed out now to Iniesta. Back to Jordi Alba. Is this going to be the opportunity to counter-attack? Saying that, lots of players sitting back here for Lutty. He knows he needs to win this game, playing this one defensively.
Wonderful
the
ball.
ball's out to Jordi Alba, and that's a great interception there by just about going to get away with the ball.
Absolute solid defence. I mean, he needed to make that tackle. And
could this be Lutty's chance to put this game to bed, though? Suarez is going to be on the chase for the ball. Ter Stegen is just about going to make it there. And with 8 minutes to go, it's actually D-Nation on the attack. Great interception there, though. They're just about going to keep a hold of the ball. And Lutty has now got time to keep this one. And with only 5 game time minutes remaining, it's all to do for D-Nation.
He's going to play back out to the wing now? Yeah, I thought so. This must be infuriating at this point in time, knowing you're chasing.
Even myself playing online, you know, you're just like, oh, you scumbag, give me the ball. But yeah, I mean, they're playing for a lot of money here and playing for a lot of pride as well, and also playing for that trip to Cardiff.
$200,000 in there.
Many dollars. Many dollars.
Many dollars.
2 minutes left now on the clock, but this could be a chance. So the ball's not going to get there. Mathieu is there to just clean things up. And could this be the counter-attack from Lutty now? The answer is yes. Neymar's just about going to get there. Is he going to be able to break away? Yes, he is. Only 3 minutes of extra time remaining. Pushing down this left-hand side.
Yes, smart. There's the experienced head.
You see, I would have just went across that and tried to make it 3-1, but I know you mean that experienced head of Lutty. He's winning this game. There is all but less than a minute of extra time remaining, and he is going to take this one in convincing fashion. Very well played by him. Experienced head, as we said. once he got that lead, it was always going to be hard for D-Nation, somebody who's not been at these majors before, to come back and win this one. Handshakes all round and a deserved win from Luddy there.
Yes, very much. The discipline in his game. I mean, you can see a gap in the wing. You want to put the ball in, but he didn't. He played it back, saw it out. Comfortable win.
Yeah, I think it just sort of extends to those things that we've been saying. Again, players don't want to necessarily go on for a larger lead. They just want to keep that lead, play defensively to just get through these group stages.
All right, well, let's talk about how this has gone down so far then. Obviously, Luddy getting that first win on the board, and his goals still actually puts him on no, actually, he's -1 on goal difference now. D-Nation slipped further behind. He's -2. We haven't got the results from Westertron and EC O'Neill, but we will get those go through here. But this is Luddy's kind of bringing himself back. Bearing in mind the other game could have gone either way, both of them already on a win here. One of these games could be very, very important. I think it may end up being Luddy versus EC O'Neill as it comes down to as we go forward.
Yeah,
simply because Westertron beat Luddy earlier 2-0.
I think it's all obviously results dependent on what's going on in that other game. But again, just to highlight the fact that Luddy is on the -1 goal difference. In that situation, I know he was obviously playing for the win. Do you think he maybe could have pushed on and tried to go for more goals in that situation just because of the situation in the group?
I think with him, obviously,
it's about the W, and that's it. Yeah,
exactly. That will probably come into play more in this game. Getting the result, getting the points on the board, having an opportunity when you're stepping into the last game. I think that was the first port of call for him. Obviously, will that damage when it comes into the long game? Will remain to see, but he's got his 3 points that he needed.
Yeah, he certainly has, and that kind of makes this group wide open. And it looks like whoever wins out of EC O'Neill and the Westertron, I think it's going to be a rush for second place. And that's who Luddy's got to really set his sights on. He needs to get that second win under his belt and needs to make it go down. Actually, it would be easier for him, I think, if Westertron won his second game and then he has to play EC O'Neill in kind of a face-off. Because then he knows for definite that it's not goal difference. If he wins that one, he's good. But can he do it? Just don't know. He had a poor start. Maybe it was the first game, just wasn't in his favour.
I mean, he never really looked out of control in that game. So maybe he just wasn't taking his opportunities in the last game. Obviously, it's hard for us to say because we didn't see it. It is hard to sort of theorise what's going on for him. But
there was a period at the start of that game where he seemed to be getting the measure of his opponent, where maybe D-Nation wasn't taking his chances, and perhaps that was the difference. In that 10 minutes at the beginning where usually players are lethal, Lutty's pacing himself. Maybe that's when you hit him, potentially, without seeing the game. Obviously, we can't confirm, but that could be the weakness.
All right, well, since we can't see that game, let's go on and talk about the other group, because we kind of touched on it. But Kiliaz, King of Pro, Jose, and Ruben, all with a 1-1 draw in that group.
Makes it interesting.
Very interesting.
Was that as a big surprise coming forward? I mean, talk about a balanced group in that case.
I suppose not. I think, obviously, I'm not even going to try and say his name. Come on.
Kiliaz.
We'll go with that. Okay, we'll go with the short. Kiliaz against his French opponent. I'm sorry, I'm not 100% sure who he was playing against.
He was playing King of Pro.
King of Pro. Okay, so those two, for me, obviously that's going to be a close game. It's 2 Spanish guys, close game. But we obviously expect the French and the Greek to go through in that group. Do we? Or am I just theorising, just making things up here?
I mean, if you look at on paper, Kiliaz, he scored the most goals in qualifying. His goal difference was the best in qualifying. And if you consider that he's French, but he's come from the rest of Europe, that's obviously multiple territories that he's been competing against, and has managed to go all the way here by scoring more than anyone else. So he's definite favourite, and Angelos has come from Greece, which has had a previous World Finalist winner in the last 3 years, 2014. So, and that's also a very big territory. Definitely, I mean, they are strong favourites to take that group. So, seeing everything so perched finally.
I think it's just obviously these two have now going to play those 2 Spanish guys, I should say. And it's going to be hard for the Spanish guys coming to this. That was a close game between those two sort of relatively unknown competitors. Going into those next 2 games, I think one of those guys really needed a win in that game to possibly advance on.
Well, again, we're coming down to the point of, goal difference is going to count in this tournament, and bearing in mind what the results are, we may be seeing a tie for second place, depending on how it actually goes forward and how the kind of the group plays out. Of course, which we will update as we get those results in. But yeah, I think these players are now going to have to start thinking about it. It's too important not to. Maybe it's worth playing a more aggressive styles, because if you are in the lead, or you do get a win, you get a big win. And that big win allows you to have a loss later, but still get that goal difference to go through. Like I said, we saw it in one of the groups earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously all players want to just play for the W and just to make their life a lot easier, but
again, the goal difference does come into it massively. Not too many games left to go in the groups now, though, and I think everyone just want to try and concentrate on getting a win. And if goal difference decides it, then, you know, unfortunate, but get that W first and foremost. If you can go on to extend that goal difference, then hell, do it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Lutzi, he plays for the W because he slows the game down. He holds possession, so he doesn't score loads. So maybe that's just, it doesn't even factor into his mind because he's like, okay, I have to own the game. I have to get the W. It's that or nothing. But everyone else in the group, they are attack focused, so it is the
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. We just saw Lutzi do exactly that, and he knows he's still in negative goal difference. He knows if his next game goes wrong and maybe, you know, it gets into a tie situation, he's not in the best of positions.
Thing is, though, you win all your games. It doesn't matter about goal difference whatsoever. You win all your games in the group you're through. Irrelevant. You could win 1-0 in the 90th minute every single game.
But then again, if you're D Nation, you've lost 2. What you want now is to win 1, and you want Luddy to lose, and you want, you know, either Westertron or ECN to lose the rest of the games. You want everybody on 1-2. Is what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
You're trying to get that triple threat. And then it really does come down to goal difference. You know, if you're D Nation, you now have to hope on that you smash the next team you're going against, which is either Westertron or ECN. It should be Westertron, I think. If you're D Nation, it should be playing. He'll be playing Westertron next.
But then he knows that he's playing against a guy that he's just he's just lost to. So it's such a hard situation to be in.
So he basically has to hope that he thrashes Westertron, and that the rest of the games go his way to even stand a chance of making it into the bracket. So he's in the worst possible position now. Small glimmer of hope, but it is very small. All right, well, speaking of all those games, we're going to find out exactly what is coming up after the break, where we cover probably the most influential game of both groups. Join us right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League EU Season 1 regional final here at the Nou Camp at Barcelona. We are now going into the very last group games. Group C and Group D are almost done. The game coming up, of course, will be Kiliaz. And he's actually topping the group, but not by an awful lot. There is only a little bit of a difference here. Basically, if Ruben can win this, he can actually send it to a tie, which could get very, very complicated. But to break it all down and figure out how it goes, oh, there you go. You actually see it on the screen as we go forward. Kiliaz, King of Pro, Jose and Ruben. As you can see here, if you work this out, if Jose and Ruben win their next game, it will be 4 points apiece. We could be seeing an incredible four-way tie. I don't think it's going to happen, but let me ask my lovely compadres, Tan and Graham.
I don't think it's going to happen either.
No, me either.
I don't at all. I'm just checking I'm not muted there. We were just sorting it out. I couldn't hear myself. It's fine. But yeah, I think realistically we expect this game to go one way.
Yeah.
The two Spanish guys, we said we think they do actually need to win their game to advance on. They didn't. And it's going to be hard for them either way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Kiliaz, I mentioned just obviously he can score goals. He can can't speak. He can score. He can prove it.
He scores goals.
Goals.
Yeah,
scored many.
Lots of them.
But for me, in this one, as we do look at the formations now, obviously we were talking about goal difference, but head-to-head is the main thing when going into sort of deciding who's going to be first and second place. So really what we want to see from Kiliaz here is a big scoring game, because I'm not too sure what the score between King of Pro and Jose was.
2-1.
It was 2-1, so that's not a lot. So if Kiliaz goes on, his goal difference will be better because, of course, the head-to-head between... I mean, this is all theoretical, but if Kiliaz wins this, then it should be him and King of Pro going through. It's going to come down to goal difference between them two.
Yeah.
So Kiliaz needs to go out and maybe put on a clinic here and try and push out Ruben.
I mean, the thing with Kiliaz is he's defeated previous champions and things on the way here. This is entirely new for Ruben, so maybe that experience as well could weigh in there. So never mind the fact that he's proven that he can score goals, as I've already mentioned. Maybe the experience that he's had as well, that could weigh in with it as well.
Interesting thing with the formations going on there, actually. We saw maybe more of a central coming in from Kiliaz. He changed it up. He's very much centre-based. He's pretty much piled them into the centre here. And he's actually still adjusting. We saw, Ruben really was quite done. He was done. It was a very standard formation from him. Pretty much what we've seen from every other player at this tournament playing Barcelona. What do you think Kiliaz has kind of chosen to do what he's done? Like kind of just squish his centre towards?
It's probably an outlet, I'd say, feeding the front. The fact that you've got that MSN front line.
They're all right, aren't they?
They're not too bad.
I mean, none of them are Dwight Gale, though, are they? Let's be honest with you.
Jose.
Hey. Championship leading goal scorer, have you know?
All right, before we get into any more of a span, let's talk about this game. Do we think Kiliaz has this in the bag then? Is this a foregone conclusion? Are we riding off Ruben?
Highest scorer, best goal difference in Season 1, and that's coming out of the league that he's in. That tells the story.
Exactly, a rest of Europe league, and that league is just such a strong league. I mean, I would say it's definitely going to be in the favour. But okay, you go Kiliaz. I'll say Ruben.
Oh, you like fighting for the underdog? Are you?
No,
is it just because there's Spanish people
here?
Yeah. Ruben's going to win, lads. I promise.
No, I think this is going one way, but.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, if we're going to kind of split the difference, let's talk about how we think the goal difference is going to go down. Every game in this group has been very tight so far.
It has, but I think we've seen, obviously, it's been up against players who are quite evenly matched. Yeah. This is sort of opposite ends of the scale. I mean, Ruben, well, I put his card away now, you see. First major international. It's going to be hard for him. Okay, Kiliaz coming into this with the experience that he has and the onslaught that he's been doing online, you've got to favour him.
I'd assume so. Look at how composed he looks there. He's ready. He's got his headphones in, shut off from the room around him.
I wonder if he can still hear us.
See, he's got his headphones in. So the fact that you said that he was going to win, it's irrelevant. He can't hear you now.
So you think he doesn't want to hear us hyping him up too much? So he doesn't want to maybe too confident going in again?
Yeah, possibly. Although he's just giving the thumbs up there. I don't know whether that signifies ready to go, or he's just happy with the environment.
This is sound.
Would you like some water? Yes, very much so. Maybe that much going forward. But no, I think realistically, Kiliaz looks like he is the stronger player coming into this matchup here. And although the group started with everybody having the exact same points and pretty much the same goal difference here, we've seen that although it's a tight game, he should be able to kind of push forward and go on. All right, well, this game is underway. Can Ruben do the impossible and overcome the odds against him, or is Kilias going to secure his first position in the group? I'm handing it over now to Tan and Graham.
Thank you very much, Brycey. Your handovers have actually been very kind this weekend. Usually when I work with Brycey, it's a case of slaughtering me on every occasion, but the attack is actually going to come in from Ruben straight away here down this right-hand side. It is going to be Messi. The ball's going to be put in. Iniesta, an inventive back flick there towards Busquets. Does get put back to Suarez. Neymar with the pressure here, though. Going to go for the chip in. Suarez is not going to be able to do something straight off the bat. Ter Stegen it right in the right place there. And a really good start by Ruben.
Told you. See, it's the local effect.
Do you think it is playing at home? Is that what it is?
We will see as the match goes on. I mean, the thing is, obviously, as I clearly made out, Kilias can score goals, but I mean, Ruben probably will feel that he should have put that one in there with Suarez.
Yeah. Do you feel it's going to be one of the few chances he does actually get, or do you think he's definitely going to have a hand in saying how this game goes at this moment in time, though? Yeah, let's see what Suarez is going to do. The ball is going to get clipped in. Nothing going to quite happen there. It's going to be an opportunity for Ruben to maybe push out. Yes, it is. Neymar on the ball now. Rakitic just scoping out a pass potentially here, just playing safely with that ball. Iniesta to Suarez. It's very quick here from Ruben. Neymar spreads it out to Messi. That's a great ball through. Is he going to be able to beat his defender? Not quite.
Lovely Jordi Alba play there, seeing his opponent stretched at the back and once again exploiting those fullbacks with a switching pass out to the wing. Didn't work out for him that time, but maybe we see a little bit more of that as it goes on.
Suarez to Iniesta to Messi. It's very, very quick. Messi, is he going to be able to do anything here? Great defend by Kilias, but he's going to give him an opportunity. Messi does not able to convert that one. And a great save by Ter Stegen. This could be the counter-attack from Kilias, and what a tackle that is from Piqué on the side of, Ruben's side, I should say. As that one does not go in, you can see Ruben in the bottom right side.
Furious with himself there. Clearly, he feels he should be taking
What a ping
these
that
chances.
is out, by the way. Messi, oh, is he going to be able to get a hold of the ball? Just about. Is it going to stay in the hands of Kilias? Not quite. And that one spread out as well. And so we're seeing some showboat and some Hollywood balls going on here. But Iniesta going to put this one in towards Neymar. It's not good enough. Put out now to Messi. Great ball through to Suarez. Just building slowly. Taking their time here. Kilias not trying to play anything too crazy so far. If anything, we've seen Ruben probably be the better player. And he's going to nick that in the middle of the pitch as well. Out to Suarez to Iniesta to Messi. Is he going to be able to break on through? He does have Suarez there with him as well. Is he going to think about the shot? Not quite, trying to pass it in. In that situation, do you think he should have shot a little bit earlier there, or was that the right decision?
No, definitely the right decision. If that ball makes it through, you have a practically guaranteed chance of putting the ball in the goal. Shooting from there, you had defenders over, so didn't come off for him, but it was definitely the right decision.
The ball's going to be clipped to Suarez. He's going to be able to finish this one. It's great defending there by Piqué, but Suarez again on the second time of asking, and that's going to go for a goal kick, and Ruben is going to be kicking himself. You can see in the bottom right side, he's had two good chances, and we can see Kilias straight away, right? He's thinking to himself, this is not going well.
Ruben with his hands on his face, shaking his head. He's furious with himself.
Animated. You know, it means a lot to these guys. They want to push on and try and advance to the next stage. And at this moment in time, it's going to be hard for Ruben to do up against Kilias. But Kilias, for me, there's had a poor start.
The key thing you picked up on before, like we were talking before the match, how Kilias is very central, and that's being exploited here. How many times have we seen the switch of that long ball out to the wing? So Ruben's picked that up, and he's working that to his advantage so far.
Well, the free kick is won by Kilias, but he's going to give it straight away to Iniesta, to Neymar now. Is he going to be able to push this one out? Yes, he is. Iniesta finding the pass to Rakitic, who finds it to Suarez. Back to Rakitic and back over to Neymar. But great defending there by Kilias. Now going to be able to push this one out with Messi. He's going to switch that one over to Neymar. If that makes it over, that's absolutely beautiful. Oh. Not going to be able to convert it, though. Neymar missing the one-on-one. But really, really good ball by Kilias there to spread that one out to the left-hand side. But now Mascherano is going to push this one out for Ruben, and that's a good run by Suarez. Is going to be picked up just about, and that's going to go back to Stegen and cleared away just as that ball nearly clipped into Suarez's path there. But once again, on the attack is going to be Kilias. Fast and frantic game so far.
End to end.
Yeah, I can imagine the stamina towards the end of the game is going to play a real part. But once again, Ruben nicks the ball in the middle of the park here. Rakitic spreads this one out to Messi. Another really good switch ball. Messi just about going to keep that one in. Back to Mascherano. Thinks about the cross in. The cross is not so good, though. And he's going to be able to clear it away. And Kilias on the attack now. It's back and forth all over the place here. Now we have Neymar down this left-hand side. Piqué just going to make it there instead. Back to his colleague in the middle to clear this one away. Iniesta to Umtiti. Back to Suarez. Back to Busquets. in a very fast and frantic game here. Messi puts it back to Mascherano, to Iniesta. It's looking for the pass to Messi, who just jinked his run. Is he going to actually win the ball back as well? The cross is going to come in. Suarez not going to quite make it there either. And this is back and forth between these two. Great game so far. We're nearly at the halfway mark.
And that whole chance came from the fact that Messi was hugging the touchline, once again exploiting the lack of width that Kilias has in his game. Ruben.
Oh, that's fantastic, though. Rakitic is going to have a chance here. Is he going to be able to bury this one? He's not going to need to. The ball's put in. And in an absolutely sensational defensive interception, puts that one back to Ter Stegen.
Is this dangerous?
Yeah, very, very dangerous. Both players losing the ball in bad positions. On with Neymar now.
Nice
trying to push out.
Flair. Almost checked, but managed to keep control and move forward. Played it back, and Messi again out wide, just offside. Okay, maybe a little bit more than just.
Well, a moment to gather our thoughts, calm our nerves a little bit after a crazy first half. Back and forth between these two in possession.
Frantic.
Mostly towards Ruben. Ruben, for me, was leading the line there a little bit.
I think that the key thing that we're probably going to see in this half is, I mean, I would be surprised if we don't see substitutions around 65 minutes tops, definitely by 70 minutes, because these players are going to be shattered after the shift that they've put in that first half.
Well, Ruben keeping this pressure on. He did have quite a lot of it in the first half. Messi's going to get it on his left foot, and that's going to be curled into the bottom left corner. One of the favourites of the tournament is now 1-0 down to an unknown quantity from Spain, who's just put himself into the lead. And we rid him off. We did write him off straight away from this game.
I didn't.
Well, no, you were just trying to be a little bit Spanish biased there. But he's going to have another opportunity there. Is Messi surely going to be offside? He is.
And jumps out of his seat in frustration.
Very, very close, actually.
That goal that he scored a second ago, he still had a lot to do as the ball fell to Messi's feet. But if the ball falls on the edge of the box to Messi, left foot, there's only one place that's going.
Yeah, and the formation's going to have to be changed by Kilias yet. He's a goal down. 4 points on the board, so not in a bad position, but Ruben is very animated. he's intense, isn't he?
He's fighting the urge to smile. Oh, exhaling.
He's in the lead though. There's Kilias on your screen.
Are out on Kilias. Focus now. Look at the look on his face.
He has to be focused because this is a very important game when it comes down to this group. This could really throw things wide open. If Ruben wins
$2,000.
That's a bit of Skrilla, if you like. But for me, Kilias now needs to get into this game and needs to show us what he can do. For me, highest scorer in season 1, and he hasn't really shown that whatsoever so far.
And it's not even a case of he's not finished. The chances have all been at one end. I mean, Ruben has absolutely owned this game so far.
Absolutely.
Kilias will definitely need to get something changing in that midfield so he can feed that dangerous front three. Well,
here we go. This dangerous front three that you do speak of do have possession of the ball now. Suarez in a great position over to Messi, and that's absolutely clinical. Kilias takes the opportunity that he does get, and it is his first one, and makes it 1-1. 55 minutes gone. And these two teams are evenly poised, but now could this be the opening of the floodgates? Neymar spreads this one out, not going to be able to get a hold of it there. Piqué was there to defend, out to Neymar, very quick play. And, Ruben just plays so fast. As soon as he gets the ball, he's direct. He's looking for that attack every single time. Kilias trying to build a little bit more. I don't think that's the ball that he wanted. Mathieu is going to clear that one away out to Neymar. We said that direct play from Ruben is actually working. That's sensational one-touch play. Is Suarez going to be in a position to do something here? And it just gets crowded out by three Barcelona defenders. Big boys as well.
Suarez saw the goal opening up in front of him, but very, very quickly Kilias locked it down.
Oh, scrappy game in the middle here. It is going to be Kilias will hold the ball, maybe just trying to slow this one down just that little bit. And Ruben needs a win here, but is he going to be able to even get anything in? Mathieu just shoulder bounces him out of the way. Opportunity for a free kick, though. Is Neymar going to...
A little bit of mind games. Backwards and forwards across the screen, pulling players out. I mean, he didn't want to show his cards too early. He's going to wait until the very last second. Is he actually lining it up, or is he still going to lay it off? It's interesting, the theory that goes into just one free kick. Most people just lump it in and hope for the best, like myself.
He's just going to lay it off here. It's going to be to Messi on his left foot. Hits the crossbar, and it's still shaking. Kilias nearly putting himself in the lead there.
He knows that was close. The grin on his face.
It's a a bit cold up here, do you think, Grim?
It's quite chilly.
Yeah, you know, I mean, this is what we have to suffer. This magnificent backdrop just means my health might be detrimented by the end of today.
I mean, the things we do for the art.
Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly.
And scene.
Well, back into this game, 1-1, evenly poised. And it's going to be an attack here for Ruben, trying to push down the right-hand side. Not going to happen, not going to quite get to Messi, but now to Suarez. Iniesta, not going to be able to play that through. And I think, you know, Ruben has had the possession, and he's had the opportunities, but they haven't been clear-cut, if you like it. You know, he's had possession of the ball in and around the box, but Kylias has defended quite well when he has had it there. But trying to build a little bit more. Mascherano's going to put that one out into Messi. He's going to be able to jink by. Not quite. You're not going to even be able to keep a hold of the ball. That one is spread out, and that's a wayward pass towards Suarez. Stegen's going to pick that one up, and it's going to be another chance for Ruben to push on with 20 game minutes remaining.
It's kind of hard to call at this point whether it was the change that Kylias made, whether it the psychological impact that scoring.
Oh, what a ball that is, though. Neymar is in a one-on-one. He's going to put it across to Luis Suarez, who's going to make it 2-1, and Ruben is just taking a lead. Fantastic work by Ruben.
Forget what I was saying.
I know, absolutely unbelievable how this group is going to play out. You know, we were talking in the car. I said, you know, who's one of your favorites of this one? You guys were saying Kylias, and this could be Ruben to put the nail in the coffin, and he does so. 3-1 is now the score, and it's going to be very hard for the Frenchman to bring this one back.
Shell-shocked, absolutely shell-shocked.
20 minutes remaining, and what a performance so far by Ruben. It's been decisive when it needed to be. He's been so direct as well. Every single time he gets a hold of that ball, he's pushing on, and it could be 4 right now. Neymar's going to push into the box. Suarez is not going to be picked in. Maybe go for the sensible option then. Maybe have a bit more of a veteran head. He would have passed that across, but keeping a hold of the ball now. Neymar going to be offside, so it's going to be the end of that attack. What does Kylias do in this situation now?
Just be more direct and learn from who you're playing against. He needs to get that ball forward. He needs to... Midfield doesn't seem to be working for him, so just feed the front line now. He needs goals. He needs 2, and time is running out.
Well, Dennis Suarez out to Messi. Suarez to Messi. Pushing down this right-hand side. Could Ruben add insult to injury? Yeah, he needs the goals as well. They're all going to come into play towards the end. Free kick to Ruben as well.
See, the interesting thing then was the cutback and looking for another try. He's not finished. Either he just wants to see the game out and he needs to get a few more on the board to do so, or he's just hungry. I mean, that's exactly what we've seen the play. Like
Mascherano's going to nick the ball. The header's not going to quite come in. Messi's going to be there. Should he be able to clean this one up? Just about going to go out for a corner. And Ruben is stealing the show here. Change is going to come in, though. And they're only coming for Ruben at this moment in time. No, Kylias is going to think about making some. Going to choose to put Thuram on in the middle of the park. Taken off Suarez. Okay. What do you think about these changes?
I mean, he's taking Iniesta out, putting Thuram in the midfield. Iniesta was completely flagging. And the shift he's putting in, creating the goals that we've seen so far, worthwhile. He's played his part. He's not got the legs now. So let's bring in someone like Thuram, who's a strong all-rounder. I mean, he's not got the killer instinct that Iniesta has, but at this point he has the stamina that he needs to see the game out.
Well, this corner is going to be taken. Is he going to choose to maybe waste time, or is he going to whip it in? He whips it in. The ball is there, and it's just about going to evade everybody. Is it going to be Neymar to pick this one up? Yes, it isn't. Is this going to be an opportunity for Kylias to maybe get back into this game? Potentially it is. Assad's going to push on through to Stegen is there to clean that one up. And surely this is Ruben's game to lose now. 3-1 to the good with only 6 minutes of game time remaining. Keeping a hold of the ball as well. Suarez going to push towards that. Not going to be able to get a hold of it. Here's Neymar to Thuram. Not going to be able to produce anything. And for me, I haven't been that impressed by Kylias. It's all been Ruben so far. And with only a couple of minutes remaining, he's walking away with a win here.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be hard to turn it around. I mean, it has been done, but we're asking a lot of a team that is exhausted by this point in the game.
Yeah, it's not the situation you want to be in when we go into the 90th minute. Suarez snapping a shot away there, but it's not enough. Kylias trying to put the pressure on now. But is it too little too late? It seems that way as the ball is spread out towards Neymar.
And there's Thuram doing the job, breaking up the play, passing it back, keeping control, but giving the ball away. 5 minutes of stoppage time, so quite a big chunk.
A lot of time. And there's more than enough time for the 2 goals to come in, but they're not going to be able to do it with sloppy passes like that. Thuram is going to change this one away. Neymar is going to keep a hold of the ball. He gives it away again, but it's going to still be a lot for Kylias to do. Out to Neymar. To Iniesta, back to Neymar. And there's nothing Kylias can do. He's just been strangled out of this game.
as Ruben pushes away, playing in front of his own crowd, if you like, here in Barcelona. Now this is going to be a final opportunity for Kilias to maybe get a goal on the board here. No, it is not. 3-1 is the score to Ruben.
Punch in the air.
Very happy with that win, and rightly so. Going up against one of the tournament favourites, and to walk away with a win like that after such a hard start just throws this group into absolute turmoil. I am not going to even try and figure out what's going on. I'm going to just, Brycey, you can, I'm just going to sit and be quiet for the next 5 minutes. Go on, tell us what's going on in this group.
Funny enough, I don't know everything because the other game's results. We need to know the other game results that's going on. But I said if Ruben wins this one, technically they're both tied on points. So Ruben will now win the head-to-head versus Kilias, which means that Kilias may go out depending on the result of the other game. EC O'Neill has won his game as well. Kilias has just put himself out, which is unbelievable.
Wow. The highest goal scorer, the best goal difference, the only person to finish first in his national final to make it here is out. That's
very dependent on the other game, because also, if somehow EC O'Neill lost 2-1 or 3-2, then there could potentially be some sort of crisis. You know it's bad when the admins backstage are furiously looking up, not the head-to-head. They're going, oh, we're now on to the third time. What comes after this? And they go, and then after that, there's a tie-breaking rule. So they've actually gone to kind of research. You know, they were getting worried at that point. So
I'm glad I'm up here at this point.
Drama.
You know what? It's freezing out here. I don't even care. I don't want to have to try and figure that one out.
So it's very dependent on what the other game was. That's Jose versus EC O'Neill. So we're going to find out as that kind of comes down and exactly how that's gone down. Oh no, sorry, it's not EC O'Neill. It's Kill the Pro, King the King. Sorry. So he's in that group as well. King the Pro versus Jose is a very important game. So that's all being currently sorted out backstage. But before we go and try and crunch the numbers without having them all, let's talk about the game we just saw. Going into it, we thought Kilias heavy favourite. He seemed a little bit shaken. Ruben certainly started pulling away.
It's home advantage.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I mean, I'm not going to say I called it, but I called it.
You called it just out of scaredness of all the people doing the lovely Barcelona museum tour.
It was one way, surely, on paper. That's the way it should have gone. Kilias should have absolutely smashed it. Come out the blocks flying. We said, I mean, I tried to say he scored goals. I don't know if you noticed that.
I mean, it didn't seem that way at all. Kilias just sort of seemed very subdued.
Yeah.
Didn't really have any control. It never really looked like, I mean, okay, it was close when, you know, the teams were trying to figure each other out, but as soon as Ruben scored, he always looked like the likely winner. Yeah. Every time Ruben had the ball, he was direct, he was pushing. Kilias didn't have a moment to breathe, and I think that may have been something to do with the way that Kilias was set up, and Ruben just counteracted it beautifully.
I mean, early on, I think it was Bryce that actually mentioned it initially, the fact that Kilias was playing so centrally. That seemed to be the downfall of most of his play, because those long searching balls out to the wing, that's where Ruben was getting the space. And it was about 60-ish minutes, Kilias switched it around, and we weren't seeing that sort of impact then. The players that were on the wings were tired by then, but by that point, I mean, he'd already emptied the tank, and as you mentioned, it was kind of a little bit too little too late by that point.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've just been updated, and they told me that the game is still ongoing. So that game hasn't actually ended quite yet. So the fate of the group hangs in the balance. If you're Kilias, you're over there just kind of like, oh my goodness.
Please help me.
Yeah, please, Jose. You'll be a big fan going through. But yes, that game is currently ongoing. You see there on one of the side stations, that game is underway. So we don't actually know exactly how it's going to go down and who goes into the bracket quite yet. So again, one of those ones where you're all sitting there and you're kind of worrying. But here is the bracket so far from what we do know. Gaul and the Wesertron. So we actually found out in the other group, the Wesertron managed to win his third game. He's gone through. City's gone through. El Matador's gone through. O'Neill and the Sky's the Limit has gone through.
Obviously still waiting on these two players from this group. Group C.
This is
C for crazy.
Group C is the group. Well, it started off. I'm sorry, I just got to update. I believe it's 2-0 to Jose.
1-0 to
1-0 to Jose, which actually would put this into a 4-way tie. With goal difference, I think, being the only difference. This is what I said. Goal difference may be the decider here, because I think now, if I'm right in my head, that Ruben may have the best goal difference in the group. Whereas, hold on, let me think this out.
No, I've got this.
You be careful. I've got this. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm about to do some maths right in front of you. I went to school for this. So Ruben should have the best goal difference. If it stays 1-0 to Jose, he and King the Pro should be tied, but he's won the head-to-head. So it could be Jose and Ruben that go through, because Kiliaz will now have the worst goal difference.
Yeah.
And therefore it will come down to a head-to-head between King the Pro and Jose, which means that Jose goes through.
Which is exactly who we didn't call to go through the group.
I mean,
If it stays that way, the way it's just worked out, and I'm correct with those numbers, it could be the two who are just bottom of the group and tied to begin with.
If you're correct with the numbers.
Hey, I'm fairly confident in my maths. That's the way the group could play out. Now, I know the admins right now are furiously trying to work that out as well.
They're probably thinking, oh God, we didn't think of that. What Bryce has just said. Christ Almighty!
Well, no, I'm right. It was King the Pro and it was Kiliaz who were +1 going into this one.
Yep.
And they were on 4 points. Jose and Ruben were -1 apiece going in. We've just seen Ruben get +2. There's a +1 coming in for Jose.
Yeah.
The head-to-head counts first.
Yeah.
Obviously, that means that they're out of it if you're King the Pro.
Yeah.
So yeah, it could genuinely be, if it stays 1-0 and Jose wins, it will be Ruben and Jose that go through. And you would not know, I don't think anybody predicted it from when we just saw the groups just a second ago. So that could be a massive upset. And I've been told it's still Jose 1-0. Oh no, we won 1-0. So I'm going to get confirmation.
Get confirmation.
I'm going to get full confirmation, and I'm sure the admins are currently working that out. But if it is exactly as we think it is,
yeah,
Jose and Ruben could have potentially have gone through in this group with all 4 players having 4 points.
Scenes,
exactly.
I've been told it's correct. I've been told that is fully correct as it happens. Jose and Ruben have gone through in that group in absolutely dramatic fashion. The last 2 games, they both went the other way through. The head-to-head and the goal difference have made the entire difference as it goes through. And that's it. There's no...
I mean, you look at that there then, and Kiliaz and King the Pro have got to really take a... I was going to say a long, hard look at themselves, maybe a bit harsh. But, you know, you've got to think they're coming into this as 2 of the players that could go out and win the whole thing, and suddenly they've been put out to pretty much unknown entities in the 2 Spanish players.
And think about the unknown entities as well. They've gone from 3 games ago being, I'm about to start my PES League Regional Finals campaign. Now, they've not only been having selfies with Gerard Piqué from Barcelona, they're now $2,000 richer and, and looking at a place in Cardiff.
We've seen that Spanish game and we're like, oh, well, you know, these 2 teams, they're fairly even matched, but one of them's going to have to win because they're probably not going to win against the other 2. Realistically, they're the 2 best 2 players in this group going against each other. It was just a very close game because they're very good. And the other 2 were the 2 worst in the group. That's why it was so close. It wasn't. I mean, it worked out in our heads, but just a complete opposite way.
I think it's very interesting, kind of just going into it, like, because obviously it starts with a head-to-head, but because there's a 4-way tie, you kind of have to discount that, go goal difference first, then go back to head-to-head to find out who's actually second. And obviously that kind of plays in. It's Jose and Ruben, and they both kind of helped each other in the end there by making the goal difference the way it was.
Vamos.
Yeah, unbelievable. Because obviously the worst thing is I think if Ruben's game was a 2-1, then Kiliaz would have had the head-to-head against, because he would have the same goal difference against Jose. So Kiliaz, because he went 3-1, actually put himself out. 1 goal difference, and he would have been okay. But
fine margins. I mean, I think I said myself before, well, as long as you win your games, you don't even think about goal difference. And then it's just come down to the 1 goal.
Well,
crazy.
Look, the group started out in just crazy fashion. It started out 1-1 draws for all sides. We went, oh, that won't continue. And then when we saw the goals, I said, you know, I was working out while we sat here, and I was like, well, if they actually win the other way, it could be a 4-way tie. And everyone went, no, it won't. It'll be fine.
Well,
and it turns out 4-way tie. 1 goal, pretty much the difference across all of the 4 players, and that's how it went down. Well, we are now moving out of the crazy groups, and we're going to be moving into the bracket. We saw the bracket just a second ago. Obviously now Jose and Ruben will be joining them in there as well. But coming up right after this short break, we will be going into the bracket and see who else we are sending home.
3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League EU Season 1 Regional Finals here live in Barcelona at the Nou Camp. Of course, we've had the groups. We've unfortunately had to send half of our players home. 8 remain as we move into the bracket. Quarterfinals now coming up. They'll all be played at the same time. It will also be 2 legs this time around. So I have to play 2 games back-to-back to find our winners. But I'm not alone in this. Joining me here on this panel to bring you the action from the rest of the bracket, of course, it will be Adam and Graham. Guys, all right, we've had a few shocks coming into this one.
Yeah, I would just like to say before we start, I've left the caviar canapes just to be back with you. So, yeah, a couple of shocks from watching from the sidelines. Obviously, you know, talk us through some of the players that we just lost. There was a big 2 that went out, didn't there?
Right at the end, the last match that we saw on the screen, we saw Kiliaz, the French guy, the highest scorer, best goal difference coming to the competition. We kind of like pegged him before the last game as being a surefire thing to go through. He has gone out of the competition, going home. Big shock there. Obviously, King of Pro, same group.
Yep.
I mean, to the 2 players,
we kind of bigged them both up, didn't we, before the actual games, the group started. You know, France are very good. Usually do really well, don't they? And so do Greece, and again, so they were quite favourites, and they're both out. So again, shows the level, the standard that we've got this year.
Exactly. The last 3 PES World titles have been won by either a French or a Greek player. So, and those were the best 2 from those regions. So.
Yeah, it's become a bit of a crazy group session. As we move into the bracket, though, should be interesting with how the bracket kind of plays out. First of all, you got Gaul. You know, he's come straight out of his group, and he's in a great position. But he's going against Luddy, so it's not an easy first game for him. You've got things like Rubens going against City. You've got O'Neill going against, I'm trying to remember desperately who.
El Matador.
Yeah, that's actually the game we've got coming up.
Yeah.
And that, of course, leaves Jose in the sky's limit.
Yeah.
So you've got these are all pretty good games, and we're not entirely sure exactly how they're all going to go.
Well, specifically the one that we're going to be focusing on in the quarterfinals is, of course, Goul versus Lutti. Both of them kind of sneaked their way through the groups, really. Yeah. Obviously, goal difference it came down to for Lutti, who managed to get there on goals scored, I believe. Whereas, obviously, Goul didn't win a game in the group stages, went through with 1 point. So
no, it's El Matador.
Sorry. Right, okay.
It's
Goul just beat his friend.
It's almost kind of they're flipping the script on what we should be expecting, because we expected Goul to be the underdog against Mike Linden and obviously beat his compatriot in the first game that we showed. Lutti we expected to be one of the red-hot favourites, only coming through in a 3-way sort of goal difference spectacular after everyone finished on 4 points in the maddest group we could have predicted. So, yeah. Backwards.
All right. What is kind of your favourite game looking forward into these quarterfinals? Then what is the game you're kind of most interested to see the result of?
I'm quite interested to see the last of the ones that we saw. Obviously, Eldridge O'Neill versus El Matador. I think that game has all the attributes really to go and make it a spectacle.
I mean, you mentioned obviously while we were in the break, you said that you wandered off and had a word with Matador, and he wasn't hitting the heights that he expected of himself already. So he knows he's not where he needs to be. He's still in the game. It's a little bit of fortune that he's still there. So maybe that's going to drive him on to be the previous European champion and world finalist that we've seen.
Well, let's start talking about that game then. It's, you know, you got O'Neill versus El Matador. Now El Matador did have a pretty bad group stage. He just made it here by, you know, the fact that he had that kind of that bye by Enigma not being here through visa issues. Then he had a draw, and then he lost out 1-0 to essentially his friend. And we said how influential is that game going to be, because both of them wanted to be in the bracket. Turns out, you know, that slight goal difference and having that draw just won it. And you even saw, you know, he played for a 2-2 draw. Was he, you know, he's sitting there going, 2-2 draw, just managed to get myself through to the group, but he knew he had as well.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I believe that Eldridge O'Neill is going into this game in probably the better form out of the 2 players. Obviously looked pretty good in the group stages, and it was a tough group. I believe, I feel that he had, you know, one of the toughest groups we had. There was a couple of tough groups, but certainly his was one of the toughest. So in terms of form, I feel that Eldridge O'Neill is in the best position, but like we've already seen with form, it means nothing in these big games. And
especially if you throw into the fact that Mike Linden was essentially going out. He went behind, he clawed a goal back, he went behind, and I think it was like the 88th minute he was going out of the game unless he could salvage a point. 1 goal, very late on, swung it back. So whilst he's not been in the best form throughout, he finished on a high. So could that see him going, yeah, okay, I can push on from here?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's going to be very curious to see who makes it through these quarterfinals. Then we'll be like, right, this is kind of, maybe it goes back into normality and we start seeing the kind of the front runners actually pull away. Or is it going to be more upsets? We've already seen the crazy group stage. Group C and D both ended with ties. In Group C, it was actually a four-way tie that actually ended up having to be kind of worked out. And in Group D, you know, Westertron lost out just through goal difference.
Well, it was head-to-head, wasn't it, that started, and they'd all beaten each other, and then obviously
Triple
went to
threat.
goal difference, and that again goes to show, we keep saying time and time again, the level each year in the PES League just keeps growing, and I think it's attracting more and more players from these different regions, and the standard is just, it's going, sky's the limit. See what I did there?
Hey, genius.
All right, let's move on to
Tumbleweed.
talking about this now, because it is two legs now. So goal difference still does play a part and going forward. And I wonder, you know, how that's going to change up. Not for the first game. I think the first game, fairly standard. I think second game, if you lost the first one, you're like, now I need to beat them, but not just beat them, I need to hammer them. Maybe they go more aggressive. Start changing up the tactics and going, okay, now I need to really push this.
Yeah, I feel that the first game, obviously there's no away goals, but it will be on aggregate. So I think the first game will be, well, we said we thought it might be cagey in the start of the group stages and wasn't. So even though we feel it's going to be cagey in that first game, again, we could be proved wrong. They could go flying out of the blocks, try and get that lead. And then, you know, the other player has to play catch up. So again, it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact that players may have been on form, may not have been on form. If they were playing well, they want to stick to that. So I'd imagine them going straight for it. And Mike Linden's got a score to settle from with himself from his own performance. So let's hope for more of the same.
I'm curious. For me, like I said, I'm wondering if any of these players, we spoke about it a little bit in the group stages, saying if you do suffer that loss, do you start, you know, changing your tactics? We saw Kilias, you know, he had to kind of quickly reverse what he was doing and actually going out.
Yeah.
Do you think that between legs, these players are going to be desperate trying to figure out things? Maybe a knee-jerk reaction going, well, if I don't do well in this next game, I'm done. That's it. There is no second chance now.
I think that's very likely. Because, I mean, we've seen them changing formations and tactics at 75 minutes, which is, I mean, obviously a little past halfway, but that's when it's kind of decision time. I need to make something. So maybe
they've got that little bit of extra time, haven't they?
Yeah. So that could be pivotal. But the fact that they've got one game to figure it out, realise where the win was, and then adapt that for the second game. Obviously, though, the changes they make could be easily countered by other people. So the fact there's two legs, that adds an extra dimension to this whole match game ahead.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about the actual games. And who do we think is going through into the semis?
Well, if we just have a look at, we can have a look at, you know, we'll go game by game. So the first game is obviously Gould versus Lottie. That's the one we're going to be looking at.
We've got.
Have they changed the?
Or Eldridge O'Neill versus Mike Linden on the stream.
Right. Okay. So that's been changed. So that we'll go with that one first then. So for me, looking at it, you've obviously got. You know, it's again, we said the guy with the form going against the guy who squeezed through. Could that play? Could he rise to it? I mean, I would go with. I'm gonna be a bit risque here. I've got a feeling that the man who has struggled in the group stages is actually going to go through. That's my gut instinct. Even though Eldridge O'Neill has had the better form in the group stage, I had a chat. There's a little glimmer in the eye beforehand with El Matador, but you know, again, I could be wrong.
So I mean, there's logic to that decision though, because Mike. El Matador Linden had been one of the biggest players from Germany ever in PES League history. There's been a little bit of time since he was at that lofty height, whereas Eldridge has been two major events with PES League in the last few years, whilst Mike's been away. So could that recent history be the fact that it's a little bit more fresh to him? Possibly. But as Adam says, a player of Mike Linden's calibre, you lose your form, but you don't lose your ability when it comes to being that sort of good at PES.
Form is temporary, class is permanent.
I knew that was
that
coming.
Old chestnut.
I knew that was coming.
All right, well let's move on to a different one then. Okay, let's talk about Gould versus Luddy then, the game you were going to talk about just a second ago. Who do we think's doing this one? I mean, Luddy didn't look fantastic. Westertron took him down, but was that a blip, or is it kind of a show of reduced form?
Well, you've got obviously Lutty's again been there, done that. He's been to so many of these finals. We were expecting possibly to see more than what we've seen so far. And he's going up against a guy who's won 2 of the 3 games in the first, or did he win all 3? I can't remember. He beat his fellow German compatriot. Obviously went and won the second game.
Yeah, he also beat
so he finished with 9 points. So it's just been a clean sweep. He's looking very relaxed backstage, and
But the other question is, you've got to ask himself how much was he actually challenged in groups?
Yep.
I mean, 5-4 was his game against his compadre El Matador.
Yep.
He did have a pretty, I think it was 5-1, admittedly, against Alouche, and the third was a free win. So, apart from Alouche, it's kind of, do we think, Alouche,
have we seen enough from him?
Yeah, have we seen enough? His only game that wasn't against Alouche, who we didn't know who was on that great form. Is he good enough at this point for us going, yeah, definite great form, great group, or was it just the group?
Yeah, 10 goals in 2 games. Well, sounds like an amazing stat, but it's just 2 games. So, has he had time to shine? Did he really get tested, like you say?
Where are we feeling? What's that gut feeling, Lally or Gaul?
I'm going to go with the German.
So that's 2 Germans you've seen going through.
Yep.
I'll balance that with Lutte. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's move on then. The next one, let's look at this. I think it's the Sky's Limit versus Jose.
Your memory is spectacular.
It is if I'm right.
And he's wrong. So another one. So the Spanish guy went through. Again, he was in a very difficult group. We weren't possibly expecting him to go through. He did. So
that was crazy as well.
So and it was it was the drama in that group was already right up here. So what we're going to see in the knockout stages, I don't know. But again, that confidence from getting through that group, I think that would benefit him more than detract from it, because obviously certain players feel differently after results like that. But what do you think, Graham?
From speaking to people that we have present here today, we actually have a player called Alex Alguacil, who is he won the Euro 2016 championship in France last year, so previous champion, national champion. He lost out to Jose on the way here, and he said that he was ranked 3rd in the country, but that was kind of irrelevant just because he's such a good player. So he says he has the potential to go all the way. Obviously, we didn't quite get to see that in the groups, so you kind of would lean towards him. Who was the other player?
Against Jose?
Yes.
Sky's Limit.
Sky's Limit, sorry, there we are. And he played against one of the, I think it was either Wesatron or Side in the groups, and they were saying his form, I mean, he was like unplayable when they played against him. Obviously, on that, Jose's definitely got reputation, hasn't shown it today. Obviously, Ivan, Sky's Limit, he's been firing on all cylinders in that respect, so I'd probably have to lean his way.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, obviously, Jose and Ruben, they tied in their game as well, so it come very close. I said it was a goal difference just between first and second. It was 1 goal. All right, let's move on to the final game then. Let's talk about it's City versus Ruben. Now, Ruben, of course, he got through the group in that final game we watched of the groups, where he somehow managed to go 3-1 up against
by the skin of
Kiliaz.
A hair's breadth.
Yeah.
What did that?
Went 3-1 up
sense.
against Kiliaz.
The skin of a hair's breadth. I just put 2 into 1 there.
I always have the skin of a hair.
When you need a metaphor, you just find 2.
Just chuck 2 in and see what happens.
But no, obviously, it was kind of crazy because we sat there and we were like, 2-1. And I said if it's 2-1 before the game, we could be seeing this crazy 4-way tie. So if it's 3-1, you're Kiliaz, you've just taken yourself out of the competition because there's no we won't go down the tie-director list then. You've actually just knocked yourself out. But that was Ruben who managed to do that and actually helped out. I think it helped out Jose as well.
It was those 2 quick-fire goals, wasn't it? Yeah. It was 1-1 and then it went 2-1, 3-1 within a matter of minutes, and it was over and he was through.
Out of his seat,
he was he was very animated at that. Gut instinct for me. From what I've seen so far, I really like the look of City, actually, from what I've seen. Again, the first major tournament, we weren't sure what we were going to get from him, but seems very relaxed. When we were talking to him yesterday, he was like, I don't feel like I need to change my tactics based on who I'm playing against. I'll just, see how it goes. And so I've been very impressed with him in his first major tournament. So that would be my gut instinct. Again, could be wrong. Probably will be wrong. But,
I mean, the fact that he's so casual about the whole thing. It's kind of rare to see with players at these sort of events. They're so business and playing the game and focus. Whereas City was out taking the sights in. I mean, he recommended a place that we should go and visit tomorrow when everything's all set up.
That's the thing. He was saying the experience of being in Barcelona and a lot. He was really looking forward to it. So again, another great thing about the PES League. But he was kind of focusing on that more than getting into the tournament frame of mind yesterday. So maybe that's what's enabled him to come here fresh and not have any worries and just, go for it.
All right, well, that's the quarterfinals kind of covered. But speaking of quarterfinals, let's talk about the one we're actually going to watch. O'Neill versus El Matador. And we actually have a season overview for these players. So there we go. This is their season as they went through. Does anything stand out to you there?
Well, it's very close, isn't it?
Very close.
The 1 goal difference in terms of, goals scored by O'Neill compared to 75, obviously 76. Goals against, obviously more for El Matador, so he did concede more goals. That doesn't really give us a fair reflection of the form because it's just too close to call, really.
I think the most surprising thing is just how much of a positive record that is.
Yeah.
Goals for and goals against. That's crazy. It not only shows how much you keep a clean sheet, but that you're beating people by significant margins every single time.
Sure.
Every single game as well, winning
Yeah.
15 out of 15 for the qualification period.
Yeah. So, I mean, these two, not really an awful lot to separate in terms of their actual statistics.
We're going to get this, though, as we go further into the competition because these are all champions or, runners-up of their, local region. So, obviously, the talent is there. They're all going to be there or thereabouts, and that's where them fine margins in these games are so crucial.
Yeah, I think it's very, very curious. So I think we already covered that. I think we already spoke about who we think's going through, and we all say you said El Matador.
Yep.
You didn't actually say anything, I don't think.
Yeah, I kind
He
of
sat on the
dodged.
fence as
Yeah, he
usual.
did sit on the
I
fence.
dodged.
He loves a dodge.
Yeah.
Well, I've come back for more.
Okay. O'Neill.
He
Let's
noticed
go-
and he's
Yeah.
coming back. He's quizzing you. now.
Let's go for the split again. I went Lutty when you said Matthias just to counteract. So yeah, I think.
Is there
Eldridge
logic
has got a
behind it,
chance.
though? Is
Yeah,
it-
purely because.
Never with Graham.
Never, no, he just
Well,
picked randomly.
no, just fumbled
Well, yours
through.
was a gut instinct, so
Gut
he
instinct,
should
so-
have logic behind it.
Mine is logic, which I did actually mention before. The fact that Eldridge has been competing in
Yeah.
competitions.
Well,
more
in form
recently.
as well in the group stages, he is the form man. So yeah, I see your logic. So it's logic versus gut, Brycey.
Well, speaking of gut versus logic, either of these one wins, do we think they have what it takes to go all the way?
I think the easy answer there is yes. I mean, these guys are all national champions. They all can go the way. But yeah, definitely. I think
We're basically looking for El Matador to step it up.
Yeah, the only one that needs to show that he has what his reputation brings with him is El Matador.
He's the one that's underachieved as far as I'm concerned in the tournament so far. Just the 1 point, obviously, in the group stages. I believe we're going to be looking at some formations and stuff in a second. So obviously, we'll be able to see what teams they're going with, what formations. Already, I can see a slight change there on the left-hand side. Usually, the 4-3-3 looks like a more of a 4-4-2 at the moment, or 4-4.
I believe that's
1-1.
O'Neill. I believe the left-hand side is O'Neill. And yeah, is he going to stick with that though?
It looks like a pretty determined. He's.
So
he's
maybe
got,
I mean I didn't actually notice this. So O'Neill's on the left-hand side. I didn't actually catch that game. So did he play with this formation in the group stages, or has he changed this for the actual?
I don't think we got to see it.
Yeah, that was
quarterfinals?
off. We didn't see.
Oh no, he has
He's
changed.
changed it. He's just toying with us. I know his game.
The thing was, he built the formation perfectly for that as well, because when doing his advanced formations, he'd hug the touchline, he'd used attacking fullbacks, which meant that he was going to plough down the wings, look for width, and using gegenpressing.
He's changing it again. He's now gone to a diamond in the midfield. We may as well just wait till he's finished before we actually say what he's going to be doing.
He looks like he wants to change it again there. I thought he was changing it once more.
So obviously, in terms of on the El Matador, just going straight with the 4-3-3. You know, the fairly standard Barcelona formation.
See, same. There he's hugging the touchline, advanced fullbacks again. He's going for the width, Eldridge. Sorry, you may continue.
No, I was actually done, Graham, even though I felt slightly.
Oh, has he just changed it back?
And he'd gone back to the 4. Like we said, should we focus on El Matador and then come back to O'Neill?
Matador was doing what we've seen everybody else do. He's actually being probably less aggressive with his players because of it. A lot of times they push those three forward. Whereas O'Neill, I don't know if he doesn't really know yet. He's got a few ideas to kind of play with.
Or maybe he's changed. Maybe just.
We'll go back with the exact same as every other formation we've seen.
4-3-3.
Yep.
It's actually 4-3-1-2 by the looks of things at the moment. Now it's back to 4-3-3 again.
Maybe he's just not entirely sure.
Maybe this is going to be more interesting than the game.
Maybe he's.
Oh no! It looks like he's actually gone for the. Since we've come back to him, it looks like he's gone back to kind of a standard formation that we're seeing everybody use at this event.
Yeah, that's.
Although El Matador's changed.
Again, they may be looking at the screen. They may be seeing formation changes from their, the contestant they're playing against. Might have altered their thinking behind what they want to do. yeah, we're not really sure until the game gets underway what we're going to see, really.
It's not uncommon for players to have a few formations in the bag so that they will play in their set ways and then learn what formations they will switch to based on the opposition. It doesn't happen very often. Usually players stick to their guns and play the way they play.
No, you know what's actually going now? I think this is a kind of a standoff. If you've noticed, they've changed position. I think El Matador is waiting to see what goes. I think he's just readied up. No, he's gone back again. He's not entirely sure in terms of what they want to use. I think both.
So they do have 15 minutes per formation, so we're surely on 25 by now.
I think that's it. I think they finally kind of locked it in.
Yep, they're happy.
Yeah. So they were changing formation right up until the last second. Maybe going,
I think you were right, Bryce. I think they were sort of toying with each other and seeing. They didn't want to play the cards too early. I think they were wanting to see what the other was going to do first.
It's one of those ones where I want to play this. Oh well, I'll counter it with this. Well, actually, I want you to counter it, so I'm going to change mine again.
Now, this isn't the first time we've seen this as well in the PES League finals. The music being played in their ears, trying to zone themselves out of the occasion, possibly get relaxed in their own environment. That's obviously O'Neill.
All right, well, it looks like this game is underway, so I'm going to hand it over to you two to take everyone to the action.
So it is, of course, kicking from left to right is, of course, Eldridge O'Neill, and from right to left, El Matador, in the first of the quarter-finals here in Barcelona for the PES League Regional Finals. And it's a first chance here for O'Neill down the right-hand side, played across, stunning save from the goalkeeper. Rakitic saved again. An almost unbelievable start from Eldridge O'Neill, Graham.
I can't even speak. I mean, that was phenomenal. He played the perfect ball,
I know you can't speak normally,
into the he played the low ball into the box. All he had to do was slot it away, but ter Stegen was there, and a quick double save from the big German keeper.
How crucial could that save be in this quarter-final first leg? Remember, it is a two-legged competition, the quarters and the semi-finals. No away goals, but of course aggregate scores do count as Rakitic tries to find Luis Suarez, intercepted by PK.
Just to throw in, we were saying Mike needs to show what he has, and 10 minutes into the game and it's been all Eldridge, so this could be weighing down on his confidence. He needs to build something. He needs to show that he has some
like you say, you feel like he needs a bright start after a fairly sloppy group stages as the ball gets played over the top for Luis Suarez, but just strayed the wrong side of the last defender. Frustration there for El Matador.
It was close, very close there.
Surely not going back to formation settings. 12 minutes gone here at the Nou Camp, and it is Eldridge O'Neill 0, El Matador 0. Forward towards Suarez, but headed away by PK. Finds Iniesta on the halfway line into Lionel Messi. First chance here for El Matador to foray forwards, trying to cut swathes through the defence.
He's trying his best to cut those swathes, but it's just not happening. But maybe now.
That was very, very close there from the Brazilian Neymar.
I mean, the thing you notice when Mike Linden gets hold of the ball, El Matador, you'll see loads of little kind of white lines flagging up on the screen. If you've not played PES before, that is off the ball.
It's Lionel Messi. He's onside. Left foot shot saved by the goalkeeper. Another chance wasted for the Dutchman.
Intense.
Another chance
again,
here for Neymar. He's in again.
Back.
And that's another save. It's a man of the match performance so far from El Matador's goalkeeper.
That defence is left open. They are lost at the back. Mike Linden needs to lock that down, and very quickly, or he could be looking at...
It parted like the Sea of Moses there, that defence, and really it should have been 1-0 to Eldridge O'Neill, but Lionel Messi tries to cross it in again, deflected out of play for a corner, and it has... No, it is a goal kick. It came off his own player. And after 20 minutes, he's been all O'Neill, Graham.
Exactly. I mean, like I say, Mike, if you watch him when he's playing, you'll see loads of white lines flying across the place. That's him sending teammates on a run, trying to push forward. But maybe he's doing that too much, so he's leaving his players out of space. That's probably why there's so many gaps in the defence. So trying to work it, but is he trying too hard? Maybe.
The only positive thing from El Matador's point of view is, of course, it is still level, and will O'Neill start to feel the pressure of these missed opportunities. He's out to Vidal on the right-hand side. It's another chance. The defence are all over the place. It's into the area, and somehow it's squeezed wide of the target. Great defending in the end, and it's another chance. Chance after chance in these opening 25 minutes for O'Neill, but still, the most important scoreline is 0-0, as El Matador tried to catch him on the counter, but it's a good defending in the end. Vidal finds Neymar. Graham, how are you seeing proceedings so far?
Well, when we saw Eldridge setting up, I mentioned the fact that his advanced instructions included hug the touchline and attacking fullbacks, and that's exactly what it's been.
I'm going to interrupt you here, Graham, because Neymar's in here for El Matador. Another chance, Iniesta, and in the blink of an eye, after 25 minutes of solid pressure from O'Neill, he now finds himself behind Graham.
Absolutely incredible, out of nowhere. I mean, Ter Stegen at one end, absolutely phenomenal in goal, and that one perhaps Ter Stegen should have done better. He got a finger on the shot, but found himself picking the ball out of the back of the net. 1-0, Mike Linden. What
did we say? Will he rue these missed opportunities? And that's exactly what's happened. It's come back to bite him in the rear end, and it is 1-0 to El Matador. Rakitic placed it into the air, a chance for the quick response, but headed away forward towards Rakitic, and once again, the counter-attack is on here for El Matador. It's up towards Neymar on the left-hand side, as Piqué comes across to make the challenge. And back towards Jordi Alba. Jordi Alba just keeping possession here for El Matador. Sergio Busquets, pass forward, interception, and now it's another chance here to counter for O'Neill. In towards Neymar. Is this going to be another chance?
Oh, nice bit of flair, but probably the wrong move at the wrong time. Loses possession and gives it back to Mike Linden, who's looking to add to the lead. Obviously, that's going to be important going through the end of this game and into the next game, but obviously significantly going forward from there too.
Sure, you've got to remember, of course, this is a quarter-finals, the last 8 here, but if any of these players were to get through to the semi-finals, so that's the last 4 in this competition, will be going all the way to Cardiff for the World Finals and the chance for $200,000 US, Graham.
Exactly.
That is life-changing money.
Exactly. I mean, not forgetting the fact that these guys are already $2,000 richer. Winning this game would increase that amount to at least $4,000. Forgetting that, these guys then go to the European finals. That's the UEFA Champions League, the World Finals, and they get the chance to go to the UEFA Champions League final match itself.
Neymar crosses in towards Piqué. It was a free header, but he couldn't get any purchase on it, and it's cleared away by O'Neill. Chance to counter. 3-on-3. Lionel Messi surged through the middle from Luis Suarez, but he delayed the pass. Now he finds Suarez, but has the chance gone. Rakitic finds Neymar. El Matador just trying to shut up shop here as we approach the end of the first half, and this will be a real blow going into half-time if O'Neill finds himself up behind after all that early pressure, Graham.
Exactly, smash and grab football, all the pressure, all the chances, not
It's another
clinical.
chance though, it's Neymar for 2-0, it's off the foot of the post, and really El Matador should be 2-0 in front.
I was just about to say the difference is that clinical finishing that Mike El Matador had, but not the case.
Last chance saloon at the end of the first half. 1 minute of added on time as O'Neill has the chance to level the scores. A good challenge again from Jordi Alba, and the referee brings the first half to an end. And with 52% possession and far more chances, O'Neill finds himself behind.
Oh, he's got to be hitting himself for that. I mean, the feeling of taking all those chances, getting into those positions, playing the right ball in, but just having an absolute showstopper display from the man in the sticks from Ter Stegen.
I hate to say it, Graham, but my prediction at the start of the game is correct as we speak.
Very much
gut
so.
Gut versus logic. It's gut at the moment, but it's in towards Neymar. Chance to twist and turn. Tries to get the cross in, back out towards Jordi Alba. A bright start here from El Matador in this second half. Iniesta finds Neymar. Neymar twisting, turning, finds Rakitic on the edge of the box. Can't get the shot away and headed upfield. Graham, are we going to see any changes in tactics, formations, or are we going to see pretty much the same as it's only the first leg?
I think it'd be silly of O'Neill to change this point in time. I mean, obviously, so much pressure in the first half. He's had the chances. He hadn't managed to take them. So I think changing it for him is probably not on his mind now. If things keep going as it is right now...
That's a stunning pass again. Sorry, Graham, to interrupt, because every time you speak, there is a chance.
That's how quick this game is.
It's compelling viewing, and with just 53 minutes on the clock, 1-0 doesn't really fair reflect this game, because there's been so many chances inside the Nou Camp here.
And Eldridge is slowly building now. He's not really had much in the second half. He clearly on the first half, despite obviously finishing the half a goal down, but now he gets his first chance in the second, biding his time. Just played the wrong ball back with Luis Suarez.
Lionel Messi inside to Rakitic, now finds Sergio Busquets. Nearly said Sergio Biscuits. Jordi Alba down the left-hand side, crosses over the top towards Neymar. First touch, shot in towards Suarez, saved by the goalkeeper and somehow smuggled away again. Another chance to make it 2-0 for El Matador. that would really give himself a big advantage going into this second leg if he were to get a second goal, but we're still finely balanced here at 1-0.
I only managed to say what, but I meant to say what a ball. That pass into the box was incredible. If it hadn't been for that fingertip save from ter Stegen, Mike Linden could have been looking set and ready, waiting for the second leg with a 2-goal lead.
Of course, Mike Linden is El Matador, if anyone is confused, because I keep referring to his game attack, whereas Graham is best buds, so is referring to him as Mike Linden. Jordi Alba finds Rakitic, ball over the top, looking for Neymar. Stunning first touch round the goalkeeper, but just couldn't quite have the grass to get on the end of it and shoot goalwards, and it's out of play for a goal kick.
The quality on that through ball there.
Well, we said, are they going to stick or twist due to the fact that we've got a second leg? It looks like we're going to formation changes already, because we know that a second goal for El Matador, aka Mike Linden, could be a crucial one.
So Suarez off, replaced for Dennis Suarez. A change of the Suarez's there.
So 64 minutes gone here at the Nou Camp in this first leg in the quarterfinals, the first of the quarterfinals, which is on the live stream. Of course, the winner of this goes through to the semis, and they will, of course, take away at least $4,000 US if they were to go through, and they will also book their place to go to Cardiff as the ball's played in towards Iniesta, headed goalwards, another save from the goalkeeper, another chance for 2-0. Now it's El Matador who's wasting chances. Will this allow O'Neill to get back into the match, Graham?
I mean, I criticised O'Neill's keeper in the first game, but he's made up for that and then some in this second half. Another punch away from ter Stegen. 3 he's saved in this half, and counting. There's still a lot of time left. Eldridge is obviously hoping that he doesn't have to keep that up. He wants to alleviate that pressure, take it to the other end, and start banging on the other door himself.
So 20 minutes remaining in this first leg. These 20 minutes could be crucial. If one of these two teams were to be able to get a goal, that would drastically change proceedings for the second leg as the ball's played through, looking for Neymar, but that's an easy claim for the goalkeeper. Punted clear up towards the halfway line, and Lionel Messi can't get on the end of it. So still a lot of possession now in the second half for El Matador, and once again the commentator's curse. Just as he says that, he gives the ball away. It's Neymar, slides by Piqué, lovely footwork from the Brazilian, and it's out of play for a corner. Graham, are we going to get that equalising goal?
I was just about to say, it looks like Eldridge is flustered. He's rushing things. The fact that he has another leg should mean that he doesn't need to put the pressure on now. And it seemed like that was the case. As soon as I was about to say that, obviously he gets a break. So hopefully this just settles him down. He's still got another full game to play. But
it's a corner by Neymar. Goalkeeper came and missed. And that was a big chance there for O'Neill to get that equalising goal. A fresh air header and a fresh air punch from the goalkeeper. 15 minutes remaining here at the Nou Camp. Still, it's O'Neill 0, Matador 1.
And this is where you get experience and quality. Look at Mike Linden now, playing the ball at the back, across the centre of the defence. You would never do that unless you were just trying to see things out. He's got another leg to play, but at this point...
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, there's no need to panic if you're O'Neill. He knows he had a lot of the early chances in this game, and he really should have been in front, but he just needs to maybe not let that weigh on his mind, because he could easily sort of lose the plot if he keeps thinking about those missed opportunities. He needs to wipe the slate clean and get on with it as Busquets twists and turns. Again, possession here from El Matador as he looks to tick this clock down.
As we go into the last 10 minutes, the players will now start making decisions on, okay, my players have got no stamina now. Damage limitation? Do I hold out? Do I see if I can stop the goals coming in this game while my players are tied and then hit the second leg fully refreshed? So maybe Eldridge now isn't looking to score, he's just looking to not concede, and then we'll hopefully start in the same vein as he had in the first leg.
So 7 minutes remaining here at the Camp Nou in this first leg of the quarterfinals in the Barcelona... What is it, Graham?
Season 1 regional finals.
There you go, that's what I was looking for. I was a bit tongue-tied there. I've said a lot of words today so far.
Swathes of words.
Swathes of words. And again, we're going to formation changes. These last 5 minutes in this first leg, can they nick a goal to change the face of the second leg?
Just trying to read the changes here. Didn't get enough time.
So it is still O'Neill 0, El Matador 1, 85 minutes on the clock. Remember, guys, after this game has finished, we'll go straight to the second leg as the ball gets played through. Big chance here for the equalising goal. Stunning save from the Barcelona goalkeeper.
And that's what a substitution can do for you. Paco Alcacer, just on the pitch, had the legs, had the pace to leave the defenders behind. Didn't get the finish off, but he had a chance, and that's what O'Neill needs at this point.
So remember, a last gasp goal from El Matador gave him a 2-2 draw and sent him through in the group stages on goal difference. Is there going to be another late goal here in this first leg? Sergio Busquets up over towards the halfway line, and it's a foul. And the fourth official says 2 minutes of added on time here at the Nou Camp.
And playing for time now.
Definitely, I think El Matador is fairly comfortable with this first leg lead. He'll be happy going in with the 1-0 victory after being under pressure for large parts of that first half. He found himself 1-0 up at half-time, and he stayed there as the ball's played in towards Lionel Messi. Good defending again from O'Neill, and the first leg finishes, and a sigh of relief there from the German player there, as he knows that he was let off the hook there in the opening 30 minutes, Graham.
He really weathered the storm. I mean, the shots, they were constant. His goal was being peppered. And he has a lot to thank to Stegen. I mean, without him, he'd have been 3, maybe 4 goals down. Weathered that storm, built up, and slowly came back just for half, struck 1-0.
So basically what we're looking at there is potentially a case of, winning ugly. Excuse the cliche, but sometimes the best players or the best teams, they don't play well, but they still win. Is that a sign of a champion from the German?
And you saw that, the ugly bits as well that he added into the game, slowing the player down, passing across the back, seeing things out, mind games, control the game, show them you're in charge. Ugly wins, but it's still a win nonetheless.
All right, well, interesting first leg of that one. El Matador getting a very narrow 1-0 victory. But can he carry it on in a game this close? Do we think he has it to go for another 10 minutes?
Sorry to go with my gut again. I feel that he weathered that storm in that first leg, and I feel he's prepared now. He looked very mentally strong in that game after a very, very tricky 30 minutes. Again, we were talking about the form of Eldridge O'Neill going into that game, and he came in with confidence. He came in with the chances, wasn't able to take them, and he was punished really, Graham.
I think if that leg is anything to go by, we'll know within the first 30 in-game minutes. If Eldridge hasn't got anything on the board, Mike then starts to build his way into the game. 30 minutes in, if he hasn't got a goal on the score sheet, then he could be in trouble.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting considering how close it is, and we have seen big scoring games. This is not one of them. It's been a kind of an early first goal, and then that's it. It's kind of just been weathering the storm. We know El Matador had quite a few chances going through, so right now it's kind of up to O'Neill to see what he's got left in the tank. Is there anything he's going to change in this little intermission? Has he got something? He's like, I need to figure out a way to crack him.
Well, the thing is, he came out all guns blazing, didn't he, in the first leg? And it wasn't to be. He missed the promising thing from his point of view. He made chances. He created chances. He needs to, that final pass, that final shot. It just wasn't good enough on the day. The goalkeeper made a couple of really good saves, and then like I said, he was sucker punched. But I've got a feeling he's going to come out and do pretty much the same. He's going to come out, try and get that early goal, and it's going to be a case of whether, again, El Matador can, for the second time, weather that storm.
Yeah, I mean, you notice the difference in his play. Playing early on, going down the wings, playing the low ball in behind the defence. He did that 3-4 times in quick succession, then got unlucky and got caught out and conceded. Perhaps that just changed something. Mindset was, I need to get back in the game. I need to get back, not I need to play my game. And that's probably where the difference lies. If he treats this as a new game, we might see him trying to take those famous avenues that he's been doing, that he's been getting success, and maybe that's the way he can go. I would suggest that's the way he should be looking to start the game again, definitely.
Okay, well, we've got a few updates from the games that are ongoing in the first leg. Anyway, as I desperately try to get these all completely right. Gaul versus Luddy is 5-4.
A lot of goals, 9 goals there.
Wow.
Yeah, 5-4, yeah.
Big scoring game there. Ruben versus City. I believe that's 2 apiece as we go forward. So that's it's tied up at the moment. And then we've got Sky's Limit versus Jose, and Jose's actually winning 4-2.
Yeah.
So 9 goals, 4 goals, 6 goals, and the one that we've got.
So
on the
basically,
screen,
I was going to say, so all the goals came in the games that we weren't live streaming. But yeah, no, I mean, that goes to show that it just depends on who the players are, because these guys have, they try to stay compact, whereas on some of the other games they're going for hell for leather, going for the goals, and yeah. I
mean, like Lutty in his game on the stream, I think it finished, was it 2-1? But that's a 9-goal thriller there. I mean, it depends on the matchup. So no one player, he might be a defensive-minded player, might be an attacking-minded player, but it depends on the instances he gets.
Well, not only that, but Gaul obviously scored 5 goals in every single one of his games now. It's become very, he's just very confident going forward.
It seems to be a case of, well, let's see what you've got, and I'll just get one more at the moment.
I mean, we were saying maybe he's not had enough time to craft his trade because he's done okay, but is it 2 games? Is it 10 goals in 2 games? Was that just luck, basically rub of the green? But now it's 15 goals in 3 games. So okay.
Got to kind of wonder though, is there maybe a little bit of a weakness here in terms of his defense? If he tightened that up a little bit, he would be dominating everybody. But he's actually not. He's actually kind of scraping through just because his offense is so good. He's actually managed to put more past people.
Potentially, it could be stamina because I mean,
because again at the PES finals, we've noticed, especially last year in Milan, that a lot of players they try and go all out and get that early lead, and then of course once they've done that, they then start to fatigue. But as long as they're ahead, they just manage to sneak through, and it seems to be a case again for him.
Exactly.
All right. Well, second leg is underway. Currently 1-0 to El Matador, but guys, take me into the second leg.
I thought you were going to say take me home then. And it's in towards Luis Suarez, and we have a goal within seconds of the start, and it is the equalising goal in terms of the aggregate scoreline. And what do we say, Graham? Is he going to start on like a house on fire like he did in the first leg? Yes, he has, but he's been able to take that chance this time.
And he's done exactly the avenue that we said you needed to take, going down the wing, playing that ball into the oncoming central man, and then exactly that, underneath the keeper. That's what he was hoping for in the last game. That's what he didn't get this time. Obviously, all change.
So we have that confirmation. Aggregate scoreline is 1-1. Remember, away goals don't count, so if it is a draw on aggregate, we will go to a 5-minute playoff, I believe, Graham. And then obviously if we're still level, it will then go to extra time and penalties, the dreaded penalty shootout, which we don't want to see, but of course it does make great viewing.
It does. Not so much for the 2 guys in the middle of the screen right there, but, well, one of them anyway.
Still Eldridge O'Neill with the music in, dancing away, bopping away on stage. Seems still quite relaxed. He's now back in the match, obviously 1-1 on the aggregate scoreline. Can El Matador, after another sluggish performance in the first leg, scraped through 1-0, and it's now 1-0 to the other player, O'Neill, so 1-1. Can he now respond and start playing the football we know he can play?
Well, he's going about it the right way right now.
Rakitic spins into, surely a penalty. Big decision for the referee to make. He points to the spot, and now El Matador from 12 yards has the chance to put El Matador back in front.
Was hoping for penalty mind games, but he's just gone for the shot.
It's Neymar, and we've lost the picture. It's saved by the goalkeeper, toying with us there in the technical area.
Oh, I think we were hoping for reactions, but we didn't get one because
we weren't sure whether it was in or not, and it's back off. A stunning save from the goalkeeper. A massive chance goes awry for El Matador.
And in the same way he finished the last match, Eldridge's keeper has just bailed him out once again. Ter Stegen must be getting tired.
Towards Messi, just in front. So this time it's now El Matador who's wasting chances in the second leg, whereas obviously O'Neill wasted a host of chances in the first. Again, we are still on aggregate 1-1.
He needs to put the ball down the wings again.
It's Neymar. The goalkeeper's come and pandled wide of the post. He made a real hash of that, really, coming off his line, but he did just enough, and it's a corner to be taken into the area. Luis Suarez headed goalwards, saved by the goalkeeper, and cleared away. It's another chance, this time for O'Neill, Graham.
So much action. I couldn't even mention the fact that you said the keeper pandled it away.
Sorry, I've just spilt my water with that.
I mean, Ter Stegen,
such was the hashtag banter king. Iniesta finds Rakitic forward towards Neymar. Back to Iniesta again, in towards Luis Suarez. Lovely first time touch there from Suarez. Tries to get the shot away, but it's deflected up to the goalkeeper. Graham looks like he's having kittens next to me. It's really hard to commentate when you're dancing.
I apologise. I mean, I'm dancing up and down every time. I mean, the movement in the box with Suarez there was exceptional. Lost a man into the path of another man. Lost a man. He didn't get the shot away, but it was that reaction speed to do that. I mean, it's incredible watching that. Even though it didn't turn into a goal, beautiful PES work.
So 26 minutes gone in the second leg, first half. It is, of course, O'Neill 1-0 to the good, 1-1 on aggregate. And it's another ball over the top, looking towards Luis Suarez, headed back by Piqué. And Graham, how have you seen this second leg so far? Have we seen exactly what we've expected since the goal? Has either of the players changed how they've been playing, or has it been still most of the same?
It's actually been very similar. I mean, this is what I want to see Eldridge doing more of, using the wings, attacking. He's only done that once and he scored. He hasn't been going down the same avenues, whether the goal's gotten to him again, but he needs to play the ball in low and cut back in. That's where he's seen his victory in this game so far. But if he doesn't do that, if he keeps playing through the middle, he did that in the last game, and Mike
you have said the crossing, and I mean, is that a big part of PES 2017 this year? Is that where people are getting a lot of joy?
It depends on the way they play. I mean, some people play high balls in the box, some people play through balls. But Eldridge, it's worked for him 4 times now, so he clearly has crafted playing in that low cut-back pass onto the edge of the box.
Because a lot of the only reason why I ask is a lot of people who are watching, obviously, the live stream that are fans of PES, they will be looking to get tips and tricks. These are some of the best players in the world, so of course they want to see where they can possibly beat their friends in tournaments and things like that. And are they getting this so far, Graham?
I mean, if you're going to use Barcelona, I wouldn't recommend high ball.
That's a lovely ball over the top to interrupt, and Rakitic smashes the ball into the top right-hand corner, and Eldridge O'Neill celebrates up in the air, and he retakes the lead, and it's 2-0 now.
No waiting around there from Mike Lundman, straight back into the things. But I was just saying then, you don't want to play high balls in, you want to play through the centre or play a low ball in if you're using a team like Barcelona. So if you need to tips on how to score with PES, you've just seen exactly the thing I was just going to say. Play craft through the middle, 2 feet, and that's exactly what happened there before Rakitic.
Neymar crossed in towards Suarez, headed away up towards Lionel Messi. So we now know that El Matador must score, otherwise he's heading out of the competition. One of the early favourites going into this tournament. And it would appear that the group stage form has continued so far in this second leg. He finds himself 2-0 down as Rakitic pops it off towards Vidal.
2-1 down.
Yeah, I mean 2-0 in the game, but obviously 2-1 on aggregate, like you said, Graham. So just the 1 goal he needs as we tick into the final minute of added on time. But it's another chance for O'Neill. Again, Graham is having kittens next to me.
It's just so
I need to put you in reins.
It's what PES does to people.
And it has finished at the end of the first half. Eldridge O'Neill with a handsome 2-0 scoreline on the day, but of course it is 2-1 on aggregate from the first leg.
You couldn't tell if he was winning or losing there. He's just got kind of a kind of a pumped up face. Whereas Mike
El Matador's not giving much away today, is he, in terms of his facial expressions? He's a stony-faced character.
You may get a thumbs
up
when
little grimace
he's good to go.
there. There was a grimace there. He knows it's another performance where he feels he should have done better. Eldridge O'Neill, not quite the sort of boppy dance himself at half-time. Maybe he's now feeling this second half pressure because he knows he's only 45 minutes, PES 45 minutes anyway, away from a place in the semi-finals, a place in Cardiff, and a minimum of $4,000 richer.
I mean, I take some of my words back. I mean, Eldridge now is playing through the middle. Maybe Mike's flustered now because the last goal he scored was a lofted through ball through the middle. Another one then almost paid off. Messi just offside. But that's where he's finding his victories now. So Mike needs to learn to counter that, El Matador should I say, if he wants to get back into this game.
Neymar twists and turns, plays it through looking for Suarez. Cleared away up towards Piqué. Now finds Rakitic on the halfway line. In towards Lionel Messi, intercepted by Sergio Busquets. Can't quite find Luis Suarez. So just over 5 minutes into this second half of the second leg, and still 1 goal in it, Graham.
Very, very close. I mean, 9 goals, 6 goals, 4 goals. We had another one. We've now got up to 3 in this tie, but I think it makes things tense.
Sometimes it's even more enjoyable to watch. So the tactical changes as Neymar tries to head goalwards, saved by the goalkeeper and cleared away. Yeah, like I was saying, sometimes you just having goals, it's good to see stalemates. It's good to see changes in formation as Neymar goes through on goal. Goalkeeper comes out. He's round the goalkeeper and somehow he's put it wide of the target. A massive chance for El Matador goes begging. And really, Graham, that should have been all square.
He did all the work. I mean, he took the ball down, he had a chance, he almost played himself out of it, he managed to play himself back in and then put the ball just wide of the post.
He looked so calm and composed, Graham, when he rounded the goalkeeper. He could have shot early, he took his time, he was composed, he went round the goalkeeper and then blazed it wide of the target.
I I need to stop jumping out of my seat because I was like 3 feet.
To be fair, I nearly jumped with you and we nearly went off the stage and down onto the pitch here at the Nou Camp, which would have been a catastrophe. Although, to be honest, a lot of people listening are probably like, that's probably a good thing. Shut them two up. Rakitic out on the right-hand side finds Vidal. Back to Rakitic again. 30 minutes remaining here, plus stoppage time in the second half of the second leg as Luis Suarez goes in again. Eldridge O'Neill just can't find that killer ball, but it's given away by El Matador. Finds Suarez into Messi, but the pass was a weak one, and still El Matador survives.
Great reading the attack there from Mike Linden, choosing to use PK, dragging him to cover the pass, and it was that ultimate was the block that stopped a good opportunity on goal then.
Knowing how cagey this has been, I would feel another goal here for O'Neill would tie things up, but it is El Matador who is on the counter-attack here with Neymar. In towards Iniesta. And cleared up towards the halfway line. Graham, are you still with logic? Or is it now a gut? Or is it... Well, I'll tell you now, it's Lionel Messi, and he chips the goalkeeper, and that surely is the goal that seals this quarter-final, Graham.
Look at the
Stunning.
look on his face. Stood up there, I mean, swagger, he knew that was beautiful.
He knew he'd missed chances in the first leg, and he's been absolutely clinical in this second leg. 3-0 to the good, and unfortunately, I am wrong, and it looks like O'Neill will be heading through, barring a remarkable comeback from the German.
Penalty?
What?
Oh, maybe not. Maybe this is the drama this game has been craving for.
Every time I say something, something happens, and it's the opposite. There's a chance here from 12 yards for El Matador to sneak himself back into the match. If he scores this, he then knows one goal will see him into a playoff.
And 20 minutes, the 20 minutes that he owned in the last game, surely it could be written in the stars for him. Oh, here we have mind games.
So it's
showing
Lionel
where he's going to put it.
Where's he going to go, Graham?
Usually when you get this, players will say, I'm going left, I'm going right, but then put it down the middle. So maybe top left.
Saved by the goalkeeper again. It's enough. He's missed 2 penalties now, El Matador. On the biggest stage of all, here at the Nou Camp. And he's missed 2 penalties, and now he could go up the other end, O'Neill, and seal the game. Oh. He's played it across towards Neymar and fired into the side netting. And that's another chance gone begging, but how many more chances, how many more penalties will El Matador miss?
The thing is, Eldridge has actually tried to chip the keeper about 4 times over across these legs. Only one of them's paid off. He really should have done it then, but whether...
So, just as we get a close-up here of O'Neill, the dancing is back. He's in full flow now. I want to know what he's listening to.
Oh, it'll be good to watch him when the final whistle goes up. When he won his National League, there's a video on the PES League Twitter page. He was just kind of like raving, spinning around in his living room. So, yeah, clearly having a bit more of the same now.
So, again, changing that formation. He keeps switching from the 4-4-2 to the diamond to the 4-3-3. He's gone back to the 4-4-2, which he started the game with. And he's looking to shut up shop here, Graham. Do you think he's going to do that? Do you think El Matador has had too many chances wasted in order to get back into this? He needs 2, remember?
It's a bit more difficult now without having that penalty, but this is the area of the game where he absolutely bossed it in the first leg. So this is where he's proven that he can shine. If he can just do the same again, he's definitely got more chances.
He does need to get the ball back though, Graham, because it's still O'Neill with doing all the pressing. It's in towards Neymar, twists and turns, right foot shot blocked. Suarez back to Neymar again, first time volley, and it's deflected wide for a corner. Precious seconds are ticking away here, Graham, as O'Neill heads towards a place in Cardiff for the World Finals and at least $4,000 US.
Yeah, the point I made just a second ago about owning this game, he was in the lead at that point though, so that is a big difference. He has to play very differently right now. Struggling to break out.
Chance now on the counter. You feel it's do or die in the next few minutes here for El Matador. If he can't sneak that goal, giving himself at least sort of 5 minutes, all gamesmanship there from O'Neill. A few boos there from Graham.
Oh, I kind of give the thumbs up in terms of it's dirty, but that wins you games.
Graham enjoyed it, so you now know if you play Graham and he goes 1-0 up, that's what he's going to do. The ball over the top. 8 minutes remaining here at the Nou Camp. Still 3-0 and 3-1 on aggregate as the ball's played across. Ooh. But again, Suarez just can't get on the end of the cross. And we are ticking towards the man from the Netherlands into the last 4 here in Barcelona.
And heading to Cardiff as well.
Indeed. Neymar. Last chance saloon here for El Matador. Luis Suarez finds his namesake. Suarez, it's Messi. Surely another chance goes begging for El Matador. Chance after chance. And somehow the goalkeeper has made a string of fine saves to keep O'Neill still 3-1 to the good, Graham.
That defence has had...
Oh, it's cleared off the line from Sergio Busquets.
I was just about to say, that defence has had a lot of heart-in-mouth moments. Another one straight after. That's either Eldridge is the luckiest man that we've seen today, or he has an incredible defensive style.
So Luis Suarez, again, ticking that clock down. He's going to go towards the corner. Just 2 minutes plus stoppage time here at the new camp, and he's still 3-1 to the good here, O'Neill, heading towards the semi-finals. Rakitic, challenged by Busquets. He's just holding him off there. Great strength there from the Barcelona midfielder. Finds Luis Suarez into the area. One back by El Matador, but surely now, as we tick into the second minute of added on time, it's too little too late here for El Matador, and O'Neill is celebrating on the stage there. A fist pump from the Dutchman.
Oh, he's so happy, he knows it. There's nothing he can do now.
A fair reflection so far, do you think, in these quarterfinals, Graham? Do you think O'Neill would be the deserved of the two going through?
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, there's been 4 goals. The first half of the first leg, Mike was the
Look
better
how
player.
pumped he is. What a performance from the man. You know, we were saying, when we were talking with Bryce in the studio, we were saying, do we think that, you know, O'Neill's going to struggle after missing that host of chances, losing the first leg 1-0? But look how he's just come out fighting, all guns blazing. He wins 3-0 on the day, 3-1 on aggregate, and he's into the semi-finals and a place in Cardiff.
He's a PES World Finalist. That's what he is.
And there's a face. Unfortunate for El Matador. It just didn't quite work for him today, I don't feel. You know, he could have gone a lot better for him. He's still a fantastic player, and he's been to many finals before. Just wasn't quite the day for him, Graham.
No, and it's sad that for every winner there has to be a loser at this point. I mean, he's put in a good performance, managed to fight his way through, despite looking like maybe not, but that's PES.
It certainly is. What a crazy game that actually was. I mean, if you're El Matador, you've got to be feeling sick as a dog right now. So many chances to come through into this one. You know, you missed the penalty, you got around the keeper, you won the first game, you don't walk away, and you do actually walk away from the tournament with all that. And he's going to be replaying that game in his head for so long.
Yeah, well, I mean, he missed 2 penalties. He's probably feeling as red-faced as I am with these heaters right now. As you can see, those rosy cheeks.
I think I'm the same way.
There's the close-up there of the sun coming off my cheeks.
See, I don't have colour in my face, so you're okay.
You are like a vampire. Yeah, no, so many chances missed, like you said, Brycey. It just wasn't to be. I mean, when you miss 2 penalties in a game, you can't really expect to win the game, can you, Graham?
And those 2 penalties would have been the difference. Would have been seeing more PES after that. So,
you know, he's still got $2,000 for qualifying from the group stages. He still had he's been out to Barcelona. He's been to the new camp. You feel like he felt like it could be potentially slightly done better.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself after that.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you kind of come through, and we said, you know, has El Matador really got what it takes to go forward in this competition? If you're not going to close down chances, absolutely not. He had so many opportunities to kind of put that game into his favour. He did the hard way. He won the first game. He got the goals up. He was great. It put so much pressure on O'Neill, and then O'Neill just kind of thrived under it. He got that first goal. He's like, I'm good now. We're back on level terms. And they just kept slotting them home. And you kind of think, you know, El Matador was just sit there and he was just breaking. He's like, he had to play desperate and fast. He was just constantly trying to get those goals in. And when you got that much pressure going on, it turns out you miss.
I mean, how many chances did he just not put away? Forgetting the 2 penalties as well. I mean, we saw 5 chances at least each game that he could have taken.
Yeah, I mean, we said we had a lack of goals in that game compared to the other ones that were playing in the other quarterfinals. But if they converted the chances that they had, you know, it would have been a goal fest, a glut.
Just a few.
Well, do we think that O'Neill, you know, calm under pressure in 2 legs, has he got enough to go all the way?
I was impressed with how he responded in the second leg after losing the first leg. I thought his professionalism coming into the second leg, 1-0 down, and then he steamrolled in the end to a 3-0 win in the second leg. So definitely one to watch. And as always, I was wrong. I got the prediction wrong. So
Your gut not coming
logic
through.
over gut won.
Logic over your gut. Yeah. That's what we've kind of learned.
I blame the heaters on my face. It threw me off. Yeah.
All right, well, you know, we've kind of said that's how it's going to go through. Logically, it has one out here. El Matador, scraped through in the groups, being perfectly honest with you. Wasn't able to finish it here. I think this is probably pretty much where he should be coming out. I don't think, based on his performance, he deserved to get all the way to Cardiff, at least on this outing. You know, season 2, he could potentially do it again. It's definitely time for him to go home and say, all right, where are the mistakes I'm making? Clinical finishing, under pressure. I need to make sure I can actually get on this. And even early starts, you know, if you think all the way against Gaul, his downfall comes through the early start. You know, a few goals went in. He doesn't lose one goal. He loses several. You know, without really kind of stopping that bleeding. So
yeah, I mean, he'll probably want to look back at some of the footage, won't he? Of course, he can. You know, this is live streaming on Twitch, so he can go back and look at the recorded footage. And again, anyone that can't see it can do that. But of course, he will probably look back at the footage, see where he went wrong. He has been to finals before, so he'll probably maybe try his hand again. Can he come back and try in the second season, Graham, after getting knocked out?
Yeah, for sure. And that's the beauty of having 2 seasons. It's not all or nothing. Season 1, he's got $2,000, which is it's not bad. But he also has a second crack at it. So season 2 starts 23rd of February, obviously just later this month. And he has another go at it just then.
Yeah, and obviously the regionals will be at Anfield in England for the second season. So some people are saying it's probably better to get knocked out here and then get another chance and another chance of some money
go to
as well.
every event.
Yeah, just keep getting knocked out and then keep getting that prize money and then go for the next one. But yeah, time will tell whether he can sort of dust it off and have a look at where he went wrong.
It's okay. Is O'Neill then? Clearly he's top 4. Is he going to go any further? Let's have a quick look at the bracket to kind of determine how this has all gone so far. Here we go. The results have already come in. Ruben has gone through.
So that's a landslide result.
7-0
and that has surprised
City.
me.
Wow.
Guess who I went with for that one?
City?
Yep.
Jose, 5-0 versus the Sky's Limit. What a ridiculous game. Gaul versus Luddy is still ongoing. Last time we had that was 5-3, 5-0. So it's kind of crazy. I think Gaul and Luddy, you know, I believe Gaul has the advantage going in that one.
I mean, the fact that the 2 Spaniards have gone through in a group where we'd essentially written them off because Kiliasgu and the King of Pro were in there, and 5-0 and 7-0. I mean, that's
Is it home favourites here in Barcelona?
Clearly.
The Spaniards are really taking to this stadium, that's for
just
sure.
had an update. Apparently,
there is
Lutti is winning on aggregate currently 7-6.
Lutti?
Yes.
Wow. So there is really goals all around. I'm guessing from the semi-finals, they're probably not going to want to hear my prediction because whoever I say is probably destined to lose, really.
You pretty much picked everybody wrong. About as wrong as you could possibly be.
That's how I roll. That's why I'm here, for my expertise in getting things wrong. So
it's entertainment.
Just here for the people watching, really.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about that. I think it's O'Neill versus Ruben.
Yep.
Let's talk about that game.
Well, I mean,
Ruben, obviously a tough group coming through. He's now into the next round, so he's great form. But again, he's up against O'Neill, who's also in great form. You know, he's not. I don't think O'Neill's lost the game, has he?
Well, he lost the first leg.
He lost the first game, and then since then he's just flown through, hasn't he? So, yeah, that's going to be a very interesting game to watch. 2 informed players.
One winning 7-0 though. I think he must be absolutely buzzing heading into that game.
Well, especially with how difficult the group was for him. He was going, "This is my quarterfinal." All right, then I'll take that. Anyway, speaking of moving on, let's go to a quick commercial break because when we come back, we will be going into the first of our semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES Season 1 EU Regional Finals. Of course, we are out of the groups and now deep into the bracket. The quarterfinals have all happened. We've sent 4 home. We have 4 remaining as we get into this next one. Of course, I am not alone in breaking all of this down. Joining me on this panel so far is going to be Adam and Ton to bring you the action. All right, guys, it's kind of gone the way we thought it was going to.
Has it?
Well, not what he thought it was going to, but generally everybody
I got
else.
everything wrong, so I don't agree with that. It's been great so far. I mean, I don't know whether you were seeing any of that from behind the stage earlier.
I caught the first leg and it was a tight game.
Yeah.
But then eventually it wasn't.
I mean, just second leg just blew him away, and the rest was history, really, as far as he was concerned. Now we've got a really enticing second, well, not the second, the semi-finals. 2 informed players, well, 4 informed players. They've all kind of blown through the qualifications, and so it's now separating the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, Luddy versus Jose, and O'Neill versus Ruben. Now, bearing in mind, you know, Jose and Ruben come out of their groups in tight fashion. Looks like that group was just super difficult.
Yep.
I think, especially with the way that they've came out of that group, I think that's probably what's carrying them into the semi-final, the momentum that they've carried. To come through a group like that, just literally down the wire on a goal difference, I mean, you must have such a hype of that. To then go into the quarterfinals, I think Ruben won his like 7-0 or something like that. So, I mean, it's a crazy scoreline, especially in the quarterfinal. Goes through, and now they're both in the semi-final after we both writ them off at the groups.
Well, yeah, you've got to remember that these are now the 4 world finalists. They're all going to Cardiff. It's just kind of find out who's the best at this current moment. Don't win this one, got a chance to redeem yourself in Cardiff, but it could genuinely be any of these 4. We've seen great performance from them. Luddy, he kind of got through on goal difference in his group as well. Same thing with the guys with Jose and Ruben. O'Neill, you know, O'Neill's probably the only one who kind of come through and went, yeah, it's okay. But he still lost his first game in the leg, so they are all very close.
There's no easy game. I mean, excuse the cliche, we say it all the time, but they're all really, really talented guys. And of course, I know Ton is a big fan of Lutty. He likes to say his name. So can we just hear you say it?
I am not going to do that for you. You are not going to put me on the spotlight.
I'm sure we'll get it.
That's the game we're coming up with.
I'm sure we'll get some sound
anyway.
from you. Sorry, I thought I'd just have a little joke.
It's okay.
There,
Get your digs in.
Well,
no,
I actually want to hear it. I want you to say Luddy.
You know what? You can listen to the game from inside
I don't
the
listen to you when you cast.
As soon as you start, we stop.
Yeah.
We can actually take a look at some of the formations at the start. Now, remember in the last game, they were basically seeing what the other player was going to do first before making that decision. Are we going to see a bit more of that? So the actual game, Brycey, is
I believe Luddy is on the left.
Lutty on the left.
I believe that is the way it's being done. Luddy should be on the left.
And so the two semis are Lutty versus.
I just said this is Luddy versus
I know, but
Jose.
I wasn't really listening to you, Bryce.
It's Luddy versus Jose.
That's fair. He doesn't listen to us, apparently.
And then,
there you go.
No, I don't listen to you. Luddy versus Jose and Ruben versus O'Neill.
Right, okay. So the 2 Spaniards are separate in the semi, so potentially we could have an all-Spanish final here in Barcelona for this first regional.
And it was crazy because their original game was a draw when they first played each other in the groups.
So penalties it is then.
Hey, what a way to settle this in the end. But is there anything you're kind of seeing in the formation right now? I mean, to be honest with you, Jose's been ready for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is they're saving their separate formations, aren't they? So they're just setting up for eventualities that might come about.
I'm very interested to see what Luddy does.
Yeah, well, he's the sort of player we were talking about before that, you know, he's been there, done that so many times, and I felt that he was quite lucky to get through the group stages. Obviously, it went down to goal difference. Wezertron unfortunately went out due to that. He's another one that I feel hasn't quite lived up to the expectation. Same as El Matador, who got knocked out, didn't quite reach those heights. And of course, he's going up against a bit of an unknown for me personally. I haven't seen a lot of the other player in this semi-final. So, but again, he's done so well in qualifying from the Spanish region that. It's going to be great to watch.
I mean, the Spanish are here to play this weekend. It's clear to see. I think the 4 guys that we really looked at, I think it was El Matador, Lutty, right, okay. Oh, we're going to get that one out of the way. All right.
That wasn't bad.
It wasn't as bad as he normally
It's
does
when
it,
I have to do
honest.
it quickly. It's like Lutty. It's like, oh, okay, the accent just takes over. So it was El Matador, Lutty, and then we do it. Yeah, I'll do it again. And the 2 guys that got knocked out of the group with the Spanish, and then with the 4 that everyone was sort of looking towards, experienced heads to come into this. They had good online performances, do well in the tournament, and now it turns out we've got 4 guys in the semi-finals that, I mean, realistically, not everyone expected each of these players to be.
Well, I think it speaks volumes of that difficulty. Obviously, with Kiliaz and King of the Pro, they were in the group with Jose and Ruben.
Yep.
We thought they were going to take it, but they didn't. They ended up actually going out through
comfortably
the head-to-heads
well,
and the goal differences.
He's just come through. Ruben came through 7-0 as well in the quarterfinals. So again, it just goes to show that they're newcomers to the tournament.
You could have Kiliaz and King of the Pro in this part of the tournament very, very easily, just based on 1 or 2 goals.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy to see how it's actually ended up playing out. That group was so much stronger than maybe every other group, just based on the way that these two have come out of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, there was 4 teams there, 4 players, should I say. 2 of them unknowns fairly in these finals, and the 2 that we were expecting to go through, 1 from France, 1 from Greece, 2 massive nations in PES in the history of the game, just went out of the group stages. So now that it's the unknowns, they're not all really unknowns anymore because they've
turned up and beat good players,
exactly.
haven't they?
So now maybe it's their time to shine in their home country.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure where they're from. I don't know whether they're from Barcelona.
The
so
sun is definitely not shining today.
It's
though.
not, although I'm still sunburnt from the heater. So
coming to Barcelona, it'll be sunny. They said it's just been miserable.
That's what that is. It's sunburn.
It is.
It's been really low level sun all day
from the heater down there. Yeah. The first person in history that's happened to. But that's Guinness Book of Records and all.
I think thought it was going to happen to anyone. It might have been Graham. To be fair,
I shouldn't really have had a go at his accent saying Lutty when my face is like that, but.
I live with that thing every day. I'm having a terrible face. So you get away with it. You do get away with it. It's perfectly fine. All right.
Well, I didn't say it.
So let's start talking full-on predictions and how we think it's going to go.
Yep.
So do we go with Jose, who's looked pretty good so far? Maybe only Ruben could have beaten him in the scorelines in those quarterfinals. Or are you leaning more to the side of Luddy, who did kind of get beaten by a player in the groups? That was, I want to say Wazuk. I can't remember.
Wazitron,
that's it.
Wazuk.
I know it was Waz something.
So we've got Lutty, Redface, and Wazuk. So we're all even now.
It's okay. I'll always be better. I'm the host. That's how it works. Wazitron. Sorry, I was actually speaking to him earlier. I just know it was Waz or something. So that's not all of it. So Luddy actually got beaten in groups by Wazitron, and he could not have made it into this part. It was only the goal difference that saved him. So. All of these things have had. It's not been clean sailing for pretty much anybody so far. Who do we think is going to make it through? Jose.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I honestly think Jose might take it. I think just the way that he's come into this, and everyone sort of thinks, all right, he's going to get brushed aside, and he's won every single game that apart from the draw against his countrymen. He's looked good. For me, I think Lutty. Getting that one right out there hasn't looked convincing for me. Obviously, we've seen he's used that experience in a couple of games that he's had to sort of scrape through. I've just never seen anything from him so far this weekend that suggested to me that he is top tier. I think Jose is riding the wave of momentum.
Do you agree?
I'm an old romantic, really. I'm going to go for an all-Spanish final here in Barcelona, so I can't wait to see whether that actually happens.
Okay, so you're both in agreement. All right, well, I think that's it may be the popular way to go, but the game is ready in itself. So I'm going to hand it over to you two to take people through the action.
Okay, so we have, of course, Lutty on the left-hand side, kicking from left to right. And, of course, it is Jose kicking from right to left, and it's a lightning start from Lutty. Just what we were saying. I was mentioning a possible all-Spanish final, and the first leg, after just 3 minutes, we have a goal.
I don't think Jose actually even got a touch on the ball there, Adam. It was
There's a surprise. I'm potentially wrong already after 3 minutes.
I know, I really shouldn't have sided with you, if anything.
The kiss of death from me, whoever I predict tends to not win. Maybe they hear me, and it affects them as Neymar has the chance to play it over the top, looking for Luis Suarez, takes it on the chest, and Lutty, who's been here, done it in so many regional finals, world finals, European finals, is 2-0 to the good after just 7 minutes, Tom.
I think he must have heard us. I think that's what it was. Maybe it's taken a while to sort of awaken the beast, if you know what I mean. He just hasn't really performed so far throughout the weekend, and now he's really turned on.
So are we seeing that competition, that that finals experience really coming into fruition?
Potentially. I mean, Jose hasn't really been in this sort of position in a major final, so I mean, Lutty obviously has been here many times before, and he's really showing it at the moment. 2-0 now, and he hasn't really had much of the ball, Jose. This is his first spell of possession.
Remember, there is, of course, 2 legs in this game. So 2-0 to the good Lutty, but we've still got a lot of football, a lot of PES to be played. Can he? Do you feel he's got the attributes to get back into this match?
I mean, we've seen him play a couple of games against very good players and come off better. So, I mean, I don't think it's out of the question for Jose to bring this one back. But this moment in time, Lutty is well in the lead.
Played in towards the area, chance to get the shot away, chance for three, and a hair's breadth away from putting it in at the far post was Lionel Messi, and it would have been 3-0, and that might have been curtains after just 17 minutes here in the first leg.
The thing is, though, if Lutty goes 3 to the good,
with that championship experience,
he can literally just sit back, play the smart game, and, you know, Jose really needs to change something, I think. You know, if you're already 2-0 down at this point, then you need to look to trying to change your game up, but
we do know, though, the old cliche, turn one goal changes a match here as the ball's played in, looking for Neymar, and hacked away by Lionel Messi up towards the halfway line. How, in terms of the other, I'm not sure whether we've got any information about the other semi-final, whether it's is it being played now at the same time?
I think there was a question mark around that, whether that was happening, but I'm sure we'll be able to.
I'm sure they'll keep us updated as and when that is happening. Of course, it is 2-0, so it's 2-0 to Lutty from the Austrian and Switzerland region against the home nation, really, from Spain, obviously here in Barcelona. But he's not really rising to the challenge in the semi-final at the moment. Remember, he is $4,000 richer just for being in the semi-finals. But he wants to go that one stage further. He is still going to Cardiff, remember. Do you think any of these players can make it in Cardiff and go that one step further and possibly win the World Finals?
Potentially, and I'm just sort of thinking as he does go on the attack once again, do you think the pressure of getting to Cardiff for Lutty is sort of that's off his shoulders now? He's already made it, and do you think this is the performance that we probably could have expected from him?
It's a really good point. Maybe that is, you know, because he's been there and done it so many times, there's a lot of pressure and expectation on his shoulders. Now, like you said, now he knows he's there. He might have just breathed a sigh of relief, and now he can just get on and play his natural game.
Well, still a lot of money on the line, I suppose, isn't there? So he needs to push on, but I definitely think, obviously, he's one of the names that could definitely do well.
Well, remember, the third place, I believe, is $6,000 and the second place, $10,000 and of course, first place, and already going to Cardiff, already the chance of the big prize of $200,000, which is just incredible amount of money. The chance to win it here with a couple of games is $20,000. So again, really a lot of money as the ball's played in, and Neymar at the back post has scored and pulled one back here for the home nation, Jose, and it's Lutty 2, Jose 1.
Bringing himself back into it, and it's his first real chance. You know, he's taken it very, very well, and Lutty will be disappointed with himself, I feel.
Yeah, you noticed that from a little facial expression there from Lutty. He thought that he should have done better there at the back post defensively, as the ball's played in for Neymar, looking to get that second goal cushion again, but it's cleared away up towards the halfway line. Neymar, chance to counter here for Jose. One back, though, brilliant strength there from Vidal up towards the edge of the area. Back to Luis Suarez. What do you think, Turn? Do you think we're going to get another goal before half-time, or do you think it's going to stay 2-1?
I think so. I think Lutty is looking for that third. It seems as if the pressure has been put on. Winning that ball back with Vidal was crucial. It's just going to be a little bit too far for Messi to try and put that one in. But at this moment in time, with 5 minutes remaining, I think this is probably the scoreline going into the second half now. But you know, Jose is well in this game still. Of course, over 2 legs just gives them twice that amount of time to bring this deficit down.
Well, that's the thing. You know, we were saying if it went to 3-0, potentially it might have been a real uphill task. But you know, 2-0 gets one back. It's now game on. Only 1 goal, and he's still got well over 1.5 games to go. So anything can happen here in this wonderful world of PES 2017. As the ball gets played up towards Luis Suarez, through the eye of a needle there towards Neymar. Chance to get the shot away to make it 3-1. Just shepherded out on the edge of the area, and that was a big chance there, Ton.
Yeah, it feels as if he was trying to hedge his bets, just trying to pull that one back, but you want to see them go alone sometimes in that sort of situation. But
it's a big chance, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a big chance. One-on-one, you think
there for Jose, the Spaniard.
You think you've got to trust in Neymar's abilities in that situation. You know, his finishing capabilities are very strong. Maybe go from the acute angle. There wasn't really. I mean, of course, he tried to turn it around, but then he just got crowded out. It was good defending in the end by Jose.
A little close-up there of Lutty as he's having his espresso and a water combo, which seems to be a half-time ritual. I don't know whether that's true. I've just made it up, but
I will say one thing. I have not been impressed with the coffee this weekend so far.
I will, as to not offend anyone in the catering here, I will refuse to comment on that as Neymar clears up towards the halfway line. Now finds Sergio Busquets out towards the left-hand side and played forward. Good interception, but given straight back towards Lionel Messi. Chance here down the left-hand side for Rakitic. Good challenge again, but still the pressure's on. Lovely first-time pass. Luis Suarez.
Sensational.
And it's absolutely incredible. And from 2-0 down, we are all square here, Ton.
And that's a great goal as well. We haven't really seen much from Jose in terms of getting chances, but he's created that all on his own.
Well, like you mentioned in the first half, he had one shot, one goal. He's done it again in the second half, and we're all level.
It was a really nicely worked goal as well, and I think that's just going to be a little bit too far for Iniesta to pick that one up from Lutti's point of view. But wow, what a sensational goal there from Jose, showing what he can do and showing why he's in these semi-finals.
Well, once again, I mean, it's breathless action. We did mention teams that try and hold fort and protect what they've got seem to become a cropper, if that's the term I can use. It's now 2-2, 2-0 up. Lutti looking very...
Did
you like that one?
Yeah, come with cropper. I do like that one.
Cheers, Lutti. As the ball gets played up towards the halfway line, Neymar can't win the header, and it's back to his namesake on the other team as Neymar runs down the right-hand side. Lovely one-touch football here from Lutti forward towards Luis Suarez, but headed away. Do you think there's going to be a moment where they're both going to think, I need to change things, or do you think at 2-2 they're going to possibly try and get to the next leg still level?
I think if anyone wants to change anything, it's going to be Lutti. I think at this moment in time, you know, Jose's brought 2 goals back unanswered, and he hasn't really looked the same, Lutti, since the first half. And I think at this moment in time, he needs to think about maybe changing something up. But here we go, he's on the attack.
I would just like to say that equalising goal has, of course, brought the romance of my prediction back into the equation, because if there's a third goal from Jose and he can come from behind to lead, of course, the all-Spanish final will still be on as Lionel Messi tries to go from goal. The lob up and over the top. Did it take a slight nick off the defender? Is it out of play for a corner? Yes, it is. And, you know, crossing and heading seems to be quite a strong point here in PES 2017. So a chance here to utilise that and get a goal with just half an hour remaining at the Nou Camp.
A lot of time left to play in these 2 legs, and see these 2 very evenly poised. And I think obviously the stamina comes into play as the corner does come in towards the end. I'd be surprised if we see many more goals at this point, but it's a hopeful ball forward for Neymar, chasing it down.
What I have noticed in the final so far, there's been a real sort of cagey stalemate around the sort of 50 to 70 minutes, and then it kicks on again, and then they make a couple of changes, and there seems to be a flurry of goals towards the end as we get windswept across from the Spanish coast there, right across the stadium.
I feel like Beyonce.
You look like Beyonce as well. So the ball gets played back towards Sergio Busquets on the edge of the penalty area, out towards Rakitic on this near touchline, forward towards Lionel Messi. Like I said, still really cagey. No one really trying to play their cards at the moment. They're keeping them close to their chest as we head towards that 70-minute mark, that crucial stage in this first leg as the ball gets played across. And it's an easy claim for the goalkeeper.
It looked like there was a good run from Iniesta that just hasn't been picked up by either the attacker or defending team there. And it could have been an opportunity for somebody, but Neymar's in a good position to do something here. He's going to get shoved out though. He's actually won the ball back.
From the Brazilian, crosses in towards Luis Suarez and clutched out of the sky. Very brave goal keeping in their turn.
Ter Stegen, very strong keeper from obviously from both sides of this Barcelona tie.
Have you been impressed with the level of PES talent so far?
Yeah, very impressed. You can tell, like, I know obviously when you see them play against each other, there's just very little mistakes.
Sure.
They always seem to make the right decision. There's none of this, you know, when I'm playing PES, I'm one of these people who I just shoot from range and sort of hedge my bets. But these guys, they're literally...
And that's why you don't win many games.
This is very true. I think these guys, the good opportunity there for Messi at the back post.
No, I know what you mean, because it's what I have noticed is that there doesn't seem to be many sloppy passes on the edge of their own box. They're not giving the ball away in dangerous positions. It seems to be every goal is coming from that.
It's well crafted, isn't it?
Yeah, the moment of brilliance from the attacking.
Oh, here we go.
There's the mistake, the kiss of death. It's Lionel Messi, chips the goalkeeper and smashed over the top defensively. Brilliant defending. Again, the commentator just decides to say something and the opposite happens just when we've seen, no mistakes really so far. There was a big mistake there and almost a gilt-edge opportunity wasted.
Yeah, Jose playing with his life a little bit there. And it was one of those shots from Messi that was just, the speed just wasn't quite enough, and Umtiti is there to clean it up.
Yeah, it was brilliant improvisation from the Argentinian talisman, but like you said, defensively, it was really great to go and block off the danger covering the goalkeeper who came flying out of the goal. And this is, like we mentioned, that 70, 75-minute mark where the changes come into effect, the fatigue starts to hit in. They don't want to make too many changes, though, because obviously we're still looking for that second leg coming forwards. Do you feel that one of them's going to try and win it, or do you think they're happy with 2-2?
I think at this point, obviously, with the changes coming in, they're changing it to try and get more goals at this point. But I think if anyone's going to be more happy with the 2-2 scoreline at this moment in time, it's going to be Jose. 2-0 down after, what was it, 20 minutes in game time?
Really impressive comeback.
Yeah,
really.
So he's come back and he's been the better player since Lutty went to the goods. So he'll be happy with this. I think he'll want to try and grab a third goal here. He knows how strong Lutty is with that full stamina that could potentially be used at the beginning. He came flying out the gates and made it look really easily. But as the game has progressed, Jose has sort of grown into it a little bit.
I mean, what I've noticed and what we were saying, we were expecting to see Lutty with the experience to be quite calm and composed. And we were saying the pressure of qualifying, maybe he's now freed up. Well, it seems to be the pressure of leading as well has also come back to bite him.
Yeah,
he's let that slip and he's not used that experience that he has.
It's what mindset you have when you're leading. It's like, do you sit back on this? Do you sit back on that 2-0 lead and just hold out for the win, or do you push forward and try to extend that? It seems as if his attacking players where his strengths lie. Clearly saw off those 2 first goals that we did see, and he hasn't really necessarily continued that type of play. Sort of sitting back, the negative mindset clearly isn't working for him. Jose is well back into the game.
He has had vast possession in this match. I believe it's 68% he's had, so he's had his fair share of the ball. But we are the most important, obviously, detail is the 2-2 as the ball is headed goalwards at the back post, and it's again just the wrong side of the post, and another chance there for 3-2.
Well, Jose will be happy with that current 2-2 scoreline after that one just shaves the post.
Big chance that for Lutty to retake the lead after slipping from 2-0 to 2-2. He wanted to retake the lead there, but we are still level as the game ticks towards the final 9 minutes at the end of the first leg here in the semi-final. Oh, it's a hack down there.
I think it was the right thing to do.
Cynical, wasn't it?
We've seen that Messi was running through the other side, and the through ball would have been cutting straight through the defence. So
we've seen that time and time again, haven't we? They see the danger, and again, like we were saying, no mistakes. They're not taking any chances. They'll take the yellow card happily, just to avoid that breakaway goal.
Neymar staying onside. The cross comes in. There's a couple of players there as well. It's going to be Messi.
Saved by the goalkeeper and cleared away by Busquets. Another chance, Ton.
Well, Messi's going to keep having a chance here as well. Going to keep that one alive. Not trying anything too crazy straight away. That's nearly a good ball by Busquets, and just keeping this one alive here. Jose not going to benefit from that attack, and he
that was a chance to counter, wasn't it?
He's just going to keep a hold of the ball there as well, Jose. So that's really positive. With only 4 minutes of play left, he's got a goal in him.
This will be a real sucker blow for Lutty if he were to concede here as the ball gets played towards Vidal, cleared out for a corner, and this might be the last chance of this first leg to snatch what could be a vital leading goal here to make it 3-2 for Jose, coming from behind to lead 3-2 if he were to score.
Well, both these players will go into the second leg, a new fresh game. Is this the way this one's going to end? Who's going to get that to the ball first? It's actually going to be Suarez, and could this be a counter-attack for Lutty?
This is a big moment potentially in this semi-final. Neymar finds Lionel Messi, tries to play it through to Arda Turan. Good defending in the end, and that's probably going to be that, as the fourth official says. Just the 3 minutes of added on time here at the Camp Nou, and we are deep into the second minute of those 3. Vidal on this near touchline. Played forward towards Lionel Messi, back to Vidal, happy to keep possession here. Now he goes long towards Lionel Messi, good challenge from Piqué, and if he were to try and clear the danger now, surely the referee will bring the first leg to an end. And Tun, have we seen a potential winner in this game so far, do you feel?
It's hard to say, because I mean, we've seen Lutty comes flying out the gates, those 2 quick goals, and we thought, wow, this might be an onslaught at this point. But after that, you know, Jose really coming back into it, looking good from him as well, and he'll be happy with that after the start of the first game.
Yep, we're just getting a quick close-up of the 2 players, both still looking quite relaxed, just taking on the fluids after their exertions in that first leg, as it came out. I like that word. Exertions. As of course, remember, like Tun said, Lutty raced away to that 2-0 lead, back to 2-2, all finely balanced as we tick towards the start of the second leg here in this first semi-final in the Nou Camp.
And what a set! I think I was saying to Graham, like I think I've been commentating over of video games for about 5 or 6 years now, and I don't think I was ever going to be in a place like this.
I mean,
it's fairly crazy.
Not only for us as well. I mean, the players. This is another great thing about the PES League. They've been able to come here. They've been able to get the tour from the stadium. You know, they've got to see all these great things. They've waited on hand and foot.
And
they've
it's
got
raining.
Nice hotel. We've got the rain slapping against our faces across here. But that's another great thing that, again, partnering with the UEFA Champions League and of course Barcelona. PES has done that, and it's enabled these events to grow year on year and allow these players these great experiences, and long may it continue.
I mean, if you would expect the rain anywhere, it will be in the finals in Cardiff rather than in Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean, we left the UK in the rain. Of course, came to sunny Spain on Thursday, bright sunshine, and then as we stepped off the plane within 30 minutes,
we see that
I turned up started rolling across.
I turned up at 8 o'clock last night. It's literally been
so
cloudy.
You've just seen
it's Newcastle weather straight over here.
They knew you were coming. They knew you were going to say Lutti, and they decided to rain upon you as we start the second leg. We could do with an umbrella here in sunny Spain. Lionel Messi. Infield, intercepted by Sergio Busquets. Of course, still Lutti is playing from left to right at the start of this second leg. And in the home kit of Barcelona, and Jose in the away kit of Barcelona. 4 minutes gone. Who's going to win it, Tun?
I actually really don't know at this point. We can see that this has been a strong start from Jose this time, keeping possession, not going to quite get that corner, but I'm sticking with my original bet of Jose.
Yep, I'm going to stick with my all-Spanish final as well, after seeing him come through that first leg unscathed after being 2-0 down. It remains 2-2 as we tick towards the first 10 minutes as it crossed in towards the danger area, as again the spittle from the clouds goes into my right eyeball. We will
just where you want it.
Just where I want it, yep. Just to make me feel at home near Manchester as the ball gets played over the top towards Neymar. Chance here, right foot shot into the bottom corner. Absolutely clinical from Jose. As I couldn't get my words out, I was that excited. 10 minutes gone, and Lutti has now conceded 3 without reply.
Yeah, really looking good for Jose this, and he's turned his defender as well. Neymar's way down this left-hand side, and this could spell problems for Lutti. Corner ball. I do realise after we mentioned the rain, there has been an outpour of staff coming out to
do nothing.
To check all the electrical equipment is working fine. All the electrical equipment is very close to us.
Yes.
Might I add. It's okay. We're
there are reports of thunderstorms heading this way as well.
That is genuinely true. Yeah,
so
I do believe so.
I can't wait for that. We were saying that the PES League is electric, not quite the electricity we were hoping for.
We don't want that much.
The ball's played in towards the danger area. Another chance there for Jose. Headed towards Piqué, flicked in towards Neymar. It's pinball inside the penalty box, but finally hacked away. And Tun, what's going to happen here on the counter-attack?
Well, it looks like Lutti's going to be able to push forward. He does have Neymar here, and he's jinking in now. How has he managed to keep a hold of that ball? Not going to quite be able to find the pass, but that was a potential chance for Lutti. But Jose is on the attack himself. Well won by Mathieu.
Iniesta out towards Neymar on this left-hand side, keeps it in and turns Vidal with ease. Lovely trickery there from the Brazilian. Still going here. Now finds Rakitic. Needs that support though. Needs to run from Lionel Messi, Iniesta and co. Oh, Neymar goes down. Referee waves away the appeals. Plays through towards Luis Suarez. And that's a second goal in this second leg. And it's a third. And it's now 4-2, I believe, on aggregate.
Jose is really running away with this one. And straight away, the pause comes in and Lutti needs to change something.
That's a big, big goal in the proceedings.
Huge goal.
And that all-Spanish final potentially could be happening based on the result of the second leg.
What did we see in the first game, though? We seen Lutti take a 2-0 lead within the first 20 minutes. And Jose has just done the exact same thing. Can Jose be resolute like Lutti was not in the previous game?
Is he going to go for broke and go for the third? Or is it? Well, he is going for it. He's on the attack again as Neymar looks to silence this. As Busquets makes the challenge. And we are destined for some more drama here as we're only halfway through the first half here in the second leg. Whipped in towards the danger area. Luis Suarez almost stolen at the near post. And played through again towards Rakitic. And it's through the goalkeeper's legs. And it's a sucker blow there for Lutti. And it's now 5-2 to the Spaniard on aggregate. And is that enough, Tom?
I think it will be. He's looked very, very strong. Ever since that second goal went in from Lutti, it's been all Jose. And looking cool and calm at this moment in time as well. Knows there's still a while to go left. and he knows he's up against an opposing member who's a very, very strong player.
He's in the new camp, remember, so of course he is. He's got his home team here, and he's using.
He's a Barca fan?
I'm not sure, but he's using that 12th man anyway, the Spanish 12th man, as he heads towards the final here in Barcelona, and of course one of the favourites heading into the World Finals at Cardiff, where again this is where it gets so tense. There's so much at stake that we see time and time again the players going over formations, tweaking things, changing things, seeing what the other player's done and trying to respond. Is there any way back here for Lutti?
He needs to throw on any sort of attacking ideas or any sort of attacking options that he has. He needs to do something about it quickly, because, well, I say it quickly, we're only 25 minutes through the second leg, so there is still time for him to score 3. We've seen him score 2 without reply in the first leg.
So, I mean, he needs 3 goals, of course. Yeah. He needs to make it 5-5 in order to take that then to a playoff. If it were level after the playoff, the 5-minute playoff, we would then go to extra time and penalties, but that seems a long way off at the moment for Lutti, as he still trails by 5 goals to 2 on aggregate, and we are 30 minutes into the first half of the second leg.
See, he's getting very aggressive because there's a lot of members of Jose's Barcelona squad down this left-hand side.
It's another lightning counter-attack here from the Spaniard, and cleared away right at the death. Do you see what I did there with the lightning attack, as we're expecting this storm to roll in?
As we're about to be struck.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't tempt fate. I've got everything else wrong. I don't want to get that right, do I?
Keep up the trend, please.
Clears the danger down towards Neymar, but that's food and drink. Lovely chest control there from the right back, and cleared up towards Vidal on the halfway line. Needs a goal, really, I feel, before half-time, Ton.
Yeah, really, really does. 10 minutes to go until then, so more than enough time. He's putting the pressure on as well. Matthew's going to win the ball, put Messi in. He's going to dink that towards Suarez. Yes, he is, and that's
it. Brilliant defending, wasn't it?
Crucial interception by Mascherano.
Massive chance there, and he did so well to nod that back to the goalkeeper.
Well, Lutti playing with the ball a little bit here, putting it down the right-hand side, and leaks Vidal. Puts that one in. Suarez might be on the play for him. And Umtiti is going to clear that one away. Is this going to be another chance for Jose? Not quite. Lutti putting the pressure on now.
Rakitic, lovely turn there from the Barcelona player, finds Luis Suarez. Back to Rakitic, blocked out towards this near touchline, and we tick towards the end of the first half in this second leg, and it looks to me like Jose is happy just to keep possession now. Obviously he has that 3-goal margin, which should be enough, you feel. If he were to throw this away, it would be one of the most dramatic turnarounds in PES League history.
Well, there's enough time for it, and we know that Lutti is a high caliber of player. This moment in time, though, let's see if he can actually bring it back at this point. I think, as you said, it would be a little bit special if he does so. He's on the attack now, and he's put Suarez through.
But boy, could he be special if this were to go in. It's Luis Suarez, he's onside, and it's into the back of the net. And I can't believe what I'm seeing, because I was trying to get the footage, and Brycey was playing tricks with me.
It's not like Alan Bryce to do anything like that, but there we go. A goal has been dragged back.
He didn't like the fact that we were on the screen and he wasn't. We're not even on the screen, but we're on the airwaves.
He loves all the attention, does Brycey.
And well, anyway, there you go. It has finished, and that could be a crucial goal, Lutti. I would have talked you through it a bit more, but of course I didn't see it. So maybe you could tell me, because you had a better view from where I was.
I mean, he really went for the finish. We've seen quite a lot of finesse finishing coming in this weekend, but Suarez just smashed it at the bottom left corner.
I've just worked out why he did it. Jealous of the red face.
That's what it was. That's what it is. Just because he has lack of colour.
Oh dear. We do have a joke and a laugh on the PES live stream, don't we?
We do. We'll probably have to change the white balance when Graham gets back on here as well.
The vampire returns as we just get a close-up of Lutti. He did get that really crucial goal. It's a good finish from Luis Suarez. I am just seeing replays, and it was hard and low to the left-hand side. Food for thought for Jose, possibly at half-time?
Yeah, he has to be careful. He knows what Lutti is capable of, so he needs to make sure that he continues playing his game that he's been playing, which is getting aggressive. As soon as he started to sit back, it's allowing the veteran Lutti to push in and do.
Sorry, who?
Lutti. Lutti.
I had to get it in there at some point. As the ball gets played back to the goalkeeper. 2 minutes into the second half. Still that 2-goal margin, but we've seen 2 goals completely disappear in as many minutes, including that group of death, which saw the Frenchman knocked out as he lost 3-1. It was 1-1 and 2 goals in as many minutes. Like I said, made it 3-1 and he was out. That's a horrific challenge on Luis Suarez. First caution of the match.
Yeah, and Lutty.
Oh, it's a straight red.
Oh, he's straight off.
Big decision from the referee, and that might be a killer blow there for Lutty, because I believe it was a Lutty player who was sent from the field, and now that surely sees the Spaniard into this final in Barcelona, you feel?
You would think so, and I think Lutty just needs to go for broke now. I wouldn't even make a defensive substitution at this point. He's going to put Busquets back there, but he's in a really bad spot either way. Changing things up completely here, and Iniesta and Busquets going to be slotted into the middle.
If he left it like that, that would be some formation.
It would be experimental, if you like.
Maybe that might be the moment of brilliance that he needs. Completely take Jose by surprise with a cheeky 5 off to the right-hand side. You never know. But he's gone back to the more orthodox as he drops PK in just to cover. And now he gets rid of the red-carded player out towards the left off screen. And we're back. 10 men. That's a face of someone who feels that he's possibly thrown the first leg away, and that's cost him.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, in the position that he was in, you would have thought he would have maybe done what we've seen him do in the other game, where he was in the lead and he was playing it slow and just waiting for his moment to potentially extend that lead. And he tried to extend it further and got caught out a couple of times as Jose just answered back.
Yeah, I mean, I have noticed so far that the teams who go out in front, they seem to they're not able to utilise that counter-attack enough. They seem to get caught, and the pressure from the other team becomes too much, and then they can see goals, and it almost flips on its head. It happened in obviously the first game that we streamed just a minute ago in the quarterfinals. El Matador obviously was 1-0 after the first leg, lost 3-1 on aggregate, and it's happening again here as Lionel Messi goes through, plays it through towards Neymar. Neymar back to Messi. The 10 men searching for this goal back into the match.
Yeah, and they need to. They have a chance now. Rakitic just put it into Suarez. He's going to go for the shot, not going to be allowed to. Absolutely suffocated as soon as he got a hold of the ball. Yeah, really good work by Jose. The attack is still on from Lutty.
Really good pressure here from the 10 men, and it's a chance here for Rakitic. Surely. A stunning save from the goalkeeper, and that was the moment. That was the moment, wasn't it?
I think he needed that with 55 minutes gone. He's not going to get many more chances, but another great save. Is this one going to surely get put in? Piqué clears that one away. And this could be a counter-attack from Jose. Poor pass though, and Umtiti is going to keep the pressure on for Lutty.
Vidal finds Rakitic inside the danger area. It's all Lutty at the moment. Another chance goes begging. And with half an hour remaining, it looks like they're the team with the extra player as he searches for the goal to make it 5-4 on aggregate.
But look at this.
And game on.
As soon as they go forward, Jose's Barcelona team seems to be 5 or 6 against 5 and 6. So, you know, they've got the chance to potentially do something. But with Neymar bursting away with speed, puts this one out to Suarez.
Lovely ball in from Suarez in towards the danger area, headed away, and it's only as far as Rakitic though. Chance to possibly get the shot away. No,
just needs to keep the ball.
He goes to the right hand side. That's a wasted pass. Just when you said he just needs to keep the ball, he denied you.
Oh,
lovely
Suarez
touch
can get a hold of it.
Lionel Messi on the edge of the area. Chance here. Luis Suarez saved by the goalkeeper. It's another crucial stop from the goalkeeper, Ton.
He's made a couple of them in this last 5 or 10 minutes. And it's keeping Jose just comfortable at this moment in time. He's going to pick up a free kick. Which way is he going to play this one? Is he going to keep it slow? It seems that way. Busquets keeping a hold of the ball, and he's put it down the right wing for Suarez in a great position.
Lovely footwork there from the Uruguayan. Look at that brilliance. But finally, Jordi Alba made the challenge, and it's up towards the halfway line. Luis Suarez pings it off towards Vidal. Vidal has the chance to play it forward towards Lionel Messi. He's got support back from Vidal, gets it back. Now needs to find the ball into the danger area. It's Luis Suarez. It's another stop. How many more saves is he going to make as Lutty can't believe his luck?
It's not going to be his game here. I think the amount of chances that, I mean, to be fair, they've been good saves, but they haven't been dead set goals. Neymar is going to be there again.
You just know it, don't you? You just know it. As the ball goes forward, he's going to save it.
Well, as we...
Seems to be a slight face-off between the two players, possibly. A technical error.
Well, there is an issue, obviously, but moving on to what we've seen so far,
is this gamesmanship, Ton?
Do you think?
Possibly.
It could be.
It is a very, very crucial stage in this match, in this semi-final.
Well, there is not long left in this game now, and And I think Lutty needs every bit of luck he can get, and he's had none in the past 5 minutes or so.
Obviously, as soon as the action comes back, we will be able to go back to it. But hello, Brycey.
I don't think. Is your mic on, Brycey?
I don't know. I've just sat down.
We'll forget about it.
It's back now. It's back now. It's okay.
I think you just throwing it into him there. Just
don't even wait for production. You just do what you want. Take a drink while we're live.
Yeah, why not?
Something needs to call that face down.
Exactly. just throw it on.
All right, before we get back into that game and find out exactly what's going wrong, let's recap the first leg, because that was an incredibly tight game.
Yeah, I think, we've seen Lutty come out the gates, looked really, really strong straight away. We thought, wow, this is going to be the Lutty that everyone has come to expect to see this weekend, looking very, very strong, good attacking play. 20 minutes gone, he's 2-0 up, plain sailing. Jose says no Lutty. It just comes screaming
just
back
a case of missed opportunities again. He really should have gone for that third killer goal. He allowed him back into the match, and it's been plain sailing so far as we are back actually live with the footage. So it is still 5-3 to Jose, the Spaniard, as the ball gets played through, looking for Luis Suarez. He's onside here. Another chance for Lutty, straight from the restart. Finds Jordi Alba. It's Neymar, but it's another poor header.
Yeah, from that position, I don't understand why he's really shooting at. I think in that situation, he needs to try and pass that one across, but this could be an opportunity for Jose.
He could kill the tie off here. It's Lionel Messi into Neymar, and that's the celebration of a man who you feel is now going to the final and a massive, massive favourite in Cardiff for the World Finals.
He's put a couple of good players out of this tournament so far, and he will be somebody to watch out for, and he wants more.
Luis Suarez up over the top, looking for Lionel Messi. Cleared away, though. And the 10 men really struggling now. You felt they had a couple of chances to get back in the match, and they wasted them, and that is the costly thing about this match, as the ball from Neymar is just a whisker wide of the post. And it's almost playing for time now.
Yeah, it seems to be one of those games where it's going to be very, very hard for Lutty to come back now. 3 goals he needs in 10 minutes of game time. It's just not going to happen.
So once again, we are on the formations. There's not really much that Lutty can do, obviously, with the player less. It seems to be, look at the defensive options now from Jose, the Spaniard. Going.
I don't even think he needs to do that.
I mean, he's got to play more. He's 3 goals to the good. Is it 4? I can't remember the aggregate score, but he's a long way in front. You don't feel like he needs to do this, but again, we've seen stranger things happen in this game, so maybe it's a good thing that he's being cautious.
And we can see what Lutty's idea is. Anyways,
do you think he needs goals, Ton?
You would think it. You would think it. It's a beautiful stadium that we've got here while we just wait on the formations coming in. Did you know?
We've just had a little look round over our shoulders, and we're seeing the sunset, obviously behind the overcast skies, and of course as the darkness falls, the new camp comes alive.
I don't think of it as the new camp. I think of it the place that Shola Ramiobi scored once.
What a player.
What a guy.
A true champion.
Indeed.
Where's Shola Ramiobi these days?
He plays from Nottingham Forest, I think.
Okay, enough said. So there you go. We're just going to get a slight check on those formations. So again, it's basically attack versus defence. We knew it was going to be this in this final 10 minutes with a player less. You feel it's all over, and it's one Spaniard in the final for sure. Neymar back towards Suarez, now finds Arda Turan on the halfway line. Forward again towards Neymar down this left-hand side. Chance to get it into the danger area. Turns, finds Turan. Chance to play it into the area. Skips the challenge. Crosses towards Vidal. Hacked away. But with only 7 minutes remaining, it is still 6-3 on aggregate to the Spaniard Jose.
Yeah, Neymar's going to have a chance down this left-hand side. Lutty needs an answer for Jose's play at this moment in time, and currently he doesn't have it, and I don't think he will have it. Looking very, very good. That wasn't far wide either. But this moment in time is just far too late for Lutty to do anything.
Yeah, it's a shame because it was close for a long, long time, and that red card really, for me, has cost Lutty in this.
Yeah.
It was a poor challenge. It was ill-timed, ill-thought, and something you don't expect from someone so experienced at these finals.
And especially at that point in the game, you know, he's not definitely out of it. What was he down 5-3? or something at that point. Or
Yeah, I mean, one goal would have really made things really interesting.
And to get a red card like that, it wasn't like the break was on and it was a really definite chance.
It was an unnecessary challenge, wasn't
absolutely,
it?
Absolutely. And I think he'll rue that mistake and maybe learn from that mistake as he goes to Cardiff, because of course
lovely
he will
ball
still
over
be
the
there.
top from Messi. Arda Turan. It still would have been too little too late. A slight consolation, but again, the goalkeeper was there. How many saves has he made today?
A lot is the answer to that question.
Thanks for that.
Stats.
How many has he made? A lot. As the ball gets played towards Jordi Alba, flicks it around the corner. Can't get it back though. And we are deep into the final minute of added on time, and there's going to be at least one Spaniard in this final here in Barcelona.
And rightly so. So Jose takes that W in there, and a surprise result.
Food and drink in the end, wasn't it, for Jose?
Yeah, it looked really strong. I mean, considering the start that Lutti had in that first leg, surprise result on both ends.
Yep, so he was 2-0 down, remember, Jose, and he managed to win 6-3 on aggregate. So 6 goals, only conceded 1 after that early sloppy start, and that is form that could be potentially very, very dangerous in that final.
And now he's guaranteed himself $10,000.
Well, that's another thing. Yeah. I mean, we're just talking about him going to Cardiff, but of course he's just won himself at least $10,000 US. He's a very happy man right now. Chance to go and get $20,000, and of course then in the final in Cardiff, $200,000. That's nice to see again, though. We're just getting a close-up of the two players, a handshake afterwards. Even though there was a few glares mid-match, they've made friends now, and it's nice to see.
He's just telling me, that's how I beat you. I'm much better than you. Yep. Yeah,
he's just said, how did I win? I scored 6 and you only scored 1 after the first 2. And it's as simple as that.
All right. Well, was a close game, and the wind is picking up here at the stadium.
It's typical. As soon as the camera comes back on, it's just straight in my face, all over the place.
But all right, let's talk a little bit about that, because Luddy, he did kind of have the lead to begin with. He did start off strong, not so much in the end, but Jose ran away with it again. Let's kind of cover your highlights of the 2 games we just saw.
Jose on the attack was very, very special. I mean, it seemed as
clinical.
If very clinical. I think, obviously, that defining moment had to be the red card. Lutti, at that moment, still is in the game. There's still potential for him to come back.
He was 2 goals down, wasn't he? It was 5-3, I believe, at the time. The red card came, and in all honesty, it killed all chances. He scored so many goals, Jose, and obviously Lutti, again, goes back to the first leg for me. I feel he lost it after that, not going for the 3-0. And then 2-0 to 2-2, and the win's back again.
Yeah. Do you think I should sort this out?
So that's pretty much it.
All right. I was just distracted there. I was wondering if we were going to, let Tun do his hair halfway through this.
Well, he was.
I couldn't have left it like that.
Should we just see if we can find some stuff for you?
Can we just get a close up of the L'Oreal moment? From
one day you'll do yours as well.
Yeah, that's fine. They only bring me here because I'm more talented than you. Anyway, as we kind of continue on with this, Jose, again, another great performance from him coming in once more. And like I said, considering how the groups actually went and he came out of it, he seems to just keep piling on forward and actually probably getting stronger now he's out of the groups than we actually gave him kind of credence for. Luddy, not really had the greatest of showings. He just got out of the groups.
Semi-finalist, he's
semi-finalist, but it was not easy for him at any point during this competition.
It never looked
quarterfinals was 7-6. he just got out of the groups. He coming out. Well, at least he had the lead for a period of time in that game, and then threw it away. Ended on 6-3 aggregate.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was a case of not a wild card, but he was a newcomer to the tournament, Jose, and that was a big test. That was a big test for him. He's up against a player who'd been here, done that. He's been here so many times, and he, for me, looking on in that second leg, he outclassed him really, and he blew him away with those goals, didn't he?
Well, I think one of the main questions everyone's asking now is, are we going to see a rematch, Ruben versus Jose?
Potentially. I think Ruben won his quarterfinal 7-0 going into his. So I'm not sure if that one is on stream next or if that one's currently being played. But
I think it's on stream next.
I hate to feel that I'm going to be right, but I feel that romance all Spanish final is still on the cards. I still feel Ruben again.
So it's
very
not happening
impressive
because you predicted it. Just not going to happen.
Just because of my knowledge of the game, you see. So it's gonna. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Well, you mean the fact you've predicted every single one wrong so far? It's a very clever double bluff where you picked every single one wrong.
I've kind of
that much.
I've skimmed over the fact that I got everyone wrong so far, other than this one. So
just forget about it. Just forget.
But yeah, I mean, Ruben obviously won 7-0, I believe, in his quarter-final, so another high-scoring player. It seems to be the person who scores, I mean, I know it's a real bad cliche that if you score more than your opposition, so yeah, if you score more than your opposition,
typical Michael Owen
yeah, I was going to say that, but I thought, can I? So yeah, but it seems to be that people are focusing more on scoring goals than trying to shut up shop in it so far in this tournament. So a high-scoring player seems to be doing well. So I think
it must be quite frustrating if you're Luddy when you're like, right, well, if I lost a player, I'm just going to throw everybody forward, and just seeing as you look over the other half of your screen. You know, Jose's just going, yeah, I'm just going to just slowly squeeze everybody back. Yeah. You may throw 4 forward. I'm now putting all of them back.
And even after that, the keeper was making some fantastic saves for Jose. And that
yeah,
really
it was a string of fine saves, wasn't it? And that was, again, similar to the red card position. It was around the 5-3 stage.
Yeah.
He made some incredible stops, and it really enabled... he put the pressure on Lutti, and I think he broke when he obviously hit that red card. It killed it off. Yeah.
All right, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do now. Let's have a little look at the bracket and see how it's all going so far. Of course, the quarterfinals, Gaul lost out to Luddy 7-6, which is sky's limit. He lost out to Jose. And on the other side of this bracket, Ruben 7-0 against City, and then El Matador took down O'Neill. That's not right. Sorry, O'Neill took down El Matador going forward. And then we got on the semi-finals we just played. Of course, Jose and Luddy, they come on face-to-face. Ends up being 6-3 on aggregate going forward, which brings us to our next game. It will be Ruben versus O'Neill. The winner of that game, of course, going to face off against Jose. That's all coming up right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Ruben, O'Neill, right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League EU Season 1 Regional Finals here at the Nou Camp in Barcelona. We have the second semi-final just about to start. Ruben versus O'Neill. And you know what? Ruben so far looking very impressive. Won his quarterfinal game 7-0. O'Neill could have been a little bit closer in his game, but he did walk away into the semi-final as well. To find out who they think is going to win and to bring you all the action from the upcoming game, I'm joined by Adam and Tan. Guys, what do we think?
It's another case of goals galore, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Ruben, like we mentioned before, he scored 7, I think, in his quarterfinals without reply, and obviously O'Neill 3 in the second leg without reply, I believe. So
I think O'Neill was obviously going up against a strong opponent as well, going up against El Matador. You know, it's always going to be a hard game for him. Came out as the winner when it was a close game, but that's a hard game for him to win, and he won it quite well. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting game, considering Ruben winning that 7-0 in his quarterfinal.
I want decisiveness.
Decisiveness.
That's what I'm looking for. Decisiveness. Who's winning this one?
All Spain final, I've told you.
All Spain final. Going Ruben.
I'm going to have to go with Ruben as well.
Double Ruben pick. Do we think it's going to be a whitewash or
No.
is it? No?
No.
Close
It's going to be
game.
tight.
Close.
Very tight. All
Very
right,
tight.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask you one last thing. Scoreline prediction. We don't do this very often, but we are going to do it now.
5-4 to Ruben.
5-4.
Over 2.
I was going to say 5-4 because he said that. 4-3.
4-3. So we're thinking one goal's
One
making
goal.
the difference over 2 legs. Well, I believe this game's actually ready to go.
Or a playoff.
Or a playoff. You're actually thinking
So
maybe
you're
a
just
draw
covering
or a
2-0
play.
or 6-0 or 1-0.
He's the sort of guy that bets draw or win.
Well, I think you just bet against him. I think obviously it's going to be O'Neill. That's got to be. It's when Adam picks anything, it's going to be the opposite way. So, yeah, I think so. Is there any kind of thing that's really kind of put you on to Ruben over O'Neill?
The 7-0 win in the quarterfinal. I think he's come out of a hard group and then had a really good performance in the quarters. O'Neill, as said, it was a close game, but against probably a harder opponent than I'd imagine Ruben had to go up against.
I'm not going to be tactical. I'm a firm believer in fate, and we're in Barcelona.
You're not going to be tactical. You're a firm believer in fate.
All Spanish final as we're in Barcelona.
All Spanish final. That's possibly the worst analysis I've ever heard of anything. And
Again, that's why I'm here.
Wow. Okay. So you've got everything wrong so far, but because we're in Spain, that's what you're now basing on. I like that. In fairness, if it's not working with the logic or your gut feeling, because you tried both of those,
Yep, I have.
just going to go. You know what? We're in Spain.
Fate.
It's now fate.
Yep.
Fate from gut to logic to fate.
Okay, when it doesn't
All right.
happen, you can then slate me, but until then, give me a
Exactly.
break.
He jumps on anything.
I know.
Don't worry. I've worked with him for a
So
very
he
long
blocks me
time.
in screen, so I can't see what's happening, and now he's slating me before the game. 1 minute in here, and of course, we have kicking from left to right. We have the man from the Netherlands, O'Neill, and the Spaniard, Ruben, kicking from right to left in the away strip as Luis Suarez twists and turns.
Ooh.
It's an early chance there for O'Neill. Good save in the end, though.
Of course, Ruben in the Barcelona wicket, and O'Neill in the home. But I don't know which way this is going to go. I think Ruben, but it literally could go either way.
Rakitic on the edge of the halfway line finds Vidal on this near touchline. Chance to cross into the danger area, something we didn't see from many players, knowing how dangerous crossing and heading can be. We haven't seen a lot of it, and I think O'Neill is one of the players who has utilised it so far in the tournament, and he is in the semi-finals. So possibly we may see more of that, and of course Ruben has to be careful.
Well, Neymar down this right-hand side. Got a couple of members with him as well. Suarez not in the position where you want him exactly, but it's going to be won back there by Ruben. Could this counter-attack be on? The ball through the middle is going to be cut out.
Some
Very
really
well done.
solid defending again there as the ball gets intercepted and hacked up towards Vidal on the right-hand side. 12 minutes gone here, still level in this first leg in the semi-final. Remember, both of these players are already cash-rich after qualifying for the semis, but they want to go that one stage further and have the minimum chance of $10,000 US. The winner of the final, remember, $20,000 US. And this is just a regional of the first season. There is a second season at Anfield in April, and of course the World Finals in Cardiff, where €200,000, that's right, nearly £250,000 is up at stake for the winner in Cardiff. Can one of these players get there? Of course, they have qualified already, the top four. So all semi-finalists will be going to Cardiff as the ball gets played in towards Neymar. Back to Lionel Messi, and it's 1-0 to O'Neill. And he celebrates. And I'm wrong so far.
It could go backwards and forwards. You just don't know, but O'Neill...
We saw it in the last game, didn't we? Lutti went up to a 2-0 lead and ended up losing 6-3.
I mean, I think that was a really, really nice move by O'Neill and just got himself into a great position. But here we go. Ruben pushing forward, wanting to get that goal back. It's a decent ball in by Neymar. Not going to be able to get there, though, and well defended by O'Neill.
Messi finds Iniesta. Iniesta out towards the left-hand side, gets it back to Suarez, now finds Iniesta in towards Rakitic. Lovely footwork there from the midfield player, finds Neymar. This is flowing football here from O'Neill, looking to make it 2. It's in towards Lionel Messi, can't get the shot away, and the danger is cleared. Tun, how do you feel this game's going to go in this first half now?
Well, I mean, I know O'Neill is winning, but, you know, for me, Ruben hasn't necessarily carved out any clear-cut chances yet. There's plenty of time left to go. That was a bit of a risky ball there by Ter Stegen to Vidal. push down this right-hand side, just mazing his way forward. But I think, yeah, if anything, O'Neill seems very solid. It doesn't seem as if there's many gaps. You're not seeing many runs not being picked up by his team. So, yeah, doing well and creating chances in the attacking side of things as well. Jinking past
Lovely
with
footwork there from the Brazilian. One-touch pass to Luis Suarez. Can he get the shot away? What a stunning, stunning block from the defender. And Ruben is hanging on here midway through the first half in this first leg.
Well, we've seen Ruben beat some good players.
Whipped into the danger area, headed away. Only as far as Lionel Messi. Can he get the shot away? Drops the shoulder. Still doesn't shoot. Trying to find the perfect angle. Now he's taking it too far and has to find a fellow teammate. And
Well
the
defended.
chance again goes away. Chance to counter though for Ruben, 94 on this right-hand side. Chance to cross it into the danger. He's got support from Messi and Suarez. It's in towards Messi. It's 1-1 ton. And look at the celebration from the home nation.
He wants that all-Spanish final. He's on course for it.
Is this fate, Ton?
Apparently it is, according to you. we don't believe in expertise and stats. PES, we believe in fate.
The ball gets played up towards Luis Suarez. Good first touch from the Uruguayan. Now finds Neymar. So 1-0 to O'Neill. 1-1 from Ruben. Now 5 minutes remaining in this first half of the first leg.
Well, this could be another attack for O'Neill. He's looked a bit quiet since his goal, but that's going to be a good ball through. Suarez is in on goal here.
Nice turn there from Suarez, finds Neymar. Challenged by Mascherano and back towards the goalkeeper. Punted downfield towards Luis Suarez and now picked up by Iniesta. The diminutive Spaniard now in towards Neymar. Stunning finish, and once again he's in front.
He's telling him to calm it down as well.
A bit of rivalry there. The first time we've
trash
seen
talk. I love it.
First time we've seen the trash talk so far. He's shushed Ruben, because obviously Ruben's celebration for the equaliser was very, very loud. It'd be interesting to see now if Ruben were to equalise, will he do the same again?
We've seen some funny business from O'Neill in these previous quarterfinals.
Just seen a cheeky smile there from Ruben. He knows what was going on there. He knew he was owed that. He knew he overstepped the mark with his equalising celebration.
Yeah, O'Neill will answer back. We've seen him already cause a little bit of conversation, but this is
another
a good
chance
attack
here for Ruben. Right foot shot, a whisker wide of the post, and he almost celebrated there. He was ready to respond, but again, O'Neill just playing his music.
I'm just watching O'Neill's camera now. If you just watch, it's thoroughly entertaining.
It is. He doesn't take things lightly. He doesn't, sit there and be very calm and composed. He's all about the emotion. He's all about showing his dance moves as he plays, as it breaks here towards the edge of the area. And it's Ruben, chance to get the equalising goal. Good defending again, though. It's been a solid start defensively in this second half. Do you feel it's going to... What's your prediction for scoreline at the end of the first leg?
At the end of the first leg, well, I was going 5-4 to Ruben, so I'm going to stick... I'm going to go 2-2. And I think we're going to have a higher scoring second leg once both teams have... once both players, I should say, have figured each other
out towards Vidal on the right-hand side. Forward towards Rakitic. Good challenge, though. And back towards the goalkeeper. Hack downfield towards the halfway line. Are we going to see any formation changes, do you think, before that magical 70, 75-minute mark, or are they going to wait as usual?
I think it might depend on this attack, but I think I'd imagine we're going to see both players waiting. Obviously, both players will change when it gets to the point of the other player changing. I think you always have to change it up there because you'd expect them to be changing on the other side of things to try and counteract what's going on now. So
that's a lovely ball, a killer pass, and an instinctive, incredible finish from the Dutchman. And look at that. How happy is that man right now? He has increased the lead. Your prediction is wrong. It's 3-1, and it can't be 2-2. So once again, we are now both wrong. As 60 minutes on the clock. It's 3-1 to the good, and it was an incredible finish. And in as many minutes has he booked himself a place in the final.
I think he might have. I think he might have. My overall prediction is not. It's not out of the question yet. This could still be brought back by Ruben.
I am speechless, Ton. I really am. I don't sound it, but I am. Vidal up towards Neymar. Tries to find Rakitic. Good challenge. Is this too much to do now, do you feel, Ton?
Absolutely. I think realistically, we're going to see the second game when we do eventually get to it. Of course, we do have 30 minutes left of game time in this first leg. When we get to the second leg of the series, though, I'd imagine we're going to see O'Neill have to try and play passively. You know, or is he actually going to keep going for more like he is now? Suarez is just about going to chip that over.
You just can't write this. This is absolutely incredible attacking PES play. He's literally looked at the scoreboard and he's gone, you know what? I'm not happy waiting for that second leg. I'm going to push for that next goal, and it's now O'Neill 5, Ruben 1.
Well, Ruben may have a chance himself, yeah. It's probably who you don't want on the end of that ball in that area, though. It is going to be Busquets, but they're going to keep it alive. Shot's going to come in. Good save by Ter Stegen, and is going to get hooked away there.
So with 20 minutes remaining, it looks like this tie is almost done here. And the fate of the All-Spanish final is hanging in the balance as the ball gets played through. It's a free kick, though, on the edge of the area. He plays it quickly, finds Neymar, shot blocked, and calm and composed defending back to the goalkeeper. Tun, what does he have to do to turn this round, Ruben?
I'd expect he was going to change his formation by now. And the thing is, though, he knows that there's still a full 90-minute game to go. So does he want to try and get some goals back now? I mean, it's risky if he went all-out attack. Saying that, as O'Neill does push through, if he went all-out attack, he's at risk of being countered, and that lead for O'Neill ever extending. So it's a hard decision to make. I think he needs to change something that he's doing, not necessarily the formation, maybe just the way he's playing the game.
Out towards his right-hand side. And it's a chance to play it into the danger area. Lovely first touch here, now finds Messi, but again, that final pass today, isn't it? Yeah, he feels like he's really rushing that final pass because he's in such dire need of getting a goal back into this game.
He needs to take his time. There's still a full game left after this one. We know he's capable of scoring goals. We've seen a beautiful goal from him, the one that he has scored, and 7 in his quarter-final. So
for sure, it's a case of, you know, forget this game, dust yourself off and go again, but it's just whether he can do that on this such a big stage here at the Nou Camp.
O'Neill has got so much to play with here, though. I mean, 5-1 to the good. He could literally, I mean, even if he concedes 2 goals, he could still just coast the rest of the game. I think O'Neill's probably just going to come out and play it how he did in that second game, or maybe just play the counter-attack and try and just cause more and more problems for Ruben, who at this moment in time, with 8 minutes of gameplay left to go.
I've been really impressed with O'Neill in this game.
Yeah, me too. Very, very impressive. All of his goals have been very, very nice, especially that last one.
He's utilising the ball over the top quite a lot. He seems to be finding a lot of joy, especially that sort of diagonal chip through ball from right to left. Seems to be finding its way through to Suarez almost at every occasion. And it has wielded at least 3 or 4 goals as he hacks it wide of the target.
Yeah, and it's not looked really that likely for Ruben so far in this second half. And I mean, I don't know what he can do to completely change it, though. I mean, his style of play that he's seeing, are you seeing any mistakes? Apart from the rush to the last ball.
Yeah, well, that's the only criticism, really. You can't really have much defensively, but possibly to watch out for that, like I was mentioning, the ball over the top. It seems to be working every single time. This time it was another ball over the top, so allowed Rakitic in here, and this time he plays it short to Neymar when the ball in towards Suarez was probably the better option. But when you've scored 5 already and only 1 conceded, you don't really need to worry about that. He just needs to keep possession as we tick into the final minute of added on time. It's another ball over the top, and once again, time and time again, in this first leg of the second semi-final, it's a ball over the top that's done the damage ton.
Seems as if O'Neill has figured something out that nobody else has this weekend, as that first leg does finish.
He's utilised it. He knows that that is a huge, huge result in this competition. He's now into the final, you feel, surely, even after just the first leg, and Ruben looks distraught. It's not great to see. It's nothing he's done wrong. It's just a case of on the day. O'Neill's been spectacular going forwards, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been very, very strong. And I mean, what does he do in this situation? It's a very hard position to be in. And I mean, I said even if he goes all out attack, I think he maybe needs to do that now. We said maybe in that last leg, all right, calm it down, maybe just try and nick a goal back, and then it's a 3-goal game, but that last goal goes in, makes it a 5-goal game, and you've got to attack this whole game now. You have to really go for it. Get a couple of goals, but even if you get a couple of goals, then O'Neill can just literally sit back and counter-attack you every single time. It's going to be very hard for Ruben to bring this one back.
Yeah, of course, Ruben did win at 7-0 on aggregate in the quarterfinals. He needs a similar sort of scoreline here to make it through to the finals, and O'Neill looks very, very relaxed. He's celebrating already. Is that a kiss of death from the Dutchman?
I think at this point he can celebrate all he wants. It's 6-1 in the second leg. This game's over.
So 1 minute into the second leg here, and the ball's out on the near touchline. Cleared back towards Neymar. Plays it through, looking for Luis Suarez. Good strength there from the Uruguayan as he chips it across towards the back post. And Lionel Messi has the chance to get it back into the danger area. Onto his left foot, cross towards goal, and that would have been the perfect start to him.
Yeah, that would have been good for Ruben, but this moment in time, it's still a tall order. The thing is, O'Neill can just play with this ball as much as he wants. He can keep a hold of it. He doesn't need to try anything crazy, but it seems as if he's quite happy to go on the attack again.
So it's 6 minutes gone here, still 0-0. Aggregate scoreline is, of course, 6-1. A lethal first leg from O'Neill, and it's put through. Still Ruben, all the pressure, all the possession early doors in this second leg, but he needs the goal. And here it might come, and it's 1-0 to Ruben. Is that the moment where this game changes?
He needs to do that 5 more times. It's the end of the line.
It's a big ask.
It is a very big ask. You know, we thought this would be a close game and still got potential.
It's a perfect start, though, isn't it?
Yeah, if he can get another one here.
That's another chance here. He has gone all out attack, and it's in towards Luis Suarez. This will be one of the greatest ever comebacks if he were to do it. And it's another chance, and we've got a second goal. And look how focused he is.
Very
close
focused
up there.
and very calm.
2-0, and it's now 6-3. And those celebrations from O'Neill at the end of the first leg now look to be something that may be shown time and time again afterwards if he were not to qualify.
I think O'Neill needs to concentrate here. He's playing against somebody who knows how to score goals here.
I've just been looking at that close-up again of Ruben. It's just been incredible to watch how focused he looks. But Luis Suarez has the chance. Big chance. Wide of the target. 30 minutes gone, and we have the early goals here to make this game really dangerous here. It's a dangerous position now for O'Neill because, like we said, he almost was in the final, and it seems to have come back to bite him in the bum as the ball gets played up towards the danger area, but cleared away only as far as Iniesta.
The thing is here, O'Neill can play as passively as he wants. He doesn't need to necessarily attack like he is doing. I mean, if he can get another goal, it's obviously going to help him, but
do you think by sitting back it's going to cause him problems, though?
It could cause him problems, but at the same time, if he attacks this much, then this is going to allow chances for Ruben to push on forward and try and counteract that. But, you know, O'Neill, he doesn't need to attack with all these players. He can sit back, pass.
Well, like you're saying, it was interesting watching his formation at the start because he didn't really change. He kept the same sort of formation, the same tactics, whereas really, if he just sort of parked the, excuse the old expression, parked the bus, he might have already been through by now.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, I suppose 6-1 in that
last
last
game. You could look at it like that.
But he needs to play it the same way as he has been playing.
Maybe it's the fate coming back. Maybe the all-Spanish final is still just on the cards, hanging by a thread as the ball gets played through. A third goal here could make things very interesting.
See, that's what we said again about Ruben rushing that last pass.
Yeah, it was a rush pass.
I think, yes, he needs to make 3 goals in this game. 3 more goals, I should say, without conceding. But in that position, he could have ran that one forward and tried something else, but he's on the attack again.
It's another chance here. Ball over the top, this time for Ruben. Crosses in towards the end. What I will say is that O'Neill, in the first leg, was using that ball over the top a lot. He's not used it once yet, so maybe that's possibly where he's going wrong. Maybe he needs to start going back to the tactics that got him the 6-1 lead in the first place.
I think he hasn't really had so much of an opportunity to do so. He's been put under the cosh here by Ruben, but O'Neill trying to do something with that. And it's going to be pushed out again by Ruben. Neymar on the attack.
So half an hour gone here in the second leg. 6-3 on aggregate, but remember, those 2 early goals have, it's caused a bit of unrest in the O'Neill camp. There's a few signs of a creaking door, possibly, as Ruben looks to force that open as Lionel Messi plays it in towards Neymar. Now finds Vidal on the halfway line, back towards Iniesta. Good possession now from O'Neill. Do you think he'll utilise this going forwards?
Well, that's the thing. We haven't really seen him do much of that. He's quite happy to just play a normal game. Not really. I don't think that he's really formulating a plan, and I think he feels that he doesn't need to because of the lead that he does have. Ruben a little bit frustrated with that player there, not quite able to pick the pass down.
Again, like you were mentioning, it is that final ball that's letting him down. He's got lovely, intricate one-touch football, but then that final pass or shot is just a little bit rushed. He doesn't need to, there is still time.
And there's definitely still time for O'Neill.
Punched away by the goalkeeper, and it's another chance for O'Neill to seal this tie.
Ball's put in, is going to be cleared a whale. A whale? A Wales.
Cleared a Whale. We are going to Wales
exactly.
for Cardiff.
That's what I was going for.
Hashtag Road to Cardiff, remember, if you are on Twitter and you want to send us a tweet, obviously at PES League, you can. Hashtag Road to Cardiff is the one that we're going to be using as we approach the finals. Of course, the ball is played out towards the far touchline. It's gone out of play, and it will be a corner kick and another chance to get into the danger. And a third goal just before half-time could make things incredibly interesting.
Well, they're still alive here for Ruben. Is he going to be able to put this one in?
Put into the danger, headed away by PK. He's going to need PK, isn't he, in the second half here, O'Neill, to keep things quiet.
Well, Ruben's still pushing as we do go into the last minute of the first half. And he's not going to have much more of an opportunity this time now. It's going to be whipped in though. It's going to keep it alive, but surely that is now going to be half-time. And you know, Ruben's caught up a little bit, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, so we are 2-0 to the good for Ruben from Spain, but of course on aggregate he is losing by 6 goals to 3. Of course the first leg finishing 6-1. What I have been impressed with O'Neill again is the fact that he conceded those first 2 early goals, but he managed to close those doors, and it's still 2-0 at half-time and still 6-3 on aggregate, so he's still got a bit of a head start.
Well, changes coming in anyway, and we can see Ruben is going well and truly on the attack. He's going to have a Mascherano up there. And obviously, that's is he going to change things around? Obviously, yeah, that is, yeah. And the change does come in.
So he's gone for a 4-strike force of Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Neymar and co, because I'm not sure who he's going to choose there. But of course, we have got the 4 players. Iniesta just in the hole behind, the number 10 position. And we are just waiting for that final few changes before we start the second half in this second leg. What's going to happen? What's going to be the score?
I think at this point, I think he's going to go all out for it. And I just think that O'Neill's going to come back with a counter-attack, and 1 goal will seal this one completely.
So you think it's going to finish 2-1 in this second leg? And
no, I think Ruben might get another one back, but at this moment in time, I think it's going to be very hard for O'Neill not to score again with the amount of pressure that Ruben's going to have to put on.
So the old cliche again, the next goal is all crucial. If he were to score, Ruben, then you would start to feel the panic around the Netherlands camp as it's in towards Luis Suarez, and that would have sealed it. That was the goal he needed, O'Neill, but it's wide of the post, and we are still alive. I don't know why it took me so long to actually finish that sentence. But,
are you sure you're alive?
I'm not alive. This game is alive. Luis Suarez finds Rakitic. Forward towards Lionel Messi. Now finds Iniesta. What's going to happen on this attack?
There's nobody defending here. It's actually going to take Neymar to come all the way back. Rakitic wins that one. City does get that one away, and this could be a potential counter-attack here for Ruben.
Now this is the moment that he needs to take advantage of in these sort of positions. It's into the danger area. Good defending again, but still in the penalty area. Hacked away again up towards Luis Suarez. And it seems to me that O'Neill has managed to sort of work out the attacks from Ruben. That's almost a mistake. It almost allowed Neymar in, but like I was saying, it seems that he's sort of, after those first 2 goals in the early stages, he seems to have realised where he was going wrong, and he shut up shop, and we've had no goal since.
Well, let's see, Ruben is trying. Again, it just seems a little bit rushed. It's like he doesn't really have a plan. He's just piling everyone forward. And let's see if he can get anything with this attack here. It's a good ball in. Not quite going to be enough, though. And he's actually going to go for a corner.
Lionel Messi to take the corner. Whipped into the danger area. Headed away by PK.
This is the
chance for Neymar. This is the counter-attack that you were talking about. It's 3-on-1 if he can get the pass away. He sidesteps the challenge. Now finds Rakitic. You feel that the counter-attacking opportunity has just gone. But again, he doesn't need to attack. Still he goes forwards through Luis Suarez. Cuts inside, right foot in towards Lionel Messi, onto Iniesta, chance to go through to the final surely, and he shanked it wide of the target.
You've got to think he's got to be more clinical in that position. I mean, we can see he's laughing.
He's laughing to himself, he knows that was a big chance.
He does indeed. Is there going to be more attacking changes made from the side of the Spanish player, Ruben? Adel Turan is coming on. And rightly so.
So he's now going with a 5-strike force. Never seen before in the PES League from what I've seen. Someone must have done it surely, but this is real hell for leather now. He's going all out. You may as well make it all 10 up top. And see
you
what
might as
happens.
well at this point. I mean, what's he got to lose? You know, he needs to go through. He's already pretty far down.
You feel now, surely on the counter-attack, O'Neill can just have that killer blow because he's just left so many players out of position now as he searches for a way back into this match, as the light is almost completely gone here in the new camp. The lights are on. The heaters are still on the pitch.
God, I wish we had one of them up here.
Starting to get a little bit chilly again. The red face is starting to slowly die away, I feel.
We'll put the
No,
heaters back
it
on.
still feels pretty warm. I'm radiating from my face, but nowhere else. As the ball gets played out of play for a throw on near touchline. 25 minutes remaining. Tun, can he do it? I don't know why I keep calling you Tun, but that's not your name.
It's very well pronounced, isn't it?
Right. Okay. I'll just call you...
Call me what you like, baby.
Steve instead.
Steve.
Hey, Steve. Anyway, back to the game for that.
Chris, yeah.
Or your real name, which is Chris, of course. I don't know why Steve came into my head.
Anyway.
Iniesta on the right-hand side. Played it back towards Rakitic. Now through towards Vidal. Chance
fantastic.
to play to Luis Suarez. Hacked away. Still in the danger area. Pinball inside the box. And Luis Suarez thrashes it wide of the target. Massive chance to win the game, surely. And a shake in the head from O'Neill.
There's not long to go now, and it would take a minor miracle for Ruben to get back into this one, but I think those are the chances that O'Neill probably would have taken in the first leg.
I think we'll have to leave it down to fate now to see whether he can come back into this one.
Trust you. Leaving it down to fate. Is Iniesta playing on this right-hand side, just wasting time here now, waiting the rest of his team to come in. It's Neymar surely to finish this.
Oh, how on
Messi is
earth
inches
has
away.
Lionel Messi missed that? It was there, right in front of his laces, and he just slipped at the vital moment. But still, we're 6-3 in the favour of O'Neill. Still got that aggregate scoreline win, even though he is losing at the moment by 2-0. And a case of that period in that first leg when it went from 2-1 to 5-1 in the blink of an eye. A couple of lethal finishes from Luis Suarez, which has swayed this in O'Neill's favour, has really caused the damage, hasn't it?
It has.
Chris,
I think
Steve, turn.
Thanks. it really has. I think it's been one of those things where Ruben just switched off for maybe a few minutes, and then it's caused him so many problems. O'Neill has punished him. Hasn't punished him anymore, but he didn't need to, and that's a wonderful ball through to Iniesta.
Shades of Beckham to Varane in their Manchester United days, that. As Neymar picks the ball up and plays it out towards his left-hand side, finds Lionel Messi. Now Neymar back towards Rakitic, plays it out towards Iniesta. There's numbers. Oh, we did say due to all the players forwards for Ruben, he was going to get caught on the counter-attack. This is what's been happening in the last few minutes, and surely they have the numbers to score here, but somehow it's hacked away.
Just about hacked away, and Ruben has plenty of players forward, but he needs players back to actually win that ball. The sliding tackles are coming in here now as well. He needs to do something very
Lovely ball in
quickly.
towards Neymar. He had 4 over the back post, didn't use any of them, and again, that cheeky chip at the near post, and the goalkeeper was stretched up with his left hand, and he was clutching at thin air. It just dropped into the back of the net, and it's all over, isn't it?
7-3 on aggregate now, with 4 minutes game time remaining, and it's going to not be that Spanish final that you thought.
I'm not going to say anything because I've basically got my prediction for the 16th time today completely spectacularly wrong. So whoever I pick in the final to win will lose.
Oh, well,
as
there
the
you
ball
go.
gets
Ruben
played
does
in,
get one
is
back.
that just a mere consolation for Ruben? I feel for him because he's been really, really good in this second leg and just gave himself too much to do in the first.
Well, he's going to have to play against Lutty in that third place playoff, but, you know,
still some extra money at stake
yeah,
as well.
exactly. And he does
still
have
going
that,
to Cardiff as well.
He still does have that place in Wales, which is the main prize, and it's not often you say that a trip to Wales is the biggest prize here.
Again,
but of course it is.
Again, I'm going to swerve away from answering that one in case, of course, people from Wales are watching this, which I'm sure they are. As Lionel Messi tries a shot, and it's into the bottom corner, and O'Neill has scored again. And how many goals has he scored that have been truly spectacular, Chris Stevenson?
Chris Steve, I thought it was Christine who was coming out there.
I can call you Christine as well. We can make it the 4th name of the day, if you so wish, as O'Neill puts his hands on his head. He's not even holding his controller anymore because it is full time. And all over in the second semi-final. And we have a Spanish-Dutch final. Fate, I believe, is the word we're looking for.
All right. Well, Adam, obviously you got that wrong again. You tried logic, you tried your gut feeling, you left it up to fate, and you're still wrong.
So what I'm going to do now on the final is I'm going to
I'm
blindfold myself for the final, and I'm going to pick left or right of my screen to win.
I think it's a good plan. It can only work as well as every other plan you've kind of put in there.
So I would like to...
I mean, it's amazing. I wonder what the odds of a 50-50 chance between who's going to win. And every single time you get it wrong. I mean, what are the odds?
I think if we move on from this topic as quickly as possible...
Fortunately, if he was like an
great.
expert or something, he could narrow those odds to make it more in his favour. So it's not
It's
really...
not like I've seen...
It's not really a 50-50 chance, as he's had all the info
It
from
should
all
be
of
more,
the players.
to be honest.
It should be considerably better odds for him, considering he knows. However, still gets it wrong, still not able to do it. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in that game then. Very high scoring double
Sorry,
leg.
just to go back to me being wrong all the time. It just goes to show again the ability that all these players have. Obviously, we give our predictions. We say he's done this, he's done that. But again, on the actual match game day, anything can happen, and they're all winners or runner-up in their own regions. So they're all on a level playing field. So it's so difficult to predict.
It certainly is. I'll tell you what, let's have a look at the bracket to see how this has all kind of gone down and how it all plays out. Of course, the game we just saw, O'Neill versus Ruben, high scoring 2 legs there, 8-4. And it does mean our third place playoff will be Lottie versus Ruben. And that will actually be a single leg as well as the grand final. Your grand finalists, of course, are Jose and O'Neill. Not as full Spanish final as Adam predicted. It didn't go that way. But
I am being told he does have family who are Spanish, so it is, of course, an all-Spanish final. No, it's not at all. I'm making that up, of course.
Like your predictions. All right, let's talk quickly about O'Neill then. Just started off, and we were like, oh, maybe it will be an all-Spanish final, but no. O'Neill just continued scoring. He put himself at such a massive lead. We kind of knew that it was going to go that way by the end of the first game.
Yeah, and we
very
said,
impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very impressive. And I think we said that he came through a quarterfinal that was probably tougher than Ruben's.
And the group.
Yeah, and the tough group. So I think he's looked good against a good opposition all weekend. And I think my prediction for the final has to be O'Neill. Off the back of that performance, we've seen Ruben come into the semi-final off a 7-0 win against another good player. And suddenly he got trounced at points in that game, and I think it was the space of 5 minutes. O'Neill scored a lot of goals and made it look very easy. And moving to that grand final, he's surely going to be the favourites going up against Ruben's countryman.
Well, like I said, if I can get told before the actual screen comes on so that I can blindfold myself and then make that prediction, that would be great to see whether the blindfold is the way forwards.
I think maybe just flipping a coin would work for you here.
That's something, again, that I haven't done that I possibly could try. You never know. Let's try it.
Have you got a coin?
Let's have a look. Probably not. Yes, I have.
Right.
So.
Okay.
You ready?
Are we predicting third and fourth, or are you predicting final? Because the third, fourth game's up next.
We'll do third and fourth first, and then I'll do coin for the final as well.
Okay.
So the third place playoff is, of course, Jose versus...
Just saw it, Ruben.
Ruben.
No, it's not Jose. It's not Jose versus Ruben.
So who's it?
It's
good. So it's heads.
Ruben.
It's
Ruben
Lottie.
against Lottie. Yeah.
Ruben versus Lottie. I got there in the end.
I was wondering how long you were going to let that go for.
So
we just saw the game.
So Lottie is going to be heads.
Right.
And Ruben is going to be tails. So.
Okay.
So it is heads. So Lottie is going to be my third place.
And the final?
And the final.
Okay.
So O'Neill is going to be heads. And the second place in the final is, of course, Jose.
You've got the bits here. Your predictions got that way. You can't even remember who's in the games.
Heads, so it's a double heads. So it's O'Neill to win it.
O'Neill.
Which was my prediction at the start, of course. I thought it was going to go unscathed right through to the
didn't
end.
actually predict him to get in the final.
I knew it wasn't going to be an all-Spanish final.
You know, now picked him to actually be the winner of the final. Maybe the coin's right. Maybe it's just Adam that can't actually do anything right.
Amazing if I get both of them wrong as well.
Oh,
well,
that would be sensational.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we're going to go to a very quick commercial break. When we come back, though, it is going to be the third, fourth playoff. Join us right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League Regional Final Season 1 here at the new camp in Barcelona. We have had the majority of the bracket. We know who's in the grand final, but before we get there, we have our third, fourth place playoff to find out who gets an extra 4,000. Not a bad bit of change there, but I'm not alone in this, of course. Joining me this time to bring you all the action from this next game is going to be Adam and Graham once again. I brought it back to the original panel. Someone say the best.
Someone say the best, yeah.
I'm going to join you there. I'm going to say the best.
To be fair, that's been said every time I've been on the panel, so I'm just trying.
Sorry, Chris Stevenson, but yeah, we agree here.
Well, you can't call him Chris Stevenson. His middle name is actually Josephine.
That could be a fourth name that I could include, yeah. It might be a bit of a tongue twister.
Tongue twister?
This is why this is the best panel.
That's why he's back, for that sort of comedy.
Sorry.
I'm excited because, again, it's another game. It's another chance for a higher prize financially. They've all qualified for Cardiff at this stage, so it's a bit of a clean slate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, this is kind of a pride game. The third, fourth place is a bit of a pride game. Don't get me wrong, a little bit extra money involved, but you've already made your way to Cardiff. You're already going there, and you've suffered the loss. You're not going to be grand champion, just going to salve a bit of pride. Who do we think it's going to be then, Luddy or Ruben?
Let's make Adam go.
Well, I've left.
You've actually left it up to
I've left it up. I would say I've left it up to fate, but I tried that one in the one before and that didn't work. So I've left it up to the coin toss. Of course, I'm going to go with Lutty due to the coin toss.
Okay, Graham,
which
you're more
of course
logical
means,
and
unfortunately
right
for
with
Lutty,
predictions.
unfortunately for Lutty, I do apologise. He might not win this because of that. So
see, I had Lutty, but now Adam's gone that way. No, I'll stick with Lutty for this one. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not dividing the panel.
High scoring game again?
No.
No, low scoring game.
Yep. No goals.
Okay, now because of that,
why am I even here?
I'm just thinking back to the last. I'm thinking back to the last game, and
yes,
there were
maybe kind of.
I'm thinking back to the last game, and Lutty scored a lot of goals, and so did.
There'll be at least one.
At some point,
someone will win. So someone
will win. Now, this is a single leg game, so no double leg. It is a single leg. That's all it's going to do, and I believe we are pretty much ready to start. So you've made your prediction of goals. Yes, no. There will be some.
Yep.
Graham.
I'm going to say there will be goals as well.
Right, okay, yes, right.
No,
of course, this is how we're going to end into this one, yes.
It might be a 0-0 stalemate and we go to the playoffs, you never know.
No, I think definitely Lutty, and I'll go just a few goals in this one.
All right, well, I believe this game is about to get underway. This is the third, fourth place
the hood
playoff.
Is going up here for Lutty.
Lutty.
Man's business.
Lutty versus
and
Ruben.
He's waving.
And he's ready, so
Good
I'm
luck.
going to hand it over to Adam and Graham.
So, of course, this is the Austria and Switzerland region versus Spain. We didn't get the All-Spanish final that fate predicted, but, of course, this is now the third place playoff and a chance for another wad of US dollars, Graham.
$4,000 and a little bit of pride. I mean, I'd be happy with that.
Do you think any of these two could go all the way in Cardiff?
Definitely. I mean, Lutty, he's been there before, twice, just needed to go one step further. Ruben, I mean, he's destroyed the UK national final champion 7-0, so yeah, he can do that, definitely. They've both got it within them.
So it's an early chance here, played in towards a danger area. PK headed it wide of the target, and it's going to be a goal kick to be taken by Lutty. Slight pause in play, maybe some changes already. Still very tactical, even though it's a third place playoff. There's still a lot at stake here, and he's just dropped a midfielder back.
Going for a 4-4-2.
Maybe has he seen something, Graham, in those first few minutes that worries him, do you think? Or do you think it's something that he wants to do going forwards?
It's quite interesting, and maybe he's trying to psych his opponent out. Let's see how Ruben reacts to this, but dropping Rakitic back to a defensive midfield, I mean, that's a bold move.
What I do like to see, a lot of the time, when a certain player changes their formation, goes onto their formation settings, the other player doesn't just rest on his laurels. He actually tweaks a few things here and there as well. There's never any sort of silence on that formation screen.
Yeah, you kind of have to wonder, is that absolute professionalism, as in move and counter move, or is that nerves? Is that, okay, they're doing something, what do they know that I don't know? I need to counter attack with this. So are they doing it out of necessity or out of fear, I suppose?
Sure, yeah.
Just treating it like a training match, passing it around at the back.
So nice turn there from PK. 8 minutes gone here. The home team, of course, is Lutti, and the away strip is Ruben as the ball gets played out towards this right-hand side. Good touch there from the defender, and calm back to the goalkeeper. And now cleared up towards the halfway line. Lovely turn there from Neymar. Pops it off to Luis Suarez. Gets the return now out towards the right-hand side. It's Lionel Messi. He's usually so dangerous in this position. Skips inside of the defender. And that would have been goal of the tournament, bar none. That was absolutely incredible from Lionel Messi.
The way he cut inside and unleashed that rasping shot to the far
Rasping.
post. Rasping. I've been saving that one all day, and
That
now
is a
finally
descriptive
getting a
word.
chance.
Rakitic, so good pressing early doors from Ruben. Like I said, that was, I mean, that would have been some goal, Graham.
I mean, I think for me the goal of the tournament so far has been that long-range drive. Whoa.
There has been the first goal of the game. No, it's wide of the target. Oh, what a chance there. Goes begging for Lutti. Just a goal kick now for Ruben, but we've had a big chance apiece, Graham.
Exactly. One end straight to the other. Both very, very close, like millimetres within it.
Like I said, it's going to be a tight game with loads of goals. As the ball gets played through towards Lionel Messi. One back by Lutti, and wins it back towards the left-hand side. Good possession again this time from Lutti. That's one thing I have noticed in this tournament so far. He does like to keep the majority of possession.
It's the way he frustrates opponents into breaking their ranks. Like, they have a formation, they have a shape, they know how to play it. Lutti makes them come out of that position so that he opens himself space up to move forward, and that's what he's trying to do now, where he's passing it across the back.
So just coming up to halfway through this first half in the third place playoff. A chance for third in this wonderful tournament here in Barcelona. The first regional final. Remember, the second is in Anfield on around April time, end of April, and then of course...
Oh, the final 29th-ish.
29th-ish.
Still to be decided.
So end of April is probably more accurate than 29th-ish as the ball gets played through, and PK finds Iniesta. Forward towards Lionel Messi. Ball through towards Suarez. Rushing the final ball, Graham, so far.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Lutter's very, very relaxed in defence. We've seen him passing the ball, holding, stopping with PK, but then just pushing it too fast when he's going forward. Rather than building up with the runners, he's almost trying to push it through. Almost like he wants to sit back and not put any men forward, which is obviously making it hard for him to score all those goals you spoke of.
It's a big chance. It's a big chance here for Lionel Messi. Usually, I mean, even in real football, he had an incredible left foot free kick the other day. Can he do it again? Hits the top of the wall, and a chance to clear it away, but it's still in the danger area. Like Luis Suarez can't get on the end of it, and the goalkeeper's had a few hairy moments in the opening half an hour, but still it is 0-0 here in this stalemate. Lovely ball through towards Luis Suarez. He's onside. It's 1-0. Ruben has the goal. He is in front, and my prediction of Lutti is looking wrong. No, it's still early. It's still early. It is still early. Half an hour gone. There's still a lot of football to be played, a lot of PES to be played. And we have seen that the person who scores first doesn't often in these latter stages go on to win the game.
Exactly. They spark a change, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. Lutter's changing things up so that he can fix the mistakes. I mean, there was a clear mistake there. Rakitic was back at the centre of defence, and his centre-backs were nowhere to be seen, which is why Ruben had the chance to stroll straight through and power the ball into the roof of the net. He's made that change. Hopefully he's plugged that hole and we can carry on.
Yep, so Lionel Messi plays it over the top towards Iniesta. Chance for 1-1. Fantastic save. Chance goes begging there for Lutti. Should have been 1-1 there as the ball gets countered, and it's a chance here for Ruben, but Lionel Messi sweeps up possession and finds Sergio Busquets, his Barcelona teammate, through towards Luis Suarez. He's onside. It's another sprawling stop from the goalkeeper, but Lionel Messi does what he does best, and calm, composed finish from the edge of the area, and Lutti, and my prediction is back in the match. 1-1.
It looked like the opportunity had been lost then. Ruben seemed fortuitously to have got away with things then, but once again the ball fell to the left foot of Lionel Messi, and you know where it's going from there.
Cleared away by the goalkeeper up towards Iniesta. They can't say I favour players either, because of course Ruben was my pick to get to the final in the first place, so I have backed both of these players so far in this tournament.
Cursed both of these players so far.
As the ball gets played out towards Mascherano on this right-hand side. Neymar comes across to make the challenge, but it's a weak pass, and it's to not a play in the home strip. It finds Ruben's limeish green away kit. Again, my slight colour blindness probably. I've got that wrong as well. As Neymar plays it through towards the danger area, finds Luis Suarez, back towards Neymar, now finds Iniesta, chance to get into the area, crosses towards the back post, and there, sprawling there was Neymar, and he just couldn't quite get those blonde locks on it at the back post.
See, very defensive play there from Lutti. He's actually not choosing...
Oh, big chance, stunning header, and in the blink of an eye, he's back in front. Rubin scores another header. He's scored a few so far in the tournament, and right with the last kick of the first half, it is Lutti 1, Rubin 2. Who's going to win it, Graham?
Who did you say?
Lutti.
Well, we'll see.
3-2.
No, it was interesting to see that Lutti was actually being quite defensive. Rather than choosing the man to go and press the player with the ball, he wasn't coming out to attack Rubin. He was covering the gaps in the defence and using the square button to bring out an AI-controlled defender to put the pressure on. So that usually, I mean, that's worked for him quite often, but it didn't seem to work in there. Rubin seemed to understand exactly where he was going and find the gaps.
Do you see anything from Rubin tactically in terms of what he's doing with the formation or with the arrows and things like that in order to get those 2 goals?
He's kind of allowing the AI-controlled players to come out, and then he's more ignoring those, just avoiding those, and paying attention to where Lutti's keeping his man, just so that he can work around that. He's trying to play around Lutti, who's trying to play around him. It's like cat and mouse, one's chasing the other.
So Iniesta picks the ball up on the halfway line, through towards Suarez, but picked off by Piqué. A bit of a tongue twister there, the P's, and it's on the halfway. Pick up a Piqué, and it's a free kick on the edge of the centre circle, I think, as Lionel Messi goes down, and it will be taken by Sergio Busquets. Finds Piqué, back to Busquets, his Barcelona teammate, now forward towards Neymar. Again, twisting and turning. Good challenge from Mascherano. What does Lutti need to do in this game, Graham, to get back into it?
Score goals.
Brilliant. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. No, it's kind of hard to say. I think he's been too defensive so far. The way he's handing off a play. I mean, I can say that he's got him all the way to this point, so he clearly knows what he's doing. But when he's in possession, he needs to use the ball a lot more creatively than he's been doing so far.
Okay, so the ball is challenged there from Neymar. Great tenacity there from the Brazilian, and whipped in towards Luis Suarez at the back post. Good defending again from Lutti, but still the danger is in the area, and it's cleared, but only half cleared, and still Rubin is looking for this clinical, crucial 3rd goal here to kill this tie-off in this 3rd place playoff.
The pass movement from Rubin is just, it's so rapid that it's hard to respond to that, which is why Lutti's probably playing the more defensive game than he is, because he can't get near the men in possession, so he's looking to plug the gaps. Whenever you get Rubin in possession of the ball, rather than approaching the man, Lutti's now... Lutti's trying to plug the spaces. He's trying to plug the spaces rather than closing him down instantly, which is why Rubin's getting such a lot of time on the ball, time to pick out the pass.
Lovely ball with the outside of the left boot from Lionel Messi, and that is absolutely clinical from Neymar, and Lutti has level proceedings with half an hour to go, and my 3-2 prediction is on the cusp of becoming a reality here, Graham.
What a time for you to be bang on form, stepping into the final as we get.
I told you it was going to be 3-2, just to the other player. Of course. Stunning finish there from Rubin, just when you think, again, every single time we see a game, we feel we know what's going to happen, and then suddenly one of these players, they're so talented, they just do something completely out of the blue. Again there from Lutti, great save from the goalkeeper. Lionel Messi had the chance for 3-3, and every time either player goes forwards, they look so dangerous, Graham.
I mean, it's such a cliche saying end-to-end football, but literally that is this game. Lutti scores, Rubin goes and scores, and we nearly got another one back.
Well, we're nearly going to get one here as Lutti breaks through. That's a horrendous challenge, surely. The referee will bring it back, as there was no advantage. It was a really aggressive challenge, and now Neymar has the chance from just around 20-25 yards to whip this over the wall. He's got enough time to get it up and over the wall, hasn't he, Graham?
Definitely. Surprised he's not going for the curve. I'm guessing he's going to pass the ball to a man. Can't see off the screen, just trying to see who he's moving on the radar. Is he
It's going to be Neymar. He's gone for the shot, deflected up and over the top. It will be a corner. Lutti searching for this elusive 3rd equalising goal, and he has been behind twice already, so can he, no, 3 times, so can he actually make it 3-3 and then hopefully then go on to win that for him.
I think this is where Lutti tries to influence the game. Almost indirectly, this is where he goes in, he makes his changes, but he doesn't rush with doing that. Obviously, if you're in the ascendancy, you want to keep that momentum going. Lutti's now trying to break that down, making his changes, but not being quick about it. So that's making Ruben overthink his moves. Will that force him into doing something?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a few changes already from Lutti. He went with that, he changed after about 3 or 4 minutes to the defensive 2 in the midfield, and he didn't really work. He then changed it again and he came back into the match, and he just maybe needs to tweak something again as we approach the final 20 minutes. It's in towards Suarez, out towards Rakitic on the first time volley, and that was absolutely spectacular from the midfield player. And again, we've seen a couple of efforts that really would have been goals of the tournament for sure, but they've both unfortunately not managed to nestle in the onion bag. Yes, I said onion bag. As Luis Suarez tries to find Neymar. Now back towards the goalkeeper. And it's almost a mistake there. Almost feeds in Lionel Messi and just gets out of jail there. Dicing with death there.
If that had been a taller player, that would have been all Messi. But because of his height, he had to commit to using the foot. But by that point, the defender had already had the...
so perhaps if Barcelona had signed Peter Crouch in the January transfer window, it could have been different. As the ball gets played out towards this right-hand side, Mascherano back towards Iniesta. Good possession here from Ruben as he looks to tick the clock down. As Neymar finds Busquets. He needs, I feel, a 4th goal. Otherwise, we have seen time and time again in this tournament so far that 1 goal is simply not enough at this level.
Get some nice overlapping space. Oh, a very early header from Luis Suarez.
That's got to be your sound clip of the day. Whoa. Sound like you're having a PG tips or something like that. That's not a plug, of course. As it's going to be a goal kick, and they're just doing a few formation changes. Again, Lutti changing. Now he's going with the 2 in attacking midfield. Is he going to switch it, make a bit more width possibly in that front 3? They're all quite close together.
The interesting thing, as we've mentioned it a few times already, is the stick or twist. Do you stick with the MSN front line? Messi has no stamina, but he's 94 rated. He's the highest rated player in the game. So do you take him off and put someone on that has the stamina to move, or do you rely on his abilities and just hope you get him in that position? It's
one of those, one of those big questions that a lot of managers have. Of course, you've got a player who can turn the game in a sixpence. Can turn the game in a blink of an eye, and of course that's why they keep them on, even though they may be tiring. That's that old dilemma which seems to be plaguing him at the moment. What to do? So Iniesta finds Jordi Alba. Neymar and now Arda Turan. 30 minutes remaining here at the Nou Camp. Still 3-2 to Ruben. The Spaniard looking to make it the 3rd place winner here.
Bag himself that extra $4,000 from what he's already earned.
Yep, as it's played through, looking for Lionel Messi. Now Jordi Alba clears up towards the halfway line. Now Suarez pops it off to Iniesta. Lovely one-touch football from Barcelona, but it's a chance to counter here. Lutti needs a chance here. With only 10 minutes remaining, he needs to start piling on the pressure in search of this equaliser. Iniesta finds Lionel Messi in towards Neymar, punch clear by the goalkeeper. Lionel Messi on the volley. A spectacular effort from the Argentinian, but it was always rising as one of Ruben's players is cautioned for an earlier obstruction.
Just a shade too much power on that ball as it came out from the keeper. The shot was there to be hit, but just too much power, held square for a little too long. That's why we didn't see it do.
So we were talking about Lutti and whether he was going to make any changes that could possibly sway this game and equalise. He's now gone with the 4 up top. So Iniesta joins the gruesome trio of Lionel Messi, Suarez and Neymar. It's Halloween Fright Night here as the 4 go in search of this equalising goal. As the words just tumble from my mouth.
It's what now?
Halloween Fright Night here at the Nou Camp as Lutti tries to find it, the equalising goal, like I said. Is he going to do it, Graham?
Yes.
Can you elaborate slightly?
No, it's a risk, especially with Messi up front, fine, but he's got no stamina. Iniesta out wide, he doesn't have the pace, so he's looking to play the long ball. But having 2 players spread out across the midfield means he has no men to win it back, so he has to count on his defence and then hope he can spray the long pass and find the guys.
That's lovely one-touch football from Ruben. That's one thing I've noticed from Ruben so far today in all of the competitions. It's one-touch football. He's so quick on the turn, and he's finally found that ball through, and it's a chance to wrap the tie up, and he's put it wide of the target. Graham, what a chance to make it 4-2.
Absolutely beautiful. The quick feet, the interchange, the drop of the shoulder, a bit of pace and power, just a little bit too much on the finish.
We were slightly critical of his last game in terms of his final ball being slightly rushed, but he timed that to perfection. It was this time the final shot that just let him down. It was wide of the target. And is there still time? Is there one last chance for Lutti? But he needs to get the ball back, please, because otherwise I'll be wrong again as the ball gets played back towards Rakitic. He wins it back. This is the chance. 4 minutes of added on time for Lutti to get this equalising goal. A cynical foul on the halfway line. Ruben knew exactly what he was doing, and we've seen that time and time again so far today. A second bookable offence. He's now down to 10 men, and can finally Lutti get that one chance as he sinks an espresso there? Can he get that last bit of energy in order to get that equalising goal?
See, I don't think Lutti needs energy. He's the coolest man ever. I don't think
He's now gone with 5, Graham. Fright Night Part 2. I do apologise. So, we have 2 minutes of time remaining, plus injury time. We are, in fact, I'm being told we are into injury time now, so we've got 4 minutes. There is surely one last chance for Lutti to bag that equaliser, but he needs a bit of quality, Graham.
Is this where we get PK? He's just put the lumbering centre-back up front. He has the height and the power.
We've seen it before.
Already, just after he left the building, actually. So, I mean, this is his time to shine. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to drop it in the 6-yard box and wait for the big guys to put it in the back of the net.
So, the tension inside the new camp here, split by just the 1 goal. If we are going to get an equalising goal, it will go to a 5-minute playoff as it's whipped in towards the big man. PK falls to Arda Turan. Chance to get the shot away. Challenged there by Ruben, and the chance to counter, and that might be the chance which seals Lutti's fate as he's away. He's away from the last defender. It's Luis Suarez. He's got space in the middle. He's got Neymar and Lionel Messi for support, but he's toying with Lutti down in the corner flag. One back, surely all over. And I hate to say it, but I have got a spectacular 100% losing prediction streak. Wow.
What a finish. And the thing right at the end there, you saw playing the ball into the box. He should have just drilled it, in my opinion, into the box, but he brought PK out and he was hoping to feed PK, play the ball in, and it almost worked. Arda Turan just couldn't pick the ball up. But
all right, well, what a close game that was in the end, but of course, ended up taking it there, Ruben. Mainly, I think, because Adam picked Luddy to win.
I would like to say it had anything to do with anything else, but it seems at this moment in time,
Yep.
Brycey, that it's basically whatever I say. Like
It's so compelling right now, we should just skip the final and give the trophy over to Jose. You picked them, it's clearly Jose's going to win now.
I have timed this to perfection. I've waited for the final in order to play my trump card.
The worst thing is, though, even if you get this final prediction right, it was done by a coin. I can't even give you credit for it.
Well, you say that, but
Adam's
I wanted
coin
heads.
has
I
finally
wanted heads.
Oh, you wanted
It's
it.
a two-sided coin, you see. I got 2 heads.
Yeah, most coins are two-sided.
All right. Good, I like that. Banter King's back.
I didn't even pick that one up myself.
No.
The genius.
All right, let's talk a little bit about that game then. Luddy not able to convert and get the kind of the win he wanted there. Why? Why could he not convert and get that last goal?
Chances. He missed a glut of chances. The goalkeeper pulled off a string of fine saves. And like we were saying about Ruben's performance in the earlier game, he wasn't able to. He had great early possession. His one-touch football was incredible, but his final pass, his final shot, he rushed it. And then in that last game, as we saw, to make it 3-2, he got it absolutely spot on, and obviously won the game 3-2 with that goal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Lutti tried. I mean, we saw just how much time he spent on the formation screen, tweaking, pulling players back, putting players out wide, going 5 up front at the end, and he tried everything he could, but he just wasn't clinical enough with the chances that he made.
Okay, well, obviously both of them aren't going any further in this competition anyway, but it's maybe a little bit of a glimpse into how we think Cardiff is going to go. Now, both of these players still going to go home, try and figure out exactly what they went wrong, how they can improve for Cardiff, because that's when it gets really serious, because it's the World Championship, of course. Let's talk a little bit about our final before we kind of go into it. It's going to be a big one here. This is one of the ones where you kind of want this win to set yourself up nicely for Cardiff.
Well, yeah, but also there's $10,000 US, which is the difference. Obviously, $10,000 for the runner-up.
Yeah.
It's an incredible amount of money already. Of course, the winner gets $20,000 US, and then obviously from there in Cardiff, it's even greater. But it is going to be tense, I feel. But both of these players are so free scoring, so maybe they might not even feel it.
Yeah, I mean, as well as that, then you've got personal things outside. I mean, I've just been told a lovely fact in the fact that Eldridge is actually expecting a child. So
congratulations.
He has designs on that money already. So if that's not a little bit of an incentive to go out and score more than your opponent, then what is?
So it is right. Let's tell you what. Let's take a little look at the bracket and see how we got here. All the way, we started off getting into it with Gaul versus Luddy, 7-6, close game. Then we had Jose versus the Sky's Limit. Of course, Jose ended up winning that 5-3. Big score game coming in again. Then we had Ruben versus City. That was 7-0 to Ruben. That was a big start for him. Unfortunately, that was his only win in the bracket as they move forward. Then we had El Matador versus O'Neill. El Matador, we thought, may take it, but no, O'Neill powered forward. And he powered forward past Ruben as well in the semi, earning that place in the grand final. Of course, just above him, Luddy versus Jose. Jose took down Luddy 6-3. And it does mean that our grand final will be Jose versus O'Neill. And that is coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PES League EU Season 1 Regional Final. We're live in the new camp in Barcelona, and we've gone all the way through. We started with 16. We are now down to just 2. The grand final coming right up. But I'm not alone in bringing you the action from this grand final. Of course, I'm joined by the panel once again. It's Adam and Graham joining me here in the studio. Guys, how are you?
Very well. Very
cold.
excited. Very well. My face has gone slightly less red, so I'm dealing with the cold a bit better than the vampire that is Graham. But, just very excited to see the final, I suppose. Two of the best players that have been in the tournament so far.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I certainly think so. And obviously, you know, these two players coming all the way through. Not what you exactly predicted, but, you know, Jose and O'Neill, they've made it now.
Yep.
Are you sticking with your coin flip prediction of O'Neill?
Yeah, I think they always say, you know, if you fall off a horse, then you've got to get back on, and I feel that it's the same with the predictions. You know, I've not been successful so far, but the final is the time to come good.
All right. Well, before we get too far into breaking this game down and explaining who we think is going to win, probably with logic, Graham will come to you. Let's take an opportunity now to meet our finalists.
Yesterday I told you I would win, and now I'm in the final. So I'll keep my word. I'm here to make history.
Nos vemos en la final y voy a dar el 100% y quiero llevarme este torneo.
All right. Well, there they are. So, Graham, I've got to start with you. Let's kind of get straight into this one. Are you agreeing with the coin flip, or have you got a slightly more sophisticated method of picking our winner?
I'm going to, partially because Adam's chosen to back O'Neill, or Eldridge O'Neill, should I say, I'm going to take the word of someone that's had a little bit more success in the realms of PES. As I mentioned earlier on, Alejandro Aguasil, one of the most recent successful players from Spain, actually backed Jose, as I spoke to him earlier on, and Jose's made it to the final, so I'll stick with Alex.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's take a little look at these two players head to head and see if the stats can try and figure out how this goes through. Now, as you can see here, not only is Jose younger, but his stats are in fact better than O'Neill's as well. Kind of playing into your credence there, Graham.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the thing. He finished very highly in his table, in a very difficult table as well. And he's continued with that throughout this. Okay,
Adam, chance to redeem yourself here. You flipped O'Neill, because we've kind of taken away your right to predict things. Justify it.
Well, I feel that in terms of what I've seen so far, I've been really impressed with O'Neill, how he's got through the group stages. A very tough group as well. He then, I think his semi-final was 6-3, I think it finished, but he won the first leg 6-1, an absolute onslaught. His finishing was incredible. And also because he, you know, is due to be a father, I do believe, so maybe that's that fate that I was missing in the last prediction of fate. Maybe this is the time that the fate comes good for me.
The thing with O'Neill as well, I mean, the people watching probably don't get all of it, but seeing him on the stage, we get to see his reactions, but the noise that comes through as well. I mean, I didn't get told until I went back into the room, but he kind of stood up, bounded into the middle of the stage, going, "This is my stage."
He has been very confident in saying that this is his time, that he's going to win this tournament. He's probably the most outspoken in terms of saying he's going to win it so far. So another possible reason why I've gone with him, which of course means, unfortunately, he will finish second.
It's a lot of confidence coming into the final. Do you think you can keep that same hype energy though? Like, because this is the big one. This is a significant jump in money. He kind of wants this championship going into Cardiff. He's got a kid in the way. A lot's going to be kind of playing on his mind.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been bopping. He's had his headphones in. He's kind of zoning out. But the only time we've really seen him being troubled was in the was it the semi-final stages where he went down. I think it was against. No,
he lost the first game. He lost the first leg.
Mike
1-0.
Yeah, he was one and down. He missed a lot of chances in that game early on, and he was made to pay in the first leg. But what I was again impressed with is his response in the second leg. He didn't let it phase him, and he was clinical in the second leg, and obviously won that 3-0 or 3-1, and obviously the rest is history. He's here in the final in Barcelona.
I think a good portion of it, you know, said he turns out, he puts the music in, doesn't need anything else. I think a good portion of what makes him the player is his momentum. I think for him, if he wants to win this final, he can't go too far behind. I think if he goes 2-0 down, that's automatically a loss, no matter what happens. He has to kind of get a goal early or go ahead or even equalise. and then kind of build from there. We saw it in the second leg earlier on. I think for me, you just got to have that sky-high confidence.
Confidence player, for sure. I mean,
yeah, I mean, we have seen as well from the Spaniard, he's able to come back.
Yeah.
When we've not really seen O'Neill been tested in terms of going behind. I don't think, obviously he was 1-0 down, but one goal is always, it's a tricky stage. You can never be secure with a 1-0, but 2-0. We've not seen him, I don't believe, in the competition being 2 goals down. Obviously, we've already seen, like I said, the Spaniard, he's already gone 2-0 down and he's come back and won the game. So, yeah, maybe an early goal is crucial for O'Neill, but predictions for me, we may as well just say he can be 5-0 down and go on and win it. So,
all right. Well, speaking of score lines, I think it's time to kind of figure out where you both stand on it. Single leg makes it a little bit easier. Adam, let's start with you.
4-3.
4-3. Still O'Neill.
Yep.
Okay, Graham, you've obviously gone for Jose.
See, I was thinking round the same sort of like high-scoring game, 4, 5, 6 goals. Oh no, but I'm going for like all on one side.
Okay.
So I'm gonna,
wow. Okay.
Maybe let's go 4-1, 5-1.
4-1, Jose blowout.
Yeah, I think maybe cagey at first, but then once the floodgates are open, because it's such a big price, 10,000.
You think maybe once Jose gets a few goals ahead, that's it. It's just going to be O'Neill's head's going to go down. It's just start opening the floodgates.
I think it maybe not head going down, but I think maybe it's a case of I need to throw everything forward, like roll the dice and maybe not pay off. So I'll gamble.
What will be interesting to see is whether he uses the tactics that have got him here. O'Neill, I mean, obviously a lot of balls over the top, from right to left, looking for that Luis Suarez latch on, a couple of chips over the goalkeeper as well. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether he takes that into the final because it has been so successful for him.
All right, well, I believe this game is about to get underway. So, for the very last time, I'm going to hand it over to our wonderful commentators to take us through, Adam and Graham.
Yeah, so here we are, as you can see on your screen, is the man from Spain, Graham. He's your pick to go and win this and take the $20,000 US?
I have it on very good advice that this guy's a decent player. So,
well, they're both decent players, Graham. They're in the final of the Barcelona regional finals here. Of course, the second regional final from the second season is in Anfield. Any of these players who don't qualify already for Cardiff can, of course, join that second season. Have you seen anyone knocked out in the early stages that you feel has the potential to go into the second season and qualify for Anfield?
Obviously, there's the big upsets that we've mentioned earlier on. So, like Kilias, King of Pro, they were in the same group as Jose. They are obviously out of this at his expense, and we kind of expected those to go all the way. So they definitely have what it takes. Obviously, they have to go through the qualifying process, and no doubt after seeing this, there's going to be a lot more people out there that want a taste of what the regional finals and then obviously the world finals can give you. So maybe the season one was probably the not trial, but maybe that was the taster, and now people have had a taste. They want more of this to come.
So, Graham, we are underway here at the Nou Camp for the grand final, and we have a disconnected DualShock 4 controller.
Technical difficulties.
What are the chances here? The drama. Look at that, the face of Jose there, as he can't believe what he's seeing just seconds in. And I think, to be honest, we're just raising the pressure.
Exactly.
We're raising the excitement here. We knew that was going to happen. We had that planned. So, yeah, just going back to a couple of the players, we've obviously got Jose on your screen there, and now it's us, our beautiful faces.
Wow.
So we've talked about Jose, we've talked about how we think that he is, in your opinion, going to go and win this game. How is he going to beat Eldridge O'Neill in this game then? What's the tactics he's going to use?
I think there's no real clear-cut way. It's kind of be malleable. Go out and play his game, that fast passing movement that he likes to play, as we can hopefully see now we've got the game back on screen.
So Neymar obviously on this left-hand side now finds Sergio Busquets. Back to Neymar, early possession here. Of course, the man in blue is of course Jose, and he's playing from left to right in the home strip, and kicking from right to left in the away strip is O'Neill, who was my pick. But again, in this final, it's not easy. It's very hard to predict. Not that predictions have been a good thing for me, as Messi finds Neymar on this left-hand side. Early pressure for Jose. Nutmeg, lovely skill from the Brazilian. Probably some of the best footwork we've seen in this competition. He's won a free kick in a dangerous position. That was breathtaking there from Neymar.
Beautiful. I mean, if there's any time that you want to whip it out, I mean, that the kind of flair is that we're looking to see.
That's something I feel we have missed slightly in this competition so far, because the stakes are so high and because the defending has been good. I've yet to see any real sort of single solo skills, but we've just seen it there, haven't we?
And it's the first time it's paid off. A couple of people have tried tried it, and usually maybe it's a Rabona pass. We've had a few step-overs out on the wing, but they've always gone, well, not in that player's favour, and it's nice to have seen probably the best-looking move that we've seen all day, and then it actually to pay off. So now, a free kick in a dangerous position.
So you can tell the tension here for the final, because again, we've got another stoppage in play, a few formation changes here, as we just get a close-up of the two players. Again, the music is now out of O'Neill's ears, as we go back to another close-up of Jose. I think we're just waiting for another slight problem here, I think, for O'Neill. But in terms of, obviously I mentioned about the ball over the top from O'Neill, which seems to have caused a lot of problems for other players. What other strengths have you seen from O'Neill this time?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's the finishing, but it's the amount of attempts that he has. So obviously the ball over the top that you just mentioned is one avenue, but he's worked all the avenues available, and it's the fact that he puts the pressure on so much that he gets 4, 5, 6, 7 attempts on goal every game. He doesn't necessarily put them all away, but it's the fact that he.
So he just constantly produces an onslaught of chances. Well, in that case, do you think you've seen enough from Jose defensively to be able to actually cope with that onslaught of chances?
Yeah, for sure. And his attack, as we are back into the game.
So the ball up towards the halfway line now finds Iniesta just on the edge of the area. 7 minutes gone here at the Camp Nou for the final of the regional PES finals in Barcelona here. Of course, the chance to really put down a marker for the World Finals in Cardiff, of course, where they can win €200,000 as Messi picks up the ball on this near touchline. Twists and turns. He gets away from two defenders. Wonderful footwork there from the Argentinian into the area. Luis Suarez and Neymar just couldn't quite get on the end of that, and they managed to smuggle the ball away. But it's a mistake, and it's Luis Suarez, and it's 1-0. Advantage Spain in the final.
I was literally just about to say, Eldridge you can see the intent every time he changes the man. You see the white line on the screen. He knows where he wants to be, but that wasn't it. He just gifted the ball to Jose, and he must be very happy with the way
so we were talking about seeing how O'Neill would deal with going behind. We said possibly 1-0. He has done it already, the 1-0 behind. If there was a second goal from Jose, that's when the real test is going to be. Again, we've got a slight stoppage in play again, just due to the fact that it's such a massive event here. There's so much pressure. There's a lot at stake. They need to get everything right, these players, don't
pure professional. And that's the thing is, if there's something that's even a fraction that doesn't feel right, if they want to change something, if they feel it could be atmospheric, something within the game itself, these guys need to make sure that everything is exactly where it needs to be, and that's the thing, because the slightest thing being wrong could be the difference between $10,000 worth of prize money.
I know it's absolutely crazy to think that such how PES has changed over the last few years, and it's grown year on year. And the prize money, I mean, it started off 15 years ago, the community, but since the Champions League partnership 4 years ago, and of course the clubs like here at Barcelona. These events just get bigger and bigger and bigger. The prize money it starts to snowball,
the last few years, obviously, you mentioned the Champions League partnership, so building towards the end of season final. So obviously, last year we built towards Milan, where we obviously commentated over the World Finals there. That was a huge event, and that was the big end of season showpiece. And this event is on par, if not a step up from that.
And this is of course just the regional. So that goes to show again, like you were saying, how it's grown. Do you think any of the players you've seen so far? Do you think that well, first of all, have any of them players come from Milan last year? Have you seen any similar players?
Lutti, obviously, we've seen him in the match just before finished fourth. He got to the knockouts once again there, but we're back underway.
Yeah. So 15 minutes gone. Hopefully we can actually get a smooth run now in this final. But again, like we were saying, there's so much at stake that everything needs to be right as Luis Suarez finds Lionel Messi. Lovely 1-2 there, out towards the Uruguayan. Chance for Jose to break into the air. Good defending from O'Neill.
A little bit of flair on the side as well, trying to take it past his man. Rather than playing the ball in the box, tried to do a little bit of a two-touch manoeuvre, take the ball past his man. Obviously, didn't work, but he's got himself a corner from that.
So, Graham, are we going to see a final worthy of a final, or is it going to be too much at stake? Is it going to be cagey, a tight affair?
I definitely hope. Definitely think we've got one, and I hope that's exactly what I see. But once again, something else.
It seems to be, I think there's possibly an issue with a controller or something like that. It seems to be, and obviously that's disturbing O'Neill, and of course, it's also disturbing Jose as well. Unfortunately, it seems to be a recurring theme at the start of this game, and unfortunately you get to see more of us, which of course you don't want to see, especially with this wind swept. But again, Graham, going back to the game, is this going to affect these two players? Obviously, the stop-start nature of it, that usually they're used to this, both of them, free-flowing, goal-scoring football. We're now going to see whether they can actually cut the mustard going the other way in a stop-start game.
I mean, I don't think it benefits either player. No player will come off this feeling like any sort of benefit. So the fact that Eldridge is 1-0 down, this doesn't necessarily disrupt him in his favour. If anything, it unsettles him. But on the flip side, obviously, Jose, he doesn't get a benefit because he's in the lead. He wants to crack on with that. So it'll still be a level playing field when we get back into the game. But it just means that maybe the match that we do have when we get back into it, when things are running smoothly, probably will be a little bit more frantic because players want to get past the shaky start that we've had so far and then just go through and destroy in the last few passes.
In terms of the players that obviously are playing now, obviously in terms of prize money, it's going to be different whether they come second or first. 10,000 versus $20,000. Does it matter in terms of them going then on to the World Finals? And does it give them? Have you seen in previous tournaments whether that's affected how they've played in the World Finals? If they've won their regionals, do other players play differently against them?
No, I think it's more about not necessarily where you finished, but how you play. Players understand that because the margins in matches like this are so fine. One misplaced pass from me, one missed shot from you. That could be the difference between $10,000, a place at the World Finals, a place in the next round of knockouts. They know that the margins are so fine and they're all so good. It's not necessarily how far you get, but it's how you get there that's the difference.
Yeah, in terms of anyone watching as well at home that possibly wants to be a part of the second season, how can they do that, Graham? Can they simply just join? Is it that simple?
Exactly. PESleague.com is the website where you can sign up. Just go to sign up. It's completely free. All these players have done it. And if you like a good game of PES, if you like a little bit of a social element, or if you'd like to go to a world-class footballing venue like this.
You're always in with a chance, aren't you? That's the beauty of it.
Exactly, and this is just the end of season 1, so you've not missed anything yet. This season is over, but wipe the slate clean, start again. 23rd of February, season 2 begins. So if you're watching this, if you think, do you know what, I actually fancy a nice flight to a football stadium, maybe the chance to walk away with $20,000, then just get yourself signed up and take part in season 2.
Yeah. Have you seen anything from any of the players so far in this whole tournament that you feel, even though they've not managed to actually break into this final bracket, but they've still qualified? Obviously, I think the top 4 qualify for Cardiff. So do you see any of the semi-finals, for example? Do you think they've got what it takes to then go on in Cardiff and do better than they've done here?
See, I think these kind of things that this tournament will then lead on as kind of a legacy is slightly different answering a different question from what you asked. But like Jose and Ruben, 2 phenomenal Spanish players, they've both qualified for Cardiff now. So the people in Spain must be thinking, okay, that's
maybe it's our time. Maybe
exactly.
It's our year,
I mean, it would have been nice to have seen other players progress, but at the end of the day, they're all worthy of the spot, and only 4 of the guys can make it to Cardiff. It just so happens that Spain have a very good attendance at the World Finals already.
Sure. So out of the players who haven't qualified for Cardiff, give me 2 players who you think you've seen enough from in this tournament so far today in Barcelona that can try for season 2 at Anfield?
I mean, both of the German players have quality in abundance. Mike Linden, he will feel aggrieved that he didn't play as good as he can play. When your compatriot is saying hands down that you are better than he has, so that's goal said El Matador was the better player, but destroyed him for the majority of the first game that we showed tonight. I think it would be nice to see them 2 come back and play. Obviously, Sidi that we mentioned earlier on, he spent his time travelling the city rather than practicing at PES.
Possibly, if he had practiced a little bit more. Again, it's tough. But it's tough to say for these guys who, they're not sure whether to practice. They're not sure whether to actually, be calm and composed before they, so maybe as it's his first major tournament, maybe if he went to another one, he might do something slightly differently and it might actually help them.
Because you start to get second guesses. It's like maybe I didn't practice enough, or maybe he chose PSG, Paris Saint-Germain, rather than Barcelona.
Another brave decision,
exactly,
based on the fact that a lot of other people were playing with Barcelona. But again,
I mean, it was a decision that's earned him $2,000, so not a bad decision.
Yeah.
But is it a decision that could have earned him $20,000 or a seat in the PES World Finals in Cardiff? So,
yeah.
I mean, there's no right and wrong answer, but no doubt he'll be asking questions. I know I would be asking those questions because, yeah.
I've got a couple more things to ask you, but we are just going to go to a quick short break, and we'll be back very, very soon for you. Hi guys, and welcome back to the PES League Finals here, the regional finals in Barcelona. Of course, we've had a little bit of interesting drama in the final so far. We are going to get back underway with the action though. Graham, are you excited?
I'm very excited. I was already excited, and now we've got to go back to.
We're going to go straight back to the action as soon as possible. Is Jose going to go through and win this? He is 1-0 up, of course.
I said that was looking like the case. Obviously, we've had a plug from, what's the word? A vote of confidence from Alex Alguacil, the Euro 2016 champion from Spain. He obviously lost to Jose on the way here, so he said he has what it takes to get there, and we've seen it so far. Obviously, getting a goal already early on in the final. Yeah,
this just goes to show the level of pressure these guys are under. Of course, now that we are in the final, this is really the only game that we've experienced a little bit of problems, haven't we? Really, because of course we are going to go straight back to the game, and it looks like potentially there has been a second goal. We're just waiting for confirmation on that, but the ball is out towards Vidal on the right-hand side. Now finds Neymar off to Lionel Messi, in towards Luis Suarez, back to Iniesta. This final is just about to heat up as the ball's played in. He is offside. 20 minutes gone here at the Nou Camp. So, of course, Jose is 2-0 to the good by the looks of things. Kicking from left to right in the blue arrow above his head. And, of course, O'Neill has the red above him as the ball's played back towards Piqué. Now, Piqué playing for time now, you feel, with this 2-0 lead. It's 23 minutes gone. How do you feel O'Neill can get back into this game, Graham?
Well, first of all, he needs to get the ball back. That's the simplest thing. I mean, it's kind of hard to say with the little amount of time that we've had to see so far, but it's looking like Jose's holding the ball. Obviously, Eldridge has got the ball back now. That's O'Neill, sorry for the people watching at home.
Yeah, so once again, apologies for any information that you didn't quite get. Of course, we are going to just repeat that. Okay, so just to repeat, we do actually have a second goal. It has been credited, so Jose is 2-0 to the good in this final here. Chance for 20,000 euros. Not 20,000 euros, 20,000 US dollars, of course. And a chance, American euros. A chance here to make it 3-0 on the counter-attack, but the pass is poor. O'Neill with a lot of work to do in this final, Graham. Can he do it?
Oh, for sure. But the key thing to look at, I mean, look at O'Neill. His character's changed now. He's not bopping. He's not got his smile on his face. I mean, that's not a good sign for a player that's definitely a confidence player.
That's another stunning pass over the top. Lionel Messi with a fresh air shot, and it's trickled through to the goalkeeper. And it's another chance for the Spaniard. At least my prediction isn't wrong at the moment. Luis Suarez in towards the area, headed away only as far as Iniesta, but now Lionel Messi picks up the ball and finds Rakitic. Forward towards Luis Suarez. Lovely one-touch pass to Messi. This is much better here from O'Neill down the right-hand side. It's Neymar into the area, crosses. It's Luis Suarez and cleared away at the vital stage on the edge of the 6-yard box. That was a chance, Graham.
For sure. I mean, I was kind of quiet then. I was just watching the midfield play from Eldridge. I mean, he let the ball go very, very easily just before that tack. And I was kind of wondering to see if he was pushing things, trying to stretch it hard, but he had the awareness to switch it out to the side. Didn't quite work off him on that through ball there, but switching it out to the wing, and yeah, maybe he's not flustered after all. He's definitely getting himself back into this game in terms of presence and position on the pitch.
So of course there will be a slight bit of controversy after this game due to the technical issues, etc. But so far, looking at this, Jose just, he looks very composed, doesn't he, on this pitch?
Yeah, he does. And I mean, controversy or not, these guys are world finalists.
Sure.
Between them with $30,000 worth of prize money. So I'm sure that won't sting for too long if there is anything.
Of course, there's 3 minutes remaining in the first half. A third goal here for Jose could be curtains in this final as the ball gets played through to Rakitic. Again in towards Neymar, and it is the third, and it's Spain 3, Netherlands 0, and it's Jose 3, O'Neill 0, and is that game, set, match, Graham?
For your prediction, yes, it looks like it is.
I'm getting sick and tired of predictions, that's for sure. I will not be predicting the next regional finals in Anfield, that's for sure. Lionel Messi skips inside, left foot shot, in the tipped onto the post. A fingertip stop from the Barcelona goalkeeper. Absolutely incredible. And in the last minute of added on time in the first half, that was a moment that could have changed this match, Graham.
Definitely. I mean, obviously, we've seen 3 goals in one half, so it's definitely there for O'Neill to get it back in the second half. And if that had just gone in millimetres away, that would have made things a much easier task going into the second half. But as we see, definitely chances.
So Jose, of course, unfazed by the pause in play, and of course races away to a 3-0 lead. But of course, we know it's a game of 2 halves, Graham. So
sure
can there be a comeback here from O'Neill? Iniesta out towards Vidal on this right-hand side. In towards Rakitic again, lovely pass off towards Iniesta, finds Lionel Messi, right foot shot, and it's always rising over the top into row G there in the Nou Camp. I'm not sure that that's quite row G, but anyway.
In one of the higher rows, maybe.
So 48 minutes gone, and it is 3-0 to Jose, who's really taken this final by storm so far.
The thing is, he's had 2 shots in the last few minutes, and he's only had 2 shots on goal in the entire game, so it's clearly showing that Eldridge is finding his form now. And that's exactly the man you want on the ball if you are finding form.
So 1 goal could completely change the atmosphere on the stage here for the regionals at Barcelona. Neymar pops it inside towards Rakitic. It's a chance on the counter here. He finds Luis Suarez. Has he got the legs? Just that fatigue that we were talking about, possibly from that over-exuberant display in the first half. Might have got that in the first half, but of course, like we said there, he looked a little bit sluggish on his heels, perhaps, as Iniesta picks it up for O'Neill.
There was something telling there. I mean, when Eldridge is off the ball, you can see the way that he selects players. There's a line that pings across the screen, and he...
I'm just going to interrupt you because Neymar has a massive chance. Game on here inside the Nou Camp. No celebration from O'Neill. He knows he needs to grab that ball, put it on the spot and carry on. He needs another 2 goals. And boy, do we know he has that in the locker.
Just imagine how much better he'd have been feeling if that shot off the post in the first half had gone in. There'd have just been 1 goal in there. But
we've seen so far, though, you cannot rest on what's happened in the past. You need to kick on, and you know he's got it all to play for. There's still half an hour, remember, in PES time, of course.
Yeah, for sure. And we've had 2 goals in the first 30 minutes of this match, so there's definitely time for 2 goals in the last 30 minutes.
So it's up towards Neymar. Possibly Jose trying to spoil the game now with that 2-goal cushion. With half an hour remaining here at the Nou Camp as the ball gets played out towards Neymar. Vidal comes across to make the challenge, forward towards Messi, headed away by Piqué. Chance to counter in numbers here. Let Messi on the right-hand side. Spins away from the first challenge. He's got the support down the line, but he cuts back in field and finds Rakitic. Bit of possession play, but finally gives the ball away. And now it's a chance again for Jose. Graham, time running out, 25 minutes. Can he do it? Can he get the 2nd and the 3rd goal to equalise?
I think maybe he's just pushing it a little bit too hard. You said he cut inside when he had players going down the line. I think he'd sent him on a run just a little too early. When he tried to play the ball, the guy was offside. He couldn't play it down the line. I think it was Alex Vidal, the fullback, with the overlap. So maybe pushing it too hard.
Now we've mentioned before these games that crossing, heading, it's such a big part of the game this season. As the ball gets played in towards Messi, out of play for O'Connor. Yeah, we were saying it's such an important game, such an important element of the game, the crossing heading. We've not seen it enough as the ball is smashed into the side netting. Another chance, but a goal kick. Are you surprised that we've not seen more crosses, more headers? Or do you think the players know that that's something that other players might do and they nullify the danger?
I think they're playing to the strengths of the players that they have. When you've got the likes of Neymar, Messi that can turn, that can dribble, that can use flair. Maybe we've not seen as much flair as we could have done. Obviously, we saw one beautiful element. Was it the start of this match?
Beautiful element.
Beautiful element.
I like that. That certainly wasn't English. As we just look at the formations, we're just checking here. As this is the first time we've seen the, on the left-hand side of the screen, as you can see, you've got Neymar and Suarez. They seem quite deep as a strike force there. Do you think that's possibly an area is that because he's winning already? He doesn't want to, over excel themselves at going forwards?
It's potentially the case, but also look at the fact that Messi's stamina is completely wasted. So he knows that those 2 guys have got to do a lot more running. And when Messi's on the ball now, he's almost going to be playing as a classic number 10, spraying the ball without much movement.
So in this position, would you not replace Messi with possibly Arda Turan? You've got Vidal, players like that. Do you not think that they would do better in that position with a full, fitness there?
I mean, you tend to see Turan definitely coming off the bench, but it's usually for the likes of Iniesta, one of those playmaker kind of players, and that's to see the game out. But when you've got someone like Messi taking that
is he just
talent,
that good?
Incredibly. The sort of fitness, he's a 5-time international prize
Well,
winner.
I know, yeah, of course. I was just trying to get a bit of lowdown on the actual ability in terms of gameplay. Obviously, we know that he's a top talent in world football. Well, he's been the best for many years in certain seasons as the ball gets played over the top. Looking for Neymar, chance to break into the area. It's Neymar, chance for 4-1. Twisting, turning, step over and challenged at the death right on the edge of the 6-yard box. A crucial challenge which just about keeps Eldridge O'Neill in this final by the scruff of the neck as the ball gets played over the top, looking for Luis Suarez into the area. Chance to pull it back across. Neymar just couldn't get in front of the defender, and time running out. Graham.
It looked like there was never really a clear opportunity do we go around the side? Do we play the ball in? Do I hold up play? It looked like the defence of Jose and his Spanish Barcelona side. I mean, they were just kind of penned in, but strategically there was no easy way through for O'Neill. So you kind of have to feel for him that he built up play, but the defence that he's playing against is just so good.
So just under 50 minutes remaining as that horrendous challenge there, and the referee has awarded the free kick. Do you think with just under 50 minutes remaining, like I said, do you feel that what's the cut-off point for this second goal for O'Neill? Where do you think he needs to score by to give himself that chance?
I'd say ideally before the 80-minute mark, so then he still has time for an impact substitution. After you get past 88 minutes, we seem to be having more strange ongoings. But after we get past 88 minutes in the game, then that's when you kind of you need a little bit of luck. You need the unsettled nature of your players. I mean, I mentioned it earlier with Cardiff FC versus Colters in the World Finals last year.
Yeah.
2 goals after 88 minutes, but that was like a world showstopper match. You don't see those very often. So if he doesn't score in the next couple of minutes, it's not looking like we're going to see a comeback.
So last throw of the dice here for O'Neill. Do or die as the ball gets played in towards Sergio Busquets. Now finds Rakitic out towards Lionel Messi. He's got the overlap on the right-hand side. Doesn't use him. Still using Messi there with little or no fitness left, but he's still got that world-class ability that can change a game. But it looks like the referee has penalised him, and time ticking away for Jose, just looking to run that clock down as he has possession with a free kick. Free kick to be taken, plays it short. Now he's got back to the goalkeeper, Lionel Messi charging down as it's sprayed out towards the right-hand side with Mascherano. It's overhit, and this is now surely the last chance for anything to happen here for O'Neill. He plays it in towards Rakitic, forward towards Luis Suarez, now finds Vidal. Vidal still, they believe, O'Neill fans believe as the ball gets played forward towards Luis Suarez, in towards the danger area, hacked away again, resolute defending, but still in the danger area. Iniesta, 1-2 off his don't really know what I'm saying. There's too much happening on screen as the ball ricochets, pinballs around inside the area. And now Rakitic forward towards Luis Suarez again, still camped inside Jose's half, and it's cleared finally. And that might be just the last chance there as he gives it away straight to Neymar. And now surely Jose is going to hold possession. No, he's given it away. 3 minutes of added on time, the fourth official suggests as the ball gets played through towards Neymar. Lovely turn from the Brazilian into the area. Chance to make it 3-2. It's PK. The shot was on, but he tried to find Lionel Messi. And of course, it was blocked, and we now seconds from the final whistle. And Jose from Spain is surely now the champion of the regional finals here in Barcelona. The 12th man of Spain has helped him be victorious. Of course, there was controversy in this final, but do you feel the best man won on the day?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, the game was all about Jose taking the lead early on, adding to that lead, and then just adding another blow. I mean, O'Neill fought back, but Jose had it in the bag from the first whistle.
Absolutely world class. You're just getting a few shots of the two players, and of course now us two beautiful people again.
Two players.
So in terms of the game, where do you think it went wrong for O'Neill? Where do you think it went right for Jose? What were the tactics that you saw that swayed this result?
I mean, let's take away all of the stop-start thing, because both players had to play through that.
Sure.
But Jose's his tactics, I mean, when he was on the ball, there was quick passing, there was slowing the game down. So, I mean, this is his first major event, but he was playing that like a seasoned professional. I mean, we've talked about the way Lutty has been slowing the game down, or Mike Linden was slowing the game down.
Of course.
I mean, he's playing as if this is his third, fourth, fifth major. To do that and then switch it up between attacking, defending, banging 3 goals in the final. I mean, it was almost flawless without. I mean, if he hadn't conceded, then yeah.
It was a truly impressive performance from Jose from Spain. Of course, not so impressive was my predictions today. I'd like to know how many games I predicted. Graham, would you hazard a guess?
I'd let you predict, guess, but you'd probably get that wrong.
But of course, not to take too much away from Jose, because it's not about me, it's obviously about the players. You know, in terms of going forwards to Cardiff and the World Finals, has Jose got what it takes to go again? I mean, $20,000 is an incredible sum of money that he has just won from winning here in Barcelona, which matches the World Final figure from Milan last year. So that step up again. I mean, the World Finals in Cardiff, tenfold.
Yeah, everything he's earned today, he can earn that 10 times more. I mean, that's incredible with that. But the thing he has now, which, I mean, it could be a double-edged sword, is he has months to practice without the stress of going through Season 2, without having to go to another finals to contest. He has his place in the bag. I mean, all top 4 players do.
Sure.
But he goes into that knowing that he's a champion. And maybe that's a negative in the fact that he's the one that people are going to be targeting, but he can relax now knowing
he's
that
there to be shot at, isn't he, so to speak?
Exactly.
But of course, in terms of he's obviously won. Let's talk a little bit about O'Neill, who you know, he's had a great tournament so far. This regional final. I mean, he was my pick, of course, which is probably why he lost. But of course, do you feel that? I mean, imagine if them two meet each other again in the World Finals. Do you think he could get a chance for revenge? Do you think he's got what it takes to possibly beat Jose in another match?
Definitely, and I mean, I hope he goes a long way in the World Finals as well, purely because of his vibrancy, the way that his head's going, he's jumping up and down on the stage. Yeah, we didn't see it in the last match because $10,000 was riding on it. It's understandable to see that when things aren't going your way.
Do you feel that maybe if he had have done that and he had have kept it going with the same way that he'd been taking part in the tournament so far, do you feel that the pressure of, well, the prize money added on, but also just that title of, Barcelona, a regional final winner, do you think that's possibly the reason why he wasn't able to go that one step further?
Yeah, I think maybe, possibly it wasn't, but soon as the first goal went in, I think it all starts to weigh on you then. You realise that the title, the money and everything that comes with that, you realise that, I've got a bit of an uphill battle now. So maybe that's what it is, and that's the reason, the weighing it down, it literally weighed the movements down. He wasn't able to jig and jump out of his seat.
In terms of looking at the tournament as a whole, where do you feel players have got it right, and where do you think possibly where they could look to improve?
There's definitely been a lot of goals, so players know how to attack. I think the key thing is either making sure that you are lethal. When you get your chances, you bury that ball, or you need to learn how to shut up shop, because all of our games...
That is one thing that I have noticed during the tournament, is that, other than probably the final where he got that 2-goal cushion, or was it 3? Because it finished 3-1.
Yeah.
But he was 3-0 to the good, I believe. Other than that game, it seemed that anyone in the whole of the tournament who tried, got out in front and tried to shut up shop, they weren't able to quite hold on, and it got back, and they may have still just about won the game, but it was by the skin of the teeth, because there was so much goals coming from so much goals. There were so many goals coming from obviously the comeback kings, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's rewind all the way back to the first game that we showed. Obviously, we made a bit of a song, or maybe it was the second game, the song and dance about the two German players playing against each other. Matthias was 5-1, I think, at one point. But, I mean, obviously, a player of El Matador, Mike Linden's quality, he's always going to get back into the game. And he managed to bring it back to 5-4. Sure. But is that all on him, or is that a case of learning to play with players when the stamina's low, learning to...
These are all things that, again, a lot of these are first major finalists that they'll take on board, and the experience going forward. Just talking a little bit about the other side of this wonderful event. Obviously, it's great for these players to come and experience these wonderful stadiums, like here at the Nou Camp, Barcelona. They get to go and see the tour, the trophy room. They get to, Gerard Piqué, I believe, was also backstage. Yeah. That's such an amazing thing for these guys, as well as the prize money. Just talk us a little bit about that and what the benefits are of PES League.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that you just can't emphasise enough on one of these sort of like interactive broadcasts live on Twitch, YouTube, or maybe if you're watching this a little bit afterwards, you'll have seen a few of the little bits, and it's nice that we've had to the ability to up our game in terms of the broadcast and showing you a little bit of the VTs with the players in between the matches. And that's kind of new to the broadcast this year, and showing how far PES League is advancing, because this is a lot of things. So you've mentioned, obviously, Gerard Piqué dropping by to see professional players. I mean, that's a world-class professional coming to see the world-class professionals of another genre.
Profession, really, yeah.
Exactly. But then, as well as that, the playing. I mean, I'm gesturing down here because obviously we're in the Camp Nou, but we were in the presidential suite last night. How many people have been in the presidential suite of one of the, if not the best footballing stadium in the world?
I mean, I come here every sort of week, but other than
but playing PES in the presidential suite.
That's another thing. It's such a great experience. The prize money's there. Cardiff is going to be another step on again. The prize money, you know, like we said, tenfold. It's now 200,000 euros at stake. Is that going to weigh on the minds when they go through towards the next stage?
I think that
is that sort of money where things become different.
Yeah, I mean, not that $20,000 is not a lot. I mean, it's huge money. That would change your life significantly for the near future. But $200,000 changes your life.
Yeah.
So when you're at that sort of stage where you kind of drop in between, do I win $200,000? Is it stick or twist? I think it becomes much more of a bigger decision to make the killer changes. To switch to, I mean, I can't remember which game it was now, but someone was playing with 5 men up front. Would you see that in a $200,000 game? Maybe you'd see it earlier because of the money.
Of course, yeah. I mean, just before we are going to literally going to be going very soon to the stage to see the presentation. Can you give us just 1 point, one goal, one moment in this regional final that sticks in your mind?
Oh, I think I would probably have to say, and it's not just because he's won it, but just the fact that we predicted, going off of the stats and everything.
I probably didn't predict because. So yeah, no,
it was. I was involved in it because we both got it wrong. But we predicted the 2 Spanish players were going out in a group that looked nailed on for them to be going that way. But such is the beauty of PES League. Both of those Spanish players overturned the odds, put out the 2 favourite players in the group, statistically at least, and then continued all the way to the fact that they've now earned their place at the PES World Finals, and one of them has earned a regional final championship in his own country. That, for me, is magic.
So I've been Adam today. This is obviously Graham. We're really happy to have done this broadcast for you. We are now going to go straight through to this live stage where Brycey is going to be, he's got a few checks, I believe, and he's going to be giving out some prizes. So over to you, Brycey.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, 16 players have entered, but the tournament is now done. But before we get into giving the checks, I need to bring in a very special guest to distribute these checks. Of course, Jonas Leigard from Konami will be joining me. Please give him a big hand. Awesome, thank you very much. He's going to be giving the checks. All right, well, I think it's time to bring on our top 3. Starting with Rouen in 3rd. Please give it up. Fantastic. Well done, my friend. Well done. $6,000 given away there, of course. Not bad for playing PES all day. Done very well. Of course, gets himself on that road to Cardiff as well of the World Championship. So this isn't the end for Rouen. He will, of course, go forward for an opportunity to win even more. Okay, let's move on to 2nd place. I'd like to bring to the stage. He lost in the final, unfortunately. But please give it up for O'Neill. Commiserations in the final, but what a tournament overall. Thank you so much for showing us just how you can play PES so well. I believe Jonas has your check for you. 10,000, so nothing to be sniffed at. And of course, goes into Cardiff, that road to Cardiff for the World Championship as well. There we go. He's going to win it in Cardiff. We'll see if he can get up to that one as well. Thank you so much. And of course, last but certainly not least, our champion of PES Barcelona, the EU regional champion. Of course, it's going to be the main man himself, Jose. Congratulations, my friend. Look at that big smile. And he walks away with the grand prize there. Big prize for him. 20,000 coming in. Unreal. Congratulations once again to our top three here at PES League Barcelona EU Regional Final. They have of course earned their way to Cardiff. It's been an incredible day of PES action from everybody involved in the venue and of course everybody watching at home. Thank you all so much for watching and we'll see you next time.